Welcome to the next generation of motorsport. TotalEnergies and Peugeot co-developed the 9X8, an eco-responsible hybrid electric hypercar capable of outstanding performances.
Attention Superkarts USA drivers. Be sure to order your complete photo package from On Track Promotions. All drivers receive a minimum of 40 photos from throughout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with instant access from our automated delivery system. Visit otp.ca right now to get instant access to your photos.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America, featuring laser.
Ready to go racing from Speedsportz Racing Kart KA Junior to tee things off with their pre-final. 10 laps put it on the board. Nico Katowski and Travis Pettit will lead your field to green. Right behind them on row 2, Tristan Murphy and Nico Orbezo.
Nathan Golseth and Mason Berry on row number 3 with Benja Fernandez and Gabriel Balog on row 4. On row number 5, Arthur Barr and Clayton Stiles.
Row number 6 as we continue to roll on with the starting lineup here for KA100 Junior. And here you are, row number 6 on the inside, Santiago Orioli and Eli Steinbruck. Row 7, Alex Chandler and Christopher Goulet. Isaac Payne, Tyrone Kemper Jr., row 8.
Lucas Drybee and Kai Park on row number 9 with first round winner Easton Cox starting alongside teammate Jackson Baldus on row number 10. Your top 20 starters getting set to take the green flag here in the pre-final, all the way down to 30 plus here this weekend, Xander.
Yeah, it's another near full house in total. 36 KA Juniors ready for action. Back to the final row, Hudson Thomas and James Cushman. On the left, Nico Katowski's in the red and white. On the right, Travis Pettit in the blue and pink. We're green. And so far, so good for the pack, making its way out of turn number 9. Can we get everybody through the intermediate conditions? We can. We're well underway. Pettit and Orbezo lead them down into the buckle for the first time as they dive for the low side. Let's see if anyone else gets confident on the outside lane. Here's a look back to the likes of Jackson Baldus, the High Five crew right in the middle of the pack from last month, starting at the front of it. And Mason Berry making some moves early. He's side by side there for third as they work their way out of the boot. More elbows further back, following Travis Pettit as he leads at the end of lap 1.
Yeah, Mason Berry got a good start there. That definitely very good for him, but for Nico Katowski, didn't get one at all after putting it on the pole position, slotted back down to 6 at the end of lap number 1. Now behind what looks to be Benja Fernandez. So was getting reports here earlier that a couple of drivers in this junior field did decide to put on a slick set of tires. And I'm not sure if that is true, not sure that was the right decision for almost any of them, as it looks very slick down to turn number 6. And haven't really seen many kind of fall down the order, but if you're looking for that little bit more, that could have been the answer. But early on, it doesn't seem to be it yet. 10 laps kind of on the schedule for these drivers, and you're hoping that this track improves by the end of it if you did take the gamble.
Got to be so careful about the pushback bumper, too, with everyone braking at different points every single lap. For one, it leads to opportunities like that. A big send from Benja Fernandez. Katowski getting by him, along with the RPM machine of Tristan Murphy, who drops down to 6. So Mark the pole sitter back up a little ways as he tries to march towards Mason Berry here for third. But you have to be so mindful. That pushback bumper penalty is a huge hit to where you could line up no matter what you can do to try and outrun it. And with so much more unpredictability when it comes to the cars around you, it's very easy to push in one side or both. We're seeing the change of lines here, down on the inside, riding the outside. Katowski able to get by on Berry. Fernandez trying to hold this train up. It's got the likes of Alex Chandler on the back of it, along with Nathan Golseth and Arthur Barb. 5 deep here, just working their way into the buckle again. Everyone was hesitant, then halfway going, and Murphy's going to get tripped up the most as it backs them up further, and that'll allow the likes of Easton Cox to get there. What a march forward for the 815. He's up 10.
As one driver out, there's the 855.
James Cushman started at the tail end of the field, and an issue for the RPG Cosmic.
Yeah, so unfortunate there for Cushman to be out of this race early, but again, Murphy there. You saw him try to go by on Nathan Golseth, didn't work, and then Golseth able to get a good enough run to get ahead of Super Nationals winner back in 2024, the mini sub class of Benja Fernandez. So another spot gain for Golseth. Easton Cox, you see him there at the edge of your screen. He's up to 11th. Hard charger on the race. Was up 9, lost 1, back to 8th. There's Arthur Barb right there looking to challenge on Tristan Murphy, who lost a spot to Alex Chandler already.
Any other big movers and shakers from the opening couple of laps here? Obviously, Easton Cox up 8 positions, currently in the 11th position. No one else really going forward as much as him. Franco Escoto picked up a lot in the middle of the fray. For the most part, they're holding even, and all your major contenders are only up 1 or 2 or down 1 or 2, and now we're starting to get to that point in the race where there's still going to be some passes or attempts, like right there with the 872 of Arthur Barr making it stick on Tristan Murphy. We're getting a much better read on lap times. Pettit still in a field of his own as things stand. A 103.5 last time, added another couple tenths on the gap to Nico Orbezo. Nico Katowski starting to pull away a little bit from Mason Berry, but he's not necessarily tracking any bit faster than the 2 cars in front of him. He might just be able to safely ride this one out and end up 3rd. And then this pack here, they've been fighting so much you can't really tell pace-wise where they're at. We're gonna maybe see what that looks like this lap by as they've all kind of spread out, and you can still see quite a bit of experimentation of the ways to get around mainly those kind of mid to low speed 180s, turn 6, 7, and 8. A couple drivers in the middle, a couple on the bottom. Nobody really around the long way at this point. I think the grip is still materializing enough. They're not having to really avoid the rubber. Let's see what this last turn looks like. It's obviously grippy enough for Nate Golseth to try it. And that wasn't too bad of a slider in terms of the amount of time he lost on exit, Caleb. Slide in front of Mason Berry. That one kind of worked out about as good as a regular dry line pass does there. Testament to both Nathan's ability to pull that one off, but equally that the track is getting better. And they're also tracking about 3 seconds faster than qualifying too.
Yeah, again, you're starting to see it, right, on the lap times. This track continuing to kind of develop as it goes on, and again, drivers took the gamble a little bit too early here, maybe going on slicks. And I really think, you know, when you see it maybe by Pro X30 time, that's probably when you're going to start to see this big transition window start to kind of happen, and drivers opting to go on a full slick setup out here at Speedsportz. But for these young drivers, it's again still right there.
Junior could be it too. I mean, yeah. The micro Swifts, I'd imagine even with the K, seniors might opt to play it a bit safe and stay on the wets, but the K seniors even, I wonder if there'll be any takers there. I'm sure David will have us all the information we need from that perspective. Right now, it doesn't really bolt too well. Jackson Baldus tried it to go onto the slick tires here in this one, and he has just dropped back. He's still about 2 seconds off the wets, but it's close. I don't think the crossover will happen during the K senior race. I think it'll be on the limit, and they'll probably really start to burn those tires up in the closing stages. Maybe you'll see someone take the leap of faith and try it. And then, like I said, in the lower horsepower stuff, the micros, I don't think you'll see enough of a benefit to go to the slick tires. But I think X30 Junior, at the way things are tracking, is gonna be the class that will have that crossover. And equally, as things are tracking now, Nate Golseth is tracking down Nico Katowski. Potentially in less than even 4 laps here. It looked like he could get closer, but he has picked up a lot of time. And he would be arriving just as things came to a head. Mason Berry, on the other hand, great start, and now just fighting to hang on for the top 5. He's gonna lose it here. On through goes Benja Fernandez. Move him back forward on the MPG Kart Republic.
And again, that run up into the boot for Mason Berry has kind of been one of the biggest struggle points for him, right? You saw Nathan Golseth pass him there as well. And then Benja Fernandez was able to set up that second sector quite well to close down the gap. And here you see him just go that little bit too wide there on the exit as well for Mason Berry, and Benja Fernandez just pushing the limit here as Nathan Golseth down to the bottom.
Big move for Nathan Golseth. Down to you, David, on the grid here. 2.5 laps to go. What do you have for us as things got to be getting crazy?
Yep, the mad scramble's on. Everybody's going to slicks all the way up and down the grid here. I mean, it is crazy. If we turn the camera around right here, you can just see everybody. There are tools, there are hands flying, there's tires. It's a wild scene down here as the wets are coming off virtually every kart down here. So you're going to see a lot of slicks, although not every kart is going to the slicks. In fact, if Cameron, can you come over here? We've got a couple of LN karts over here that are staying on the wet tires, at least for now. Maybe they're going to go to slicks here in a second, but it is still mixed. But now the preferred tire appears to be the slick.
And again, looking at lap times, David, I'm not sure if that is going to be the right call. Still, Jackson Baldus, he started to pick up time, but he's in the low 1-minute 4s. The leaders are still in the 1-minute 2s. So if it happens, it would be at the end of the session, and it would be, again, still a risk of reward of can you make up all that time. Jackson Baldus, compare him to his teammate Easton Cox, right? Easton had a great start, got up to 10. Jackson, on the other hand, went all the way to the rear. He's since gotten closer, and last time by for Jackson, I mean, he got down to a 103.4. Maybe they're right. I mean, this is going to be a judgment call to the last hour, to the last second, and they don't have a lot of time. The white flag's going to wave this time by. Travis Pettit on the limit, covering the field in the mid 1-minute 2s. And right here, we were watching the battle close in, and now it has completed. Nathan Golseth, obviously, last lap able to get up to third. He's trying to get to Nico Orbezo. I think he's going to come up a couple laps shy. But a good charge up the leaderboard for Nathan Golseth from a not-so-great start, from fifth going backwards and then quickly having that pace come together. A 101.9. We're hearing again that more or less compared to the dry times, it's around 8 seconds. Once the wet tires get to within 8 seconds of the fastest they have gone in the dry, is that lap time they're looking for to go to the slick tires. And again, equally, keeping a tab on what Jackson Baldus is doing is what probably all the mechanics on the fence are. And that last lap, he just went quick enough that I think it may be the right call. He got down to 101.4. First time in the race, it looks like it could be better for the next group. For the K Juniors, they're mostly all on wets, and the best of them is headed out of the boot, though. Travis Pettit's going to score an easy one. Pre-final win, #1 on the weekend for Travis Pettit. And the Hurricane strikes with a 5-second plus gap. Orbezo, Golseth, Katowski, Fernandez, your top 5. Murphy able to get the better of Barry on the last lap. He slides down the board to 8th behind Arthur Barb. Gabriel Balog up and into the top 10 there in 9th, and Alex Chandler rounds your top 10 in KA Junior. So here's a look at their provisional results, and then really quickly down on the grid as well, the timer of these mechanics. I mean, it is sudden death at this point, Caleb, because as soon as the track is clear, the official posted time of when they're supposed to go green is in approximately a minute and a half. So it'll take more than that to clear the couple of retirements from this pre-final, but there were not that many. Hudson Thomas also went out. We saw James Cushman go out. Believe they may be the only 2 that were unable to finish. No, Cushman was the only one. So only 1 kart to recover. And again, once that track gets cleared, then we're going racing. But for now, a mixed bag of tires for KA Senior, all starting next to each other. And let's listen in as the chaos continues up until that command to fire engines goes.
Okay, so we're back here on the grid. It looks, and I'm going to walk towards the front of the grid actually right now, there's quite a few drivers kind of in the second half of the pack that are gambling right now on the wet tires. But as of right now, here in the first 5, 6 rows of the grid, it's all wets. As we head further and further back, I can tell you that there are at least 4 karts right now that appear to have chosen to start on the wet tires. The first one that I see is 985, and that's Hewitt here. Let me see if I can actually grab a quick quote. You're starting on the wets. Everybody else is on slicks. What's the thought process here?
I don't know. Just kind of a gamble. See if it works or not. Hopefully it does.
There you go. Gambling. We love that. As we continue to go back here, yeah, I mean, I would say roughly, and I'm not good with numbers, you're looking at probably 90% to 95% of this huge field is on the slick tires, but it's not an entire consensus here. We've got a few folks gambling, and it looks like most of them, those drivers who have chosen to go with wet tires, it looks like they're scuffs, and as we've talked about earlier, those are the closest to an intermediate as you can get. So what has the advantage when we go racing? The engines have just fired. To head it back or send it back up to the booth, Caleb and Xander.
That means this outlap is going to be all the more crucial, right? Trying to build as much heat as you can in those tires if you're on the slicks. If you're going on the wets, again, you're on the same set that you qualified on, more than likely, because you're rolling up to the grid expecting the same. And then right here, Ace Parker hustling to try and get in and go. Last couple of karts the same to catch up to the rest of the field. There's 2 important points about the racetrack as well of note, as there's one ahead that was also slow to fire.
Duran.
Santiago Duran. And he's one that will be starting in the upper half of the field. Let's take it in the lineup quickly, though. Landon Skinner will lead your field to green alongside Chase Gassie at lead here for the K100 Senior Pre-Final presented by Orsilon Racing. Orsilon's own Sebastian Garzone on the inside of row 2 alongside Alexander Vanchev.
Joseph Moss and Aiden Rudolph on row number 3 with Derek Wargo. And Joshua Zumbalis on row number 4, Caleb G. and Donovan Bonilla on row number 5.
Row 6 as we go back through your field, Ethan Williams and Colin Lloyd back there in 11th and 12th. Mad Max Weiland on the inside of row 7 alongside Matt Cagle.
Go back to Mateo Rubio Luengo and Cash Perkins on row number 8, Edgar Rodriguez, David Ibarra on 9, Juan Paramo, and Marcelo Tortado on row number 10.
That's only halfway through the grid here, nearly 40 deep in total. Connor Ferris in the TFR Kart Republic on the inside of Hamza Anbar in row 11. Anthony Rivera and John Burke on row number 12.
Finnegan Bailiff, Camp Chambers, row 13. Joseph Hewitt, the first driver on wet tires, starts on row number 14 alongside Dallas Dunlap with Davis Henry and Wrigley Keys on row number 15.
There's your first 30 and the final few that will line up behind the likes of the white helmet there, Landon Skinner. And rookie, now sophomore, former rookie, Chase Gassie on the outside of the front row. Shane Reddy, Gavin McCoon, Chris Harrower, Rodrigo Palaya, Lucas Fink, Vladimir Prunovich, Santi Duran, Ace Parker, Jordan Klein, and Octavio Gonzalez. 40 deep, ready for action. KA senior style, even with a couple more. Ibrahim Dean, Alexander Phillips, and Francesca Maurice. 43 drivers, 10 laps. Here we go from Houston. And much like we expected, it's a bit of chaos here. Caleb Gaffera, one of the drivers on the wets, trying to take advantage of it. Joseph Hewitt as well, as David mentioned, on wet tires, trying to roll. Gaffera, actually, correction, it was Hewitt still for sure. Gaffera was one of the last ones to get onto the slick tires, so he remains on those along with most of the field, and it looks like it's holding okay. First lap in, this time by. How much did the leaderboard change from what we just showed you of where they'd roll off? There you see a nice move on the Pfaff Kart Sport machine of Josh Sumvalis, move him to 5th. Gassie back to 3rd. Hell of a start for Alexander Vanchev and Sebastian Garzone. They've leapfrogged the front row.
Yeah, what a way to kind of kick this one off for Alexander Vanchev. Sebastian Garzone already up at the front. Gassie, Landon Skinner, who started on the pole, looking to get one spot back, looking for 3rd now on the inside of Chase Gassie, who looks to close the door, squeezes him to the bottom, and Skinner still on the outside. So you see that groove, right? Whenever we talked about the mixed conditions, Gassie able to hold on to it around the outside, make it stick, shows you there's grip out there on the racetrack, and now you're finally starting to see little bit of lighter parts on the racetrack where you're starting to see that dry line start to form here. As Skinner goes for the move in the buckle, he's got it on Gasly Lee up to third. Zumbalis closes in, Moss right there, and Donovan Bonilla not too far back in seventh.
It's tightened up fast, but again, it is still a drying racetrack, but far from dry at this point. Skinner's group, last time by, hanging okay to Vanchev and Garzone, but they're leaps and bounds quicker still, putting the gap now to a 2.5 seconds back to Landon. Garzone faster than Vanchev, though. He is closing, and that's the downside for being the leader as the track changes corner by corner and lap by lap. You're flying blind. Everyone else can use you as a gauge. Here's Donovan Bonilla battling with Zumbalis, trying the inside like a normal dry pass, and it's not enough grip to hold it. And there's a yellow flag waving at turn 6. There was something back there. Big spin, Hamza Anbar, all out in the mud and in the runoff zone at the end of the backstretch.
Yeah, and he's going to get himself just escaped it there as Sebastian Garzone now closing in to about a core length and a half to Alexander Vanchev here, who, again, Vanchev in turn number 6, that looks to be one of his biggest struggle points. Just getting on the brakes, looks like he's just barely holding on to it, and you see just very calm hands out of Sebastian Garzone in comparison to what you see out of Vanchev, especially here in turn number 1 and 2 right there. Vanchev, a lot of correction, a lot of input on the steering wheel in comparison to what you're seeing out of Garzone.
He's still within the draft, though, so no matter what he tries, he's able to kind of have that as a safety net, and that's why, again, that gap closed down. But more importantly, Skinner was better than both of them last time by. Landon Skinner, top qualifier, putting that pace back to work. He's going to still probably need a bit of battling out of the top 2 to be able to get there and make some noise happen over this short 10-lap pre-final, because we're already approaching halfway. It'll be 4 complete this time, and equally for every driver on racetrack on the circuit, it's no different than what we talked about earlier, trying to manage all the ranges of braking zones that the various drivers around you are going to have, and they're going to change consistently to not knock that bumper in and have a potential pushback penalty. Sebastian Garzone, you saw his crushed in a little bit. It looks to be okay, and for Alex Vanchev, an impressive start because his kart is basically spotless still, having carved up the field before the first lap was done and leading every lap since.
Yeah, as Garzone now again within the drafting range of Vanchev, a little bit tighter line in at turn number 6. Garzone up and over the curb, now going to try it looked like in turn number 7. Just a little more narrow there on the entry than Vanchev. It opens up there, kind of hurt Garzone on the exit of the corner, but that was really one of the first real looks that Garzone has had so far this race, Xander.
Yeah, he has definitely taken a couple of attempts at different lines, but nothing yet at a true pass at him. Here's Colin Lloyd, who has made up some positions on the Velocity Sodi. Cash Perkins as well. Oh, there it is, right there, last turn. First big attempt for Garzone. It doesn't pay off, and Vanchev holds, and that's what that next group was hoping for. That was a 6/10 blow to the gap right there alone in the boot. Alex Vanchev's gap was 2.1 seconds. It's now 1.4 back to Landon Skinner. They're not out of it. A lot of time still left, even though it's only a 10-lapper for Skinner and Gassiet Lee, and even Bonilla's crew back there with the likes of Lloyd and Cash Perkins to try and get up to the front. They just need more moves like that. There's another one for the lead. Vanchev answering again out at turn number 8 and 9. Closer still ever to the 3rd and 4th place karts loom into frame.
And Garzone just trying with everything he's got. That's going to, again, make Vanchev go defensive. And you got to think, right, this is the battle for the pole position in the main event later on today. That's really where the hardware comes in. You think about how important an inside starting spot is here, especially with the run at turn number 6 being as wide as it is. If you're on that outside line, you know, you're kind of destined to lose a good number of positions at the race start with, 40 plus kind of working their way into that section. So it's imperative for a driver like Garzone to try and start on the front row, on the inside, on the pole, really here later on today. But again, you got to look. Landon Skinner right behind him. Chase Gassiet Lee right there as well in 4th. With Donovan Bonilla closing in, and here's a move out of Skinner into turn 6. He's able to get through for 2nd.
That was good, and then he'll cover in 7. Got a good exit there. He'll have a great launch over to 8. Gassiet Lee's going to try something on Garzone there. He'll get it done. These two collided, and it really hurt both of their hopes at race victory at rounds 1 and 2. Let's see if they stick together for now. Garzone back to 4th. Landon Skinner, fastest kart on the racetrack, hunting down the race leader. Coming to 3 laps to go. A great race unfolding in front of our eyes here, Caleb, and Landon has been on the gas. Let's see what he can do now as he rolls up to 2 car lengths away from Alexander Vanchev. 7 laps in the books.
And at the end of Friday, at the end of yesterday, you got to think back, right? Landon Skinner had to race his way, qualify his way out of the slow group, kind of left with scratching his head at the end of the happy hour session, didn't have the pace in the dry weather. And now when you look at this pre-final, starting to close in on Alexander Vanchev, who has, you know, arguably been the driver to beat all weekend long in the KA100 senior class. Now looking into turn 7, Landon Skinner to the lead of the race.
Big move for Landon now. The white and blue Nürburgring Academy colors now to the front. Vanchev, for the first time this race, has truly lost the lead. He doesn't want to give it up at all. He sends it back in on Skinner. Here comes Chase. Banging tires as smoke comes off the side of the 2 for P2.
And there goes Gasly looking in the boot. Gets into the side of Landon Skinner, who spun around in front of the field. Gasly looked for it into turn number 13. Wasn't there. Contact. Gasly through for second, but Landon Skinner, heartbreaker to fall down outside of the top 15 even.
He kept his foot in it as long as he could, trying to hang on to it. Once he got out into the darker patch, it took him perfectly into a 180, and then there was no way to rejoin. He's going to go all the way to the tail. Gasly at lead now, protecting a little bit for second. Garzone third. Cash Perkins, unfortunately, the battling is going to be just for second. Let's take a look here in the bottom right corner of your screen. Gasly at lead, up onto the curve. Skinner was trying to hold it tight. Just didn't want to give it up. 2 drivers knowing they had the speed to win it. Look at this. I mean, that was close for sure. A hard racing moment. Landon as well, not only mindful of the dark stuff where he got out and got sideways, but also probably trying to stay on the lighter patch of pavement in the kink. Look at Garzone now. Oh! Sebastian Garzone, contact with Matteo Rubio Luengo, pirouettes on his right side, and that has destroyed the front end of Garzone's car as he crosses the track. Oh, man.
Yeah, not going to be able to drive that, as Garzone's going to park it just on the outside of turn number 1. But what a chaotic final 3 laps of this race in K100 Senior. There's going to be a lot to look out for. And again, a loose front bumper for Cash Perkins there as well, who's in third. So this field, don't even know what to expect in the pre-final. Don't even know who's going to be up at the front. One thing's for sure, though, Alexander Vanchev kept his nose clean as they're still fighting for second.
Yeah, this is going to go to the last turn. Let's see if Bonilla can pick up the pieces. Looking for a way by. Nothing there. Final turn, out of the boot. Gasly back to third. Perkins provisionally second. The leaders in lap traffic as the checkers fly. Vanchev, your winner. Perkins second across the line, but a pushback bumper that I'm sure he'd be wanting to appeal if he thinks he's got a case. Otherwise, he'll drop back a few spots. Gasly at Lee involved in the incident with Landon Skinner, but provisionally third. Bonilla fourth. Colin Lloyd fifth. Joseph Moss sixth. Aiden Rudolph up a number of spots to 7th. David Ybarra 8th. Matteo Rubio Luengo and Derek Largo 9th and 10th. We'd love another look at that if we had anything more to break down how it went wrong for Rubio Luengo and Garzone, who again couldn't rejoin as it had snapped the right or left front tie rod on that Ursula and Tony kart and knocks him out of the running. Tortado, Finn Bailiff, big move forward for John Burke in the pre-final, and a number of spots up the leaderboard for Rodrigo Pelaya. 18 spots gained into the top half of the field. And now as we get further back down the board, this is where the heartbreak begins. Landon Skinner couldn't even get back up into the top 30, 31st for the 917. A long road ahead in the main event for Landon, and equally long, once again, Sebastian Garzone, wicked speed, and has an unfortunate coming together. Here's a look at some of the action here towards the end. Let's take another look in this. Gasly at Lee at Landon Skinner, folks, here in the Shop AKR replay, Caleb.
Yeah, there's not enough room for both of them. And here's that other incident with Matteo Rubio. Looks like it just gets out of shape there on the exit, up and over the curb, and then on top of Garzone, who was on the outside. That was then a full 360 as well to keep it going. Yeah, up and over the curb of the final corner on the racetrack. Just gets out of shape. Looked like his right side tires were just on the inside. So they were on the grass, kind of knocked him up, and then got him up on Sebastian Garzone.
And then there, big moment as he was just trying to hang on and didn't realize that he got first in the adrenaline that the tie rod had broken. Let's go down to David Land, though, after that one's done. Hear from some of the drivers.
Yeah, down here with Alexander Vanchev, and you know, obviously the big decision to be made, which seemed like a pretty easy decision at the end of the day, was to go to the slick tires. So kind of talk about the track conditions for me first.
Yeah, running 2 classes, I had some experience with X30 in qualifying. Track seemed really greasy. It wasn't very good at all. I really didn't think the slicks would work, but when we saw everyone going on slicks, it was probably the smartest thing to do. So yeah.
You controlled this race most of the time. A couple of guys took shots at you. How did you maintain the lead?
Yeah, on the inside it was a little bit wet, so anytime anyone tried to pass me, it was really easy to get the over-under. But yeah, I mean, the start was really good. Kind of took advantage of some of the chaos, got a little bit of a gap, and then controlled the race from there on out.
As this track continues to progress, what kind of conditions do you expect for the final later today?
We'll see. I mean, the weather right now is a gamble. It looks like it might rain at lunch, might rain a little later on in the day. But yeah, only time can tell, so we'll see.
There you go, Alexander Vanchev, hoping to be the best gambler on the racetrack later today.
Lots unpacked still from that K8 Senior Pre-Final, but that's only 2 races completed thus far. We've still got plenty more before we take a break in the action in the middle. 3 races in total coming up your way. Micro Swift currently on the grid. X30 Junior will follow, and then it'll go right on into the Pro X30 class before the lunch break. So here we go. Micro Swift karts onto the racetrack, ready to bring you through the lineup for the youngest superstars. Hopefully they'll have a little bit less contact than what that KA Senior Pre-Final did. It all begins with your first row. Jack Katowski, championship points leader and double winner from rounds 1 and 2. On the pole, he starts alongside Tristan Francisco. Max Santana had an off-track moment in qualifying, still put at P3 alongside Enzo Botero.
Go back to Liam Compatiello on row number 3 alongside Andres Peña. Dusty Strayer and Wiley Lee on row number 4 with Romeo Ferrante and Polo Santos on row number 5.
Row number 6 continues for the Micro Swift division. The young stars with Trey Standers on the Nash Motorsports entry. Watch for him to start to make some moves towards the front. He's had some good runs over the couple of weeks in Texas. Sebastian Kim on the MSL CRG joins him. Then it's Bo Wyatt and Wyatt White from Acrone Motorsports on row number 7.
Go back to Bodie Pye or Franco Schiavo for MSO Racing and Kart CRG USA. Then Dan Dukalescu, Shep Sullivan on row number 9 with Cohen Scott, and Liam Lofton on row number 10 with issues for one in the background, the 292. Looking to get fired up, but Axel Gomez and Brody Allegretta on row number 11.
Row 12, Hayden Sampson, and then it's Rodolfo Garza on the CRG. Vettel Baker and Alan Zanuck on row 13. JJ DeShong and Oliver Smith complete your 28 driver field. Unfortunately for the 292 machine that's gone awry on the pace lap, he'll have to hustle. Luckily though, again with the starts all the way on the backstretch, it's a little bit longer of an outlap and formation area than some of the other circuits we visit. Katowski and Francisco have the field crawling as much as they can. And as they round turn 5, last few getting into position. Here we go again for the Skusa Winter Series round 3. You can see the Micro Swifts hand in the air in the front of the field trying to say, hey, wait, we're not down to the blue cones yet. Now we are, and now we're up and away for Micro Swift Pre-Final. Oh, and a spin right off the rip in the middle, and it's going to stack them up, about 10 of them all together in turn number 6, all beginning with the 205. Orsola Machine and Romeo Ferrante de Amaral getting turned, and they're 3 wide here in turns 8 and 9. This will get tight in a hurry. Let's see if they can survive that one. And they do. The rest of the field managing, but a big stack up that's going to change the board quite a bit. There you see the last bit of them getting back going. The top corner of the screen, a couple corners behind. And up front, great start for Max Santana, already putting the heat and pressure on Jack Katowski into the boot.
And you see Jack look over the shoulder as he was working his way into turn number 14. Feeling the pressure from Santana right behind. Looking on the inside, Santana into turn number 1, clear on the exit. Max Santana to the point with Katowski back to second. Already looking to go back into the double rights as we work our way to the backstretch. The run down to turn number 6. Francisco lost 1 as well to fellow teammate in Compatiello. as Katowski with an answer in a 6th. Santana looking to cross him up in a 7. This is, again, a great start out of Santana, keeping Katowski on his toes and, again, challenging him right from the get-go. Exactly what he has to do, really, to kind of shake up Katowski here, who's been so dominant to start off 2026.
Yeah, you can't let him get away. You've got to try to get him behind you before he can build that gap. But equally, I mean, this is still new territory. A somewhat dry racetrack on slick tires for the Micro Swifts right now. Have them picking up pace lap by lap, and Jack Katowski, without anyone in front of him, is doing all the guessing. The rest are able to just kind of follow in his tire tracks and try to do what he does or do it a little bit better. That's what's keeping us all in one big 4-pack through the S's. Katowski, Santana, Compitiello, and then Tristan Francisco there in the 217. But the fastest lap just came in for the man in 5th. How about Andres Marcelo Pena on the CRG, now making it 5 deep up front and knocking on the door of Tristan with only a short gap to Dusty Strayer's Parolin there in 6th. Sanders up a couple of spots off the opening lap. He's up 4 on the Nash machine. I mentioned watch him there when we went through the grid. He is charging, and here is our charge for the lead. First one that might stick. Yes, Max Santana takes over now as they roll to the final 2 turns.
And this is a big turnaround, kind of what we saw earlier on today, right? Where it was half a second in qualifying for Katowski. It's now down a second as a move for Pena, looking to get by on Francisco. And he's able to get clear. That's going to bring Dusty Strayer just that little bit closer. The same for Trey Sanders. Wyatt White, who's down in the 8th spot there in the 251. Or sorry, Bo Wyatt, that is, in the 251. My mistake.
Yeah, just one pass. That's all it's taken now to kind of connect the dots. That and Dusty Strayer's pace, and here's a pass back for the lead. Katowski to answer. He's by. Santana no answer back into 7, and behind him they'll open up and go 2x2 for 3rd. Compitiello back. Andres Marcelo Pena up to P3. Big move out of Dusty Strayer. 6th to 4th there in a couple of corners. Nice work for the 221.
Yeah, good move there out of Dusty to get himself up 2 spots. Francisco to the bottom again. Looks to go by. He's clear. The same for Trey Sanders, who's up to 7th. Once again here, it looks like. So a lot of shuffling inside of the top 10 for these drivers as Santana. You see the mechanics on the fence line just telling them, got to go back. Got to keep Jack Katowski on his toes. Got to keep him honest throughout this race as well. And you got to think that Benek team predicted these conditions perfectly, right? When you look back to their qualifying session, the mixed conditions, you're almost kind of predicting what it's going to be like for the pre-final. So making those adjustments, making those changes, and again, giving Santana a piece to fight for the race win, and they've done exactly that here.
Look at the fast lap there showing across. Wiley Lee all the way back in 11th now, quickest on the racetrack. So the whole lead pack still staying somewhat glued together, but it's only been 2 drivers that have taken turns at the front of it. Let's see if Andres Marcelo Pena's pace continues. He's closing in. Max Santana will have another run at Katowski if he wants to right here. He's on the bumper going into turn 13. He won't send it into the boot this time. Jack again sends it really deep, and look at that, using the extra bit of track on the exit, going wide a bit sooner. Seemed to still pan out with a better run down the main straight before the draft evens them all back out. Halfway in, 5 laps complete, 4 to go. Santana under pressure, although Pena couldn't quite get the nose down low into turn 5. So he'll stay tucked in. And Trey Sanders back in 6th now, taking over that spot, has partly been responsible for moving his way up the grid, but equally for the disconnect now. We're back to just 5 in the main group. Over to turn number 8. No changes here. Tristan Francisco now the new fast time holder, back in 5th, running as the caboose on the lead train.
And he's currently, like you said, down in 5th. Looked for 4th there for a second and got out of shape, just having to check up there and put him a little sideways. Lost that little bit of time to Dusty Strayer as Pena. He's going to wait. Dusty Strayer is not. Looking to go by for 3rd. Looking to get 2nd in the process. Santana stuck on the outside, and Dusty Strayer's clear for 2nd.
Hard to say if he meant to do that or not, but it looked good. Dusty Strayer now up to the front of this main group, and only one more spot between him and victory. Half a second opened up, though, in all that, and I think, again, He was really aiming for third, but he had sent it and committed so deep that he had to go for 2. Now they're 3 wide almost. Pena thinking better of it, tucking back in, and back goes Max Santana, the early race leader, to 5th. And the fight for third continues there, just edge of the frame. Almost completed was Pena's move, but Francisco hung it tough on his rear tire. Here's Dusty. First look, first chance. He's going to go with it, roll it to the inside and get it. Dusty Strayer, new leader now out of turn number 12.
Yeah, great drive out of Dusty Strayer there in the 221. And again, whenever you talk about it, Jack Katowski looking to go right back. Oh, the driver in only his second year of Micro Swift racing action. Started the season last year, black flag out of a couple of the main events because he was just too slow, didn't have the speed. You look at the development throughout a year now, fighting for a pre-final victory here at a track that he's so familiar with, just being 4 hours away up in Dallas, Texas now, as we work our way to the backstretch. Strayer looking to challenge, but
he's going to go to the outside.
Yeah.
Jack was looking over his right shoulder, didn't see him, moved over slightly, looked to the left and found him. But he is right there. And again, the fight for third opened up enough with Pena finally getting the move completed on Francisco. That's really just going to be the 2 of these guys going at it to the end. A lap and a quarter remains. That time out of turn 9, Dusty didn't get the best exit, so he couldn't do much here in the buckle. But he'll be still with a big run coming towards the last turn. And again, Andres Marcelo Pena has had equally good, if not the best speed over the course of the main pack from start to finish in this pre-final. Could he play spoiler? It depends how aggressive Jack Katowski protects the lead. White flag this time, 1 to go. Strayer hot on his heels as they roll to the S's for the final time in the pre-final for Team Benek and Grupo Santana Vega Micro Swift.
As we work our way onto the backstretch here, Strayer looking really good on the exit of these corners. As Katowski going to put it to the bottom, Strayer going to try it around the outside again. Katowski with a good enough run there on the inside. Now Strayer to the outside of turn 7. Outside, inside, looking for a way by. Is it going to be turn number 8? Dusty Strayer through for the lead.
Teed it up perfectly. Took 2 hairpins to set that one up and build the momentum, and now he's got a huge gap into the buckle. Here comes Pena. 3 deep for the lead. All going to come down to how they decide to play this final run in the boot. 3 wide behind, 1 off as well. Might have been Francisco for 4th. But for the lead in the win in the pre-final, Katowski late send on Strayer. Crossover move. Dusty's got the lead back to the line. Dusty Strayer, pre-final win in Micro Swift. Big time moves, and the family fired up after that one. Dusty Strayer, what a race.
Yeah, you see his mom there fired up. They're going to hug the mechanic as well. And again, what a way to start this one off for Dusty on Jack Katowski. What a display as well to the line there, Xander, with a crossover move, making it stick. Pena to 3rd, Santana, Compatiello, your top 5 for Francisco, who started on the outside of row number 1, slotted down to 6th. Trey Sanders, Bodie Byer, Bo Terra, and Bo Wyatt, your top 10.
Heck of a performance at the end. Good recovery for Tristan Francisco. He indeed was that nitro kart that kind of got shuffled off and into the dirt. Coming out of the buckle on the last lap in that 3-way dogfight for 4th. Max Santana and Compatiello able to get the better of him. And then you saw a couple more close runs to the line. Shep Sullivan in a photo finish with Sebastian Kim and Franco Schiavo. Wyatt White up there in 16th, and looked like a handful of drivers might have gone out on the last lap. Polo Santos Rodriguez and more. But a huge delta in the field. So many big names taken out in that first turn. Incident Romeo Ferrante, the best he's able to recover to. 23rd, long road ahead for the Orsilone driver that started in the upper half of the field. Micro Swift, just like the kids in Mini, putting on a good, clean, hard-fought race for the win. Multiple lead changes from start to finish, Caleb. That was a fun one to call for sure.
You want to hear something crazy that I heard about Dusty Strayer earlier on this week? He mistakenly picked up a water bottle that was right by his mechanic's table that was filled with gasoline, took the tiniest bit of sips, and was under the weather all day yesterday. Did not feel good. Somehow put it in the fast group and took the win.
Well, the fast kids and X30 Junior are ready, and they're coming up next. We'll be back with more from Houston.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data. Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
X30 Junior presented by Rollison Performance Group on the racetrack now. Travis Pettit and Nico Katowski, your front row. Ashton Woon and Eli Steinbruck going to make up row number 2. Arthur Barr puts another SCR entry there inside the first 3 rows in 5th, and it's Leo De Silva for Racing Edge Motorsports 2 is outside in 6th.
You go back to Tristan Murphy and Marco Samet on row number 4 with Nathan Golsath and Valentino Santillan on row number 5.
Row 6, Mason Berry on the Team GWR Gillard starts on the inside. Josh Bergman's MPG machine to the outside. And it's Maxwell Macha and Aston Wyatt on row 7.
Mateo Calderon and Clayton Stiles on row number 8 with Enzo Di Janeiro. And Braden Wagner on row number 9. Asher Pavan and Grayson Wolcott on row number 10.
There's your first 20, and then on back we go for some drivers that are going to be looking for some big-time drives here on slick tires again. Vitor and Payne on 11. Vega, Ali, Moreno, Bertagna, Ives, Thurmalaswamy, Montilla, and Esteban Roach Jr. Your top 15 rows, top 30, and your final few. Rodrigo Montilla, Paxton Romero, Alexander Savage, and Liam Nachawati, who I believe may be a scratch for this one. So 33 X30 Juniors presented by Rollison Performance Group, and we've got problems at the back. 2 or 3 of them tagged together there in a very slow start, almost a stop for Travis Pettit and Nico Katowski. Let's see as they get to the punch-off zone, and here we go. They're going to accelerate, and we're away. Oh, man, contact for the front row. Somehow or another, at least they're all going to survive that opening hairpin. Back and forth, and 2 and 3 wide we go with all 33 of them still running. Good start for De Silva, up a little bit into the 4th spot. And he's got a frenzy behind him as they fight for the inside of the racetrack.
And something fell off of somebody's cart right there in the middle of the pack. Just kind of flew off on the exit of the buckle. As they're side by side there, Katowski looking to get past, and Woon looking to take advantage of it all. Through for second contact further back. One of the RPGs is out and around just on the infield of the boot there, Xander.
Try and figure out who we just lost right off the beginning of this one. There were a few that didn't make it to the line. Looked like it might have been Esteban Roach Jr. that went out. But 1 lap up on the board here. Leo De Silva with a big send to the inside of Tristan Murphy. Right behind him looking on there again, the 727 of Arthur Barr. All of them losing valuable time to the leaders as they try to ride the low lane and defend a bit for position. And that's going to be a hefty gap here to try and run up to the top 3.
And a whole lot of pushing and shoving to kind of start this one off. As Leo De Silva going to get passed by Barb. Murphy able to go by as well. And there goes De Silva looking to go by on Arthur Barb, who gets pushed through by Marco Samet. Mason Berry's right there. Maxwell Macha as well. Aston Wyatt at the back of that pack with the second group, with Josh Bergman, who's down in 14th, has Golseth right behind Wagner's there. Calderon is Samet looking to go by on De Silva. On the exit of turn number 5, side by side, Marco Samet gets clear.
That's one of those passing zones that really only materialized in the drive, but Marco Samet, obviously, he's got that bumper fully pushed in, and there's a big amount of contact right there. Macha around. Payne looked to be the other one involved. Multiple drivers. No, Valentino Santi in the host machine that went sideways, 3 wide, realized it too late, locked the brakes up. A whole lot of damage occurred. That was a high-speed impact for multiple drivers into turn 6, and it is not going to stop here. Chaos in the midfield through the buckle, about 15 of them, bumper to bumper. Enzo Di Janeiro in the mix trying to work his way forward. Look at the 713. That's William Vitor. Here's a look at the, we'll take a look at the replay as well in a moment of what just transpired down at turn number 6. For now, 3 laps complete, 7 laps to go. On the charge through the pack is Enzo on the parallel. So are a number of others. Nico Katowski, fastest on the racetrack. Fast and Wyatt. Aston is up 5 spots to the 9th position and in the top 10. Bergman up 2 as well. 9 spots up for Royce Vega. Also on the RPG machine to 14th and digging for more as Bergman continues. Here's a look at the replay of what transpired a lap ago, bottom right corner.
And there goes Santian. You saw him look on the inside, gets onto the side there of Mason Berry, who then gets an Arthur Barb, and then as Santian's just looking to slide up the racetrack, collects Maxwell Macha as well.
And watch Arthur Barb again. He was already locked up and into the side of Samet in front of him. So 2 kind of wrecks combining into 1, ending up with a huge change in the leaderboard. It's Pettit still comfortably out front, by the way, folks, as it's been from the jump. Ashton Woon 2nd. Nico Katowski 3rd, trying to chase him back down. Last time by, they ate into the gap ever so slightly, about a half-tenth improvement. Then it's Steinbruck here in 4th, Tristan Murphy 5th, and then finally you get back to where the action really is beginning to unfold and is continuing to unfold. 6th onwards through a huge train of karts. De Silva, Samet, Berry, Bergman, Golseth, and Wyatt, your current top 10.
There goes more movers there. Juthar Malaswamy was looking on Pavon, and he was able to get it for 20th. As there goes Royce Vega looking on the inside of the buckle on Aston Wyatt. Vega's able to get clear and up another spot. And Vega was one of those drivers that had a lot of pace at the opening weekend. As Wyatt looks to go back, that's going to stack up Arthur Barb right there as well. He's now going to have a look on the Ryan Perry Motorsports Tony Kart.
Look how crushed in the front bumper of Aston Wyatt's RPM Tony Kart is. I mean, that thing is flattened. And even though it may not have pushed in, or maybe it did on one side, that's going to be dragging the ground regardless, just as Marco Sametz is. And you can see his BJR machine losing another spot, unfortunately. That's Mason Berry going up the board. Move him up 4 now and counting. And Royce Vega up 11, 12 spots. More so, I think, even this lap. Vega's gotten around Aston Wyatt last lap, so correction indeed. 12 spots gained. Little gap to get up to Josh Bergman, who will be next, but he's going to have plenty of help to build the gap behind and focus that way as Bergman now goes to work on Samet. He got Nathan Golseth behind him lurking as well. Marco Samet, great start. Unfortunately, the bumper pushed in. Don't know if that's hurting him or not, but he is starting to slide downwards.
Yeah, definitely not looking good as Aston Wyatt side by side with Barb. He was just able to go wheel to wheel with Wyatt there as they were entering turn number 3. Barb stuck on the outside, got a little out of shape as looks like Wyatt's going to take him all to the bottom.
That was Mateo Calderon, Barb's teammate, able to pick him apart, get that spot. Now he's going to look aggressively on the inside in 7th. Nice move, Mateo. He's going to park it in turn 8. Still looking for holes anywhere they open up. Vega's got another one. That's 13 spots for Royce Vega. Let's see what he does here in the buckle. He'll follow Aston Wyatt through, shove him a little extra. Or no, you're right, Grayson Walcott, this is further back. Walcott side by side with Calderon. A flurry all packing in behind them all.
Yeah, Braden Wagner's right there. First weekend for him with the Rawson Performance Group. And they're 3 wide on the exit. Veter's right there, able to go by. Enzo De Janeiro took advantage as Aston Wyatt pushed and shoved through turn number 3. Calderon looking for a way by on his Speed Concepts machine. And this is all the while Travis Pettit is 7/10 clear of Ashton Woon and Nico Katowski. They're all going to the bottom here. Wyatt still pushed. Calderon got into the back of him and now clear.
Yeah, that was enough for Mateo Calderon. He had it with Aston Wyatt, backing him up and potentially costing them both time and potential positions as well as the pack got closer. Now, unfortunately, Wyatt's going to lose another. Swami gets by, lurking in. Braden Wagner there on the 794. He's in the bright yellow helmet. And it's Arthur Barb, who at one point was well up and in the top couple of spots and now finds himself just hanging on for dear life in the mid-teens. 2 laps to go. Pettit still your leader to Woon, and Katowski, that gap has not changed. Steinbruck, Murphy, De Silva, and for Royce Vega's progress, he's going to get close to Marco Samet, it looks like, before it's over, but I don't know if he'll get there.
Yeah, so a long way to go for Royce Vega as more moves there further back. Wagner to the bottom of the racetrack in turn number 6. Gets clear on Wyatt. Barb looking to go through as well as they're working their way through turn number 7. And here's that look up front. Nico Katowski was content to push Ashton Wyatt for a good number, Ashton Woon for a good number of laps there, and just kind of nothing really came out of it as they weren't really able to close in on Travis Pettit. And that gap opened up even a little bit more. So you got to think maybe wanted to try a pass there for Katowski on Moon that didn't just, wasn't completed. And that being said, Travis Pettit has been released here, if you will, with 8/10, good gap back to Woon, and an even bigger gap back to Katowski here. Pettit looking to double up on the day.
Yeah, Travis Pettit, he has showed up and meant business from the drop of the green flag in qualifying. And here in this pre-final, he has been lights out again. Wet tires, dry tires. He was hoping for dry conditions, which was wild to hear with how good he was in the rain. But either way, the 7.29 or the 8.29 is up front. Problems for Leo Da Silva on the final lap. Travis Pettit will score a cruise to the end in X30 Junior. Woon second, Katowski third. Tristan Murphy on the final lap, gonna hang on over Eli Steinbrook. Golseth up to 6th, and that must have happened in the battle with Leo Da Silva. He was fighting in that group. Let's see if anyone else ends up falling down the board along with him. He'll cross the line. No, oh well, not cross the line, obviously out on the side, but dropped way down the box. So it's Vega now up a net of 13 positions to the top 10, 4 up apiece for Barry and Bergman, 3 up for Golseth and Murphy. And a big charge as well for Drew Thermalaswamy, just outside your top 10, but here's your first half. Here's the middle group. Thermalaswamy 15 spots up to P13 when the checkered flag flew. 9 up for Grayson Walcott as well. Good charge for him. Parker Ives up 10. Paxton Romero up 12 for the tail end of the field. And then right there is about where we believe in that gap Leo Da Silva may slide out, actually all the way back to 32nd. So X30 Junior wrapped, and now CRG Pro X30 ready for action from Houston for their pre-final. We return.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsakrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsakrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsakrakracing.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want. Like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need. All at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
go. Pro X30 action on slick tires. Final session before the lunch break. Diego Ramos on the pole, Oliver Hodgson on the outside, Aiden Ingrata and Alexander Vanchev on row number 2.
Sean Butcher and Gus Lawrence and all Rawson Performance Group and all United Kingdom row number 3 with Davin Roberts, Donovan Bonilla on row number 4 with Max Weiland and Jesus Vasquez Jr. on row number 5.
Row 6, Marcelo Tortado and Theo Silveira on 11th and 12th. Paulie Massimino deep in the pack with work to do from 13th. Moved up a couple spots though off penalty. Starts alongside Austin Perrin, and one of those penalties, Blake Nash with a penalty from warm-up, putting him back on row number 8 in P15 alongside his teammate Levi Sangera.
Sergio Karamaseli and Eric Doan on row number 9 with James Overbeck and Keegan Kaminsky. To round up your top 10 rows, your top 20 starters: Davis Henry, Tiziano Rosso Orcel on row number 11 to Freddie Siemens, Finnegan Bailiff with a lot of work to do, starting on row number 12.
Row 13, final couple, Hector Iturriaga and Maxim Barron. And keep an eye on Jacob Kolar, the kid from Key West, didn't get to qualify. Starting tail end right there in the blue and orange. All red on the front row, red and white for Diego Ramos on the left, Oliver Hodgson in the red and black on the right, and here we go. Green flag. Ramos looked like he didn't want it, but he's got it. We're racing, and there's contact. Ingrata spun in front of everybody. Huge batch of chaos as he finally rolls off to the side, and there's more. Contact there. Bonilla on the back of Eric Doan. He'll drop back a few spots along with Doan as well. Sean Butcher also involved in the chaos on the opening turn. Butcher and Ingrata instantly to the back of the grid, and it's a great start for the youngest driver. Davin Roberts is up to second off the rip. Vasquez Jr. third, Hodgson and Vanchev your top 5.
Yeah, Jesus Vasquez Jr. definitely had to have the best start, if not one of the best, here in the field, starting from 10th all the way up to 3rd. So Jesus Vasquez with a good way to start this one off. The same for Paulie Massimino, who started back in 13th, already up to 7th. Able to take advantage of all the chaos that transpired there on the opening lap. As they're all single file, Oliver Hodgson, first move. We're seeing inside of the top 5, able to get through on Jesus Vasquez for 3rd. So Oliver Hodgson now clear for the 3rd spot. Davin Roberts next one up for him as Vanchev looks to go by as well. 2 tires, all of the red paint, and teammate Gus Lawrence goes by on Jesus Vasquez as well.
Paulie Massimino and Blake Nash were the first couple of rows where the track cleared. It feels weird to say that Massimino got the benefit of bad luck for others. He's normally been the one that's really gotten bitten the most on some of these starts when he's had speed, but he's up a number. Gus Lawrence getting fed a wheel there from Vasquez, who gives him a little wave there saying sorry about that, lets him in line. And so Lawrence moves up into the 5th spot. Vasquez Jr. to 6th, Massimino and Nash. Here's a look down at Ingrata's kart, destroyed front end from all the contact for the 310.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Ingrata, who again was fastest yesterday in the dry conditions in the happy hour session. Nothing coming out of it as Jesus Vasquez looking again into turn number 7, gets into the side of Gus Lawrence, and now Vasquez with that contact. Blake Nash goes through, Paulie Massimino through as well. As Vanchev now looking for 3rd, looking on the inside of Davin Roberts, able to get by, so Vanchev up into the 3rd spot.
Alexander Vanchev had a phenomenal run through the pack after getting spun early in one of the main events. He's now again on the other side of a good start, but still having to drive forward, and he's got some wicked speed. So does Hodgson though, and honestly so does his teammate Lawrence, who was able to have a nice move down the inside of Davin Roberts in turn 1. Now Roberts is gonna have to deal with Massimino and Blake Nash, and he knows it. Checking back, here they go, closing in, nothing into turn number 6.
And Keegan Kaminsky with the fastest lap of the race. He's had to recover after that qualifying session that kind of put him on the back foot. He's already up into the 9th spot. They're still side by side. There goes Nash looking on Roberts. Nash able to get clear into turn number 9. Now slotting in the line right behind Paulie, and Davin wanted to go right back into the buckle and didn't have, wasn't gonna force the issue there. Sadly though, that's brought him right back into Jesus Vasquez, who's gonna pick apart the sophomore driver in the class into the boot, and Vasquez picks up the spot to hold on, or to get up to 7th, as Kaminsky gets up to 9th, and Butcher down in 10th. With Bonilla, Sangera, Doan, Overbeck, and Karamaseli, your top 15. As we look at the front, 1.3 in between Oliver Hodgson and Diego Ramos here, Xander.
Closing in, although it's not been as much in the last 2 laps or so. Lawrence able to get the move done on his teammate. He owns the fast lap of the session, but it's only 0.2 better than what Ramos has been averaging. So with all of the mess unfolding in these first few laps, Diego's gotten away scot-free, even though he didn't like the way that start ended up shaping out at the beginning of it. He's gotten a gift in terms of the gap. He has maintained that well, and there's, granted, still lots of racing to go. Keegan Kaminsky charging up the leaderboard, currently 9th. At one point had the fast lap as well. Only 5 laps complete. There's still 5 remaining. But again, it's a big gap for Oliver Hodgson to try and hunt down Diego Ramos. He's making inroads. It's just not enough at the rate he's going to get there in time. That time, fast lap to Massimino.
Yeah, and Massimino and Blake Nash making really good headway here after both of them found themselves outside of the top 10 at the start of this race. So Paulie now getting himself that little bit closer to Vanchev, who kind of fired off early, was really fast making moves, and now that pace just hasn't been there, right? Gus Lawrence able to open up as Nash now looking to get through on Massimino through the buckle. He makes it stick. So now Nash getting by the fastest driver on the racetrack, looking to go even faster himself and be the first one to get to the rear bumper of the 396 of Vanchev here.
Yeah, he's only going to have 4 laps to get to him and get by him, though. And looking at, again, the front bumper of Blake Nash, that blue and chrome looks to be a little bit free hanging, Caleb.
Yeah, just taking a look at it through the S's there, you kind of see it hanging a little bit lower than Massimino's and really any of the other OTKs inside of the top 5. So just looking a little loose there for Blake Nash on the front bumper. And you look to the bottom there, Gus Lawrence catching Oliver Hodgson, and it will be within striking distance in about 3 laps, maybe even sooner than that here, Xander.
Yeah, the draft factor is what's going to be the last bit that pulls him along, because Hodgson still isn't getting the help of that off the back of Ramos, and he only needs to get within a car length to be able to send it on him. Just how aggressive really Gus wants to be with 3 laps to go. The leader somewhat in sight. They picked up 0.2 that lap. Once he pulls the trigger on Hodgson, he'll be on borrowed time to try and get to Ramos. Then equally behind him, here you see Nash trying to hunt towards Vanchev with Massimino in tow as well. Lawrence is close. I don't think he even got the best exit out of turn 5, so he's not going to pull the trigger here. Really seems more in the low speed area. He's got a bit of an edge over the 359. Both of them, though, 0.2, if not more, faster than the leader. I mean, Lawrence was half a second better than Diego last time by, but mind you, again, he got the benefit of the draft off the back of Ollie. So he's playing the patience card right now. He's trying to give Hodgson the benefit of clear racetrack and no pressure to get up to Diego. Let's see if he does the same here. Yeah, just staying close, riding with him, taking care of the equipment as well, trying to manage those tires so he doesn't overcook them and have nothing to fight with in the main. Third is still plenty safe to fight from, you would think. Didn't work out good in the early few rows, obviously, for Ingrata and his teammate Sean Butcher.
And I got to ask you here, Xander, do you think this is kind of tactical for Gus Lawrence as well? Want to start on the inside in comparison to the outside?
I think more than anything, he's trying to slow the pace down a little bit. More than even a better starting spot, you don't want to give or show your hand to 2 drivers that you're really fighting, not just for the race win today, but the championship. Mind you, Oliver Hodgson and Gus Lawrence both had such good runs at the first 2 rounds that either one of them could come out of Sunday as the champ. So any edge you can get, I mean, it's a small swing in the points here in the pre-final, but if he holds back and he doesn't let Ollie see any differences in his machine to what the factory card has, I think that could be equally important, if not more so, because the way that the first couple hairpins pan out, yeah, it's a bit tough on the outside lane, but you get the inside so quick in turn 7, I don't think that's enough where you want to wait and run that risk. But I think equally he's trying to give him a chance to get to Diego. He's going to have a small run at it. Half a lap to go, and he's almost there.
Well, Gus looked at it there in turn number 6. How about here through 7? Nothing yet out of Gus, but again, you're seeing that gap start to close in up at the front for Oliver Hodgson and Diego Ramos, who, as we get to the end, you got to think, right, what adjustments can they make, if any, if we are still dry for the main event later on today? That's not for certain. What is certain, though, here as we get to the last couple corners, Diego Ramos has been good, and if not better than everybody else in the pre-final.
He'll hold it out of the boot. Final time. Ramos, your pre-final winner over Hodgson and Lawrence, who just run out of time. Vanchev, fourth. Nash rounds your top 5 ahead of Massimino, Jesus Vasquez Jr., Sean Butcher, incredible charge back up to the 8th position. And we mentioned he was one of many involved in going backwards on the first lap carnage. Clayman Aiden Ingrata, Freddie Siemens, Max Weiland, and Austin Perrin. 4 retirements, all of them coming from some damage early on, if not collected in the first turn incident. Ingrata was the first one out. Perrin made it about halfway through before he finally called it. So from our original batch of starters, 23 take the checkers, all behind the 304 PSL karting Viral Art of Diego Ramos. Gus Lawrence, fast time and putting the pressure on, but like you said, like we thought, cooling it off a little bit there at the end of your pre-final for P3. He's happy with it. So as we get to the lunch break here and take a look at the scale line, Caleb, what are some closing thoughts you've got from that pre-final? What can you make of anything?
Yeah, just looking at the end of the race there, right? Kind of Gus looked really good throughout the middle of the race, and then you kind of look at it. One of the biggest tell points for me that maybe was driving at the 80% in comparison to the 100 that we saw at the mid stage of the race. That it just maybe seemed a little bit tactical. And we'll see, right? You can only find out from speaking to him, but. Diego, I think if anything, in the drive, it stays dry, which is a doubt here at this stage. They got to find a little bit more in comparison with a guy like Hodgson and a guy like Gus Lawrence that was good in the long run.
Here we go. Ramos is through the scales, and once again, David, we'll hand it off to you.
Yeah, we'll just let Diego get his card up here on the stands, and we'll make sure we don't cause too much havoc and chaos here in the scale line as Diego Ramos is got his go-kart there, a little bit of a debrief. And come on over here, Diego, as it heads into tech. Well, you were right about the slicks. How did they feel?
Yeah, I feel good. We still need to work a bit more for the final, but, I mean, overall winning is winning. But, yeah, we take that one.
You know, it's so interesting. You were so unhappy for rounds 1 and 2 here. You know, what has changed?
Tires. All the same. Car the same, engine the same, driver the same, just different tires.
So there you go. So how do you maintain this later today?
I mean, like I said, we need to still work a little bit. You know, like in that condition, it's always hard to lead because I think someone drove off track in the first corner and then had water for 2 laps, and then I lost a lot of time in the middle of the race. But yeah, we're gonna need to find a bit more for the final, and we're ready.
All right, there you go, Diego Ramos. Let's see if we can't find Gus Lawrence. In fact, we'll just walk back here and go speak to Gus Lawrence, who was third. He's actually having a bit of a conference with Oliver Hodgson right now here in the tech line. Gus, can I grab you real quick? I just want to grab you real quick. Want to talk about that run there. Looked like you didn't want to show all your cards. Was that is that a good read there?
No, it was a sketchy start. I was lucky to get round, really. Obviously, 6th place, had to go right around the outside, and then you get a bit of dirt on your tyres, so you have to get back in the rhythm. And then out of nowhere, in maybe the middle of the race, I just got hit hard in the back left corner on the left hairpin, and that really I lost kart lengths. It was a shame, really, because I got to Oliver at the end, but it's 2 laps to go. He's going to defend, so it's a shame I didn't get there a couple of laps before, which I believe I probably would have. But no, it was good pace. It was good to see. Just need to take it into the long final.
These track conditions have been so tricky today. How is it right now, and what do you kind of expect for the final? Will it be similar to this?
I thought the track was good then. Like, the lap time represented that. Like, it was as good as happy hour. A bit cooler, clean from the rain, and yeah, no dust on the track. So, and that represented in the lap time. But no, it was no problem. It was fine. Just obviously, as Diego mentioned, there was some water on the first corner, and that caught us all out a little bit. So obviously, it's harder for him leading. He comes across it first. So no, we'll see how we go in the final. I believe I'll be starting 3rd. So. This is okay.
Ramos looks extremely strong. How do you beat him?
No, he was good. He started first. He got away. He didn't have to go around the crash on the outside, right? So, no, we all have to have a touch sometimes like that every now and then. So, no, we'll see. You never know for the final. We'll see. We'll see.
There you go. He's playing the cards close to his vest. Gus Lawrence.
With that, folks, lunch break underway for the hardworking official Speedsportz track crew and for our fantastic camera and production team along with David. I'm sure he's looking forward to lunch. I'm sure you are too, Caleb.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. But I'm more excited for some great racing action later on today. No idea what's going to happen, right? Got weather looming, clouds looking as dangerous as ever. But we're getting ready for some main event racing action and the rest of our pre-finals here, Xander.
That's right. We'll be back after the break, 12:45 p.m. local time, 1:45 p.m. Eastern, for more pre-finals with K.A. Master.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
2026 Cup Kart South Series, February 20th through 22nd at Finish Line Karting, March 20th through 22nd at Daytona International Speedway, April 24th through 26th at Music City Karting, and May 29th through 31st at Bushnell Motorsports Park.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
KA Masters have been released, and just like that, our only break in the on-track activity today has concluded. It is full throttle racing from here on out. Brian Boley and Mario Barrios are going to be leading your field to green, and all Rawson Performance Group. Front row for KA Master, presented by IAMA USA West. Daniel Howie on the inside of row 2. What a start to his weekend for rounds 3 and 4, alongside fellow Texan Miguel Mir, Paul Montopoli, and Scott Falcone on row 3.
Go back to Trevor McAllister and Yujia Wu on row number 4 with Esteban Roche and Janae Din on row number 5, your top 10 starters.
Moving to the back half of the field, Adamar Caligaro and Kyle Piepenbrock, Todd Shambo, David Pergande, Carlos Calderon, and Tom Gerstner on row number 8. Jose Eduardo de la Garza Elizondo all by himself on row number 9. 17 deep for KA Master action from New Caney, Texas. The Skusa Winter Series is back underway.
A couple get collected. Calderon goes around in front of the field. Boley with an escape of it all as Mario Barrios falling under pressure here. Daniel Howie looking to go through for second. But for 3 drivers further back in the field, this race not kicking off, and a way they would have liked is now Barrios able to get ahead of Trevor McAllister, who was able to get ahead of Howie himself. So Barrios now up to second as Mir looking to go side by side with Howie into the boot. Howie with 2 tires off into the dirt, gonna fall back to 5th here. Not the best opening lap for him.
No, he's got some work to do for sure. Danny Howie back down the leaderboard just a little bit. Miguel Mir with about a 3-car length cushion back to him, and then again, the 410 machine putting the heat on Esteban Roche Sr. His son obviously didn't have the best of luck in that junior pre-final right before now, but Trevor McAllister, much like shades of last month, T-Mac is on the gas early in the pre-final. He's up to second now and sets his sights on already eking out a pretty hefty gap. Brian Boley in the lead.
Yeah, good starts at lap number 2 there for Trevor McAllister. And if you look back to rounds 1 and 2, one of his biggest struggle points, Xander, if you look back to it, was a carburation for him on his T-built engines now. For himself, kind of building his own stuff, and looked like he was adjusting more often than not. On the back straightaway as 2 get collected. Caligaro into the back of Montopoli, into the boot, and Montopoli goes around.
Paul Montopoli, big time spin there, and just like that, the racing explodes again, and it's a little bit of a gap now as they work their way down the backstretch. Trevor McAllister leading this 3-pack here with Barrios and Mir in tow.
Barrios right in line with Trevor McAllister. And Barrios, again, was one of the protagonists in the battle for the race win at rounds 1 and 2, where himself and teammate Brian Boley went back and forth throughout the main event. Now Barrios looking for a move for second into the buckle. And he's clear. Barrios up to second here. More movers further back. Roche there look to go on Howie as we're side by side on the front stretch. Mir and Trevor McAllister, 2 drivers out of Dallas, Texas, going side by side, and McAllister just going to make way there for Miguel Mir. And you see again another adjustment to the carburation there for T-Mac, and you see it on the back straightaway here once again, Xander. It was a lot like what we saw at rounds 1 and 2.
Yeah, it is again picking up where he left off, where we've got a pretty good battle group, and to be honest, at points throughout the weekend, it included Brian Bolin. He wasn't really head and shoulders above them all, but right now, he still has a bit of an edge, albeit more so in those first couple laps, coming to grips with the surface, right? It's obviously dried off quite a bit now. We've been on slick tires since the KA Senior Pre-Final, and for the KA Masters drivers, the track since then, albeit cooled off during the lunch break, has certainly gotten a whole lot racier with a much lighter surface.
You got to think this weekend as well for T-Mac, right? Maybe making some adjustments from the opening weekend here at the Winter Series where he took part. The air quality may be a whole lot different this weekend with just that little bit more humidity, maybe a little bit warmer as well. What adjustments can he make to kind of get himself well inside of the top 3 and well inside of the battle for the lead, right? Because we've seen him kind of fire off really well at the opening stage of the race, but when you get to the mid to end of it, to the longer stages, if you will, that's really where you just haven't seen the pace out of T-Mac on the Arcane Motorsports machine. But here, maybe that adjustment helped him out a little bit more. Daniel Howie's right behind him, looking to recover after losing a couple spots on lap number 2. But Esteban Roche right there in the 6th spot is Howie into the back of McAllister in the boot, turn number 14, and you just get stacked up a little bit more with Roche Sr. in the 410 with a good bit of car experience under his name. Haven't seen him race all too much. His younger son as well has been racing here and taking part on what should be a full schedule for him stateside as well. As Mir looks to the bottom, now on Barrios. He used to go in side by side teammates years ago when they were both racing for Crosslink. And they've been two of the drivers that have found themselves at the front more often than not in the Masters field. Is
Barrios got a serious issue there, was slowing to the outside at turn number 9. Not sure what the problem was, threw his hand up.
We just got in the back of Mir there as well in turn number 8. I think it had a little bit more exit speed and just kind of...
Just a weird bog though still. I mean, that was a huge gap he lost from a little bit of contact. And here's Esteban trying to pass there on Danny Howie. Not going to work.
Yeah, it's not going to happen there as now McAllister has opened up the gap to Howie back in 5th. So 2 car lengths in between the Arcane and the High 5 Performance machine. But nobody really having an answer so far for Brian Boley, who's, again, just, that's what happens when you start on the pole, right? Able to escape the mess. Gus Lawrence talked about earlier on today as well in his interview. See the difference between him and Diego Ramos was just that inside starting spot, the pole position, able to pull away, able to be clean of you know, the mess and the messy starts that can happen here with bottleneck sections, right? You talk about turn 6, turn 7, turn 8 and 9, where you're just kind of trying to tiptoe your way around that opening lap.
So with McAllister back on the heels of Barrios, and now the 2 of them starting to track back towards Miguel Mir. Let's look at the lap times. This time around the loop, 7 laps complete, 3 laps to go. And ultimately, no change in the gap of substance. All even across the board, 56.6s, 56.5s. The leader, Brian Boley, still setting an unmatched pace at a 56.4 out front. And adding just a 10th a lap to a 2/10 a lap boost to that already 1.8 second cushion he's got back to Miguel Mir. Further back in the grid is where you have to go to find some drivers that have made up more than just 2 or 3 spots, and that's going to be Carlos Calderon, who actually reset fast time last time by, up 6 positions on the SCR machine. Todd Shambo up 5, but both just only really having that kind of a stat line because they started tail end of the field. And with Scott Falcone out, with Yuja Wu, Paul Montopoli having the spin, Tom Gerstner fading, trying to come from the back of the field as well. They've only made probably 3 passes. It's been not too much action outside of the crashes or chaos in this KA Master Pre-Final. Top to bottom, only 2 or 3 position changes on the racetrack earned, if you will, for everybody. And for Brian Boley, no position change. Lap time wise, they're finally starting to taper off for him, I think, as he tries to cool everything back down in the final 2 laps around. And for Miguel Mir and Mario Barrios, they're still pushing, both under the pressure from Trevor McAllister back and forth. And Barrios himself resetting fast time, 56.186 purple, better than Boley.
Yeah, McAllister's right there with him, only a 10th behind, at 56.298 for Trevor McAllister. And again, you got to think, right, they're just that much better than Brian Boley, but the starts really just kind of showing how important they are here as Roche again looking in the boot on Daniel Howie. And again, just denied from getting that spot done. White flag waves this time by. And Boley, with half a lap to go, has pulled away from the field, takes a look back over the shoulder. The same for Mir, who has Barrios right there with them, who might have a chance here on this final lap.
Going to need a picture-perfect batch through Switchback City, but Miguel Mir's putting together a couple of good corners here equally, so that gap didn't look really that much different in the run to 7, and here in the run out of 9, still the same. Brian Boley, on the other hand, just cruising, backing the pace down, You can even hear it, no chirping of the tires on the brakes. He's given up a little bit, bled that gap that he's built up over the first 8 laps down. And he's still going to be the only driver in frame as we follow him to the line. Boley, flag to flag. Dominant so far and a perfect score in the points. He'll win the pre-final in K Master over Miguel Mir and Mario Barrios. T-Mac, Danny Howie hanging on to the top 5 there with a feisty group behind him. Esteban Roach Sr. getting there at the very end along with Junaid Din, Carlos Calderon, and again Shambo up a handful of spots. David Brigande into the top 10. And something on the final lap there, shuffling a little bit as Montopoli was able to get back one further. But a spin early for Paul Montopoli, sending him down the board to 13th and off this front page here of your top 10. Hurts a little for sure. Overall though, KA Master done and dusted. And just like that, we're another page deeper into the race day for Skusa Winter Series' 3rd round of 4. Mini Swift drivers on deck. Pro Shifter still to have their pre-final. Then it's all main events from then on. But KA Master action, not a lot to write home about. But another Brian Boley picture-perfect performance right there. No question. So Mini Swift set to roll top of the hour, 3 minutes away. And then again, right on after, Pro Shifter for the pre-final. Coverage continuing here. Again, folks, thank you so much for joining us on this Valentine's Day. We appreciate you spending your weekend enjoying the coverage and watching all of the action from 230 plus for the Skusa Winter Series. We'll be back with more of it on the other side.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
PSL Karting, the official leader of the Red Army and Burrell Arts, North American distributor and official factory race team, housing a number of top names and top-level data analysis and driver coaching from cadet to full-size racing action across the United States and Canada. If you want to race or check out any online parts that you may need for your Burrell Art chassis, check us out online at pslkarting.com.
Welcome back as we get ready to go racing once again with our Mini Swift class presented by Pyrzino Chassis Gig. As we get ready to go racing, Jake Manali, a winner at the opening weekend, at the opening round as well of the Skusa Winter Series, gets ready to kick off from the pole position alongside of Marcelo Flores Getting ready to take the green, Mason Brody, Dutch Westbrook, Lucas Tarango. Your top 5 to Nathan Ramirez, Brody Stoffel, Yusuf Adi, Hudson Howard, and Flynn Fallon, all inside of the top 10. And when you look back to that opening weekend, rounds 1 and 2, these Mini Swift drivers delivered some of the best racing action that we saw all weekend long. You can kind of put it up with the level of excitement that our Pro X30 drivers gave us, that our shifter drivers gave us. If anything, these Mini Swift kids definitely delivered when it came down to the spectacle. And at the start of it all, Jake Manalio, Marcelo Flores getting ready to lead this field to green. New colors for Flores with Parolin, Mason Brody, Dutch Westbrook. A higher starting spot than what we saw out of Westbrook at the opening weekend, puts himself on row number 2. Tarango and Ramirez joining his Benek teammate there on that outside line. Those are your top 10 starters. We look back to the top 10 rows as we're into the tram lines here, Xander.
Here we go. Fast start. Manalio trying to keep him at bay. Here we go. Green flag, 9 laps. Let's do it to turn 6, and there's contact in the back. 2 together all the way to the wall. One of the Iron Rock entries and one of the Norberg Academy entries, and there's a couple that got stuck together as well. There's 4 of them stuck on the outside. Lucas Tarango involved. You can hear this, the unfortunate cheers or screams really from the crowd of the chaos unfolding in front of their eyes at turn 6. Meanwhile, Marcelo Flores with some big-time moves here. That's another one. He's up to second, and Mason Brody on the gas early here leading the way.
Yeah, Mason Brody already to the point with Flores to Manalio. A couple of other drivers. Dutch Westbrook, the one who was starting on the outside of row number 2, got collected there at the start of that race, along with 3 others as we're side-by-side. Yusuf Adi into that first sector with the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. Look back to Howard, to Salazar, Kimo Ahmad for Kidix USA, puts himself up into that top group. There goes Ahmad looking on the inside of Lorenzo Lopez, and they're gonna continue as we head into turn number 7. And here's a look back there, and we'll get that momentarily here as we're battling up front. Mason Brody, Marcelo Flores already going at it for the lead.
Side by side, Flores to the inside, Brody on the outside, Jake Manalio back into third, and rolling on with them. Lorenzo Lopez now up to the 4th spot as they roll to the boot. 1.5 laps, 3 together in the infield, in the buckle there. Ty Morich is one of them.
Puglisi Bassi, the other that got collected there in the buckle. But here we go to start lap number 3. Marcelo Flores going to lead for the first time this weekend, and I believe for the first time in his Mini Swift career as well, after moving up early last year. He was a protagonist in the Micro Swift division when him and Lennox Lockhart went back and forth almost the entire month of January and February back in Orlando, and now this weekend puts himself at the front of the Mini Swift field a year later as Howard looks to go by on Lorenzo Lopez. They're side by side in a 7. Howard slots back in a line. That's going to stack them all up with Liam Astalis right there, Ramirez, Salazar, Francisco through it all as well. Liam, that is, in 10th.
Big diver down the inside for the 111, Akimo Ahmad. That was a nice move there. And as we check back into your top 3, look at the 2 Nitros trying to push back towards Marcelo Flores. Wicked speed here for the Parolin driver. And it's a 3-car length gap at the line. Behind him, that pack goes all the way to 9th with Nico Salazar. And then there's a little gap to Liam Francisco in the 114. So Mason Brody teeing up for a good run down the backstretch with his wingman, Jake Manalio, in tow. Can they make some magic happen here? As we approach halfway, he's got a good push, but he didn't get the best exit, and his wingman's going to swap positions. Manalio back to the lead of the duo and into second. Behind them, side by side for 6th or so. No, Market 7th. That was a pass by Liam Astalis, it looked like, making the move on Nathan Ramirez's Benek.
Yeah, the same for Kimo Ahmad, who was able to get ahead of Cooper Lorenzo Lopez for the 4th spot. So Ahmad on the Kart Republic. And again, when you talk about that young driver, especially here in the past 6 weeks that we've seen Ahmad race here at Speedsportz Racing Park, home track for him, he's had to work his way through this field more often than not. Now we're really seeing him inside of the top 5 in the first 4 laps. Market 5 now as we start it. But again, Ahmad gets himself in the top 5 a lot earlier than what we're used to seeing him, really.
Yeah, Kimo Ahmad on the charge, up the board, and again, he's not alone. 9 spots up for him, 12 spots further back up for Aiden Go, who had to start from the tail end of the field, essentially. 29 in total, and with so many wiped out in turn 1, or turn 6 off the start, that helped, and then now this will help the likes of those still trying to recover from that with more battling in the main pack. Change for the lead, change for third, Ahmad up to third, and Manolio back out front here as they go to the buckle.
Here we go. What does Marcelo do? Not going to respond. Mason Brody is. And Ahmad looking to go right back as well. And they're going to go side by side on the boot here. Ahmad on the inside, Brody on the outside. Who's it going to be? Brody's still there. Elbows out. And Brody makes it stick. Through goes Lopez. Howard looking to follow. The same for Astalis, who's further back. And Ahmad lost 3 spots in the process. Salazar was the one who was able to get through.
So Nico Salazar on the Orsolone Tony Kart now back up and getting some good momentum. Let's see what he can do on the backstretch as they fan out again in front of him. Lorenzo Lopez once by on Mason Brody. That's going to allow the top 2 to break away tremendously. They already were on the cusp of cutting the draft out, and now they're fully gone. More than a second up from this pack here that's still fighting for third. It's Hudson Howard now to the point of it. Salazar alongside, on the outside, 3 wide, on the bottoms. Mason Brody's got to be careful about the runoff on the inside with the new rule change, but I think he should have been safe there. And he gets up to 4th. Lopez side by side with Astalis. Big diver there as well from Nathan Ramirez to try and pick up something. And here comes the mid-pack joining in. Aiden Go, Flynn Fallon, Liam Francisco, Yusuf Adi are all closing in on this big group, fighting for third onwards. A nice move there for Astalis to pick up another one, or Kimo Ahmad to pick up a spot there. And with a huge shuffle across the line, it's now up to 2.5 seconds back for Marcelo Flores in second. All in a lap and a half of battling. The race just not done, not given away in total outright. We've seen plenty come down, even with a gap this big with 3 to go, to nothing. But it would take a lot for your top 2, all from just a handful of decisions and nobody wanting to give an inch here in this pack.
And it's so easy to get shuffled as well, right? Whenever you look at some of the movers, Mason Brody was one of the big ones that we saw as they were heading to turn 6, just stuck on the outside, not defending it in that entire pack. 3 drivers total able to get ahead. And this could be the same case here for Howard, who's just able to kind of put himself back in a line right behind Kimo Ahmad, narrowing out the exit of the buckle, not allowing anybody else to go through, but you're seeing it, right? How easy it is to lose a number of spots as Howard a little too deep. Ahmad goes wide. Mason Brody picks it up. The same for Lopez. Astalis goes by as well, and Howard and Ahmad back to 6th and 7th respectively, with Liam Francisco starting to close in.
So 2 laps to go. Liam Francisco is up 8 spots. Aiden Go is up 16, and his Paralympic teammate is now back up and into the lead there with that move. Marcelo Flores versus Jake Manolio gearing up for a mano-a-mano battle to the finish in this pre-final. And beyond them, just a scrum here. First this group of 5, and then behind him about 10 of them for third all the way around to, I don't know, you could call that all the way to 18th with Grayson Knifick. This is a huge, huge cluster going down to the buckle, Caleb.
Yeah, you see that group of 3 of Cladera, Tavares, Knifick starting to close in on Ramirez. And this group right here is kind of where it's all started, right? This is where it's all kind of kicked off as Ahmad looks for it in a turn 14. And on the outside, Astalis got stuck there. White flag will fly. And this is for third on back here. Mason Brody to Lopez to Ahmad to Francisco, who was just joining the party here, now well into it. Right behind Kimo Ahmad as Lipka gonna go on Aiden Go, stuck on the outside.
Back again, we go to turn 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 right here for the lead. Manolio with the run. Flores trying to protect with the runoff off limits. That narrows the line a little bit, makes it a little bit more conducive, I'd say, for the leader defending like that. Meanwhile, the group behind still fighting. Battle for first, battle for third, gonna go all the way down to the wire in this one. Here we are with that fight for third onwards. Brody, and then Astalis really the first one defending back for 5th. Here's the fight for the win. Crossover maybe, a big run for Manolio. He'll still need a lot more to pull alongside. Here comes the rest of the group. So it's Flores with the win, and back behind him. 3rd should go to Brody, 4th to Lopez. 5th is 2x2 through the dog leg to the line. Astalis, and then Aiden Go gets up to 7th, just comes up 100th and a half shy of getting past Liam Francisco. Both of them up double-digit positions. 10 spots up for Liam, 18 up for Aiden Go on the gas. No question about it.
And it was on the edge the entire time, but everybody that was in that battle finished the race, for the most part, contact-free at the end of it. Outside of the start, a clean race and a good display of racecraft out of some of the youngest drivers here this weekend. Marcelo Flores, best of them all. The 112, the winner in the pre-final, with Manalio runner-up, Mason Brody, your top 3, to Lorenzo Lopez, Kimo Ahmad, your top 5 for Kiddix USA as you work your way through. And again, you saw it back to Ramirez, who was in that battle. Salazar, Flynn Fallon, Marshall Steves was just getting there. Yusuf Adi in 11th. What a race here for these Mini Swift drivers to cap off their pre-final. A couple of DNFs, Samuel Chavary, Kanific, Axel Tibbs, Tyler Moravietz, Ornish, Puglesi Bassi, and Brody Stoffel was the other one collected there at the start, along with Dutch Westbrook.
Up next, Pro Shifter, ready for action. Your front row right there, ready to go at it.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
One thing that is really nice about the Micron 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. This channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on our website right now. Enjoy the online course today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Pro Shifter action hitting the racetrack now, getting set to go green. Billy Musgrave, 1 lap, all he needed. He said he knew he was rocking up to the former Pro Tour champ. Last year's Pro Tour champ, versus the year before in qualifying. He said he knew if he was rolling up to him in the wet conditions, he was going to be good. He pulled it in after hitting it and watch the time stay at the top of the pylon in qualifying. He starts alongside Mateus Morgado for your front row. Jay Irwin and Justin White on row number 2 here, Caleb, as we begin to take you through the order.
Back to Gavin Bailiff and Diego Ardiles on row number 3, Lucas DeLongchamp and John Paul Melchiori on row number 4, with Noah Zars and Vincent Cassard and all Kart CRG USA, row number 5.
Row number 6, Cooper Becklin on the NRG LN kart starts on the inside. It's Nicholas Boulay on the outside. In 12th, it's Charles Gauthier and Eduardo Ramirez on row number 7. And Ashton Henkel on row number 8.
You got to look back to Ashton Henkel. Took the gamble there in the qualifying session to try and attempt gambled really to try and go on slicks. It's still in wet conditions. Didn't end up working out, but a lot of work to do for him, and it should be an action-packed race for Ashton Henkel. It should be an action-packed row number 1 as well for Billy Musgrave and Mateus Morgado, his first preseason start for the Velocity Racing Sodi Camp here this weekend in Houston.
So for the first time this weekend, we get to see a standing start. The track has finally dried up enough for slicks. What's the inside groove going to look like compared to the outside? Musgrave versus Morgado for the Pro Shifter Pre-Final is green. Huge jump and a whole shot without question for Morgado, and Justin White as well gets up to second.
And we're side by side. Further back in the field, Cassard with contact. The Longchamp in the middle of it all with Diego Ardiles not getting off the line the way he would have wanted, and they're two together. Justin White, Billy Musgrave are out.
Oh, Musgrave must have looked to the inside in turn 8 and couldn't quite get there enough alongside Justin White, and the two of them now are going to try and continue and refire. 10 laps and 2 of the major contenders are gone. It's former teammates now away and up front. Morgado versus Jay Irwin for the race lead here in the pre-final. 1 lap in the books.
And here we go, Mateus Morgado, like you said, now with a new project at hand with Velocity Racing Sodi, and now, if you will, the new face of Brellart Racing in North America, and Jay Irwin chasing him down already to start lap number 2. Look over the shoulder there for Jay, and he's hot on the heels here of the number 5 plate of Mateus Morgado.
Oh, he is close. Just right where he was. We talked so much about what the race was like with the Winter Nationals here last year in that main event between Musgrave and Bailiff, but don't forget, for the majority of that 25-lap main event, it was Jay Irwin following in the tire tracks of Mateus Morgado, and at points it looked like he might have even been a little stronger than him. Now, rival teams, rival chassis manufacturers, Jay Irwin in the seat essentially that Morgado had taken to some of the top honors in North American karting and globally. And behind them, bearing down with a fast lap, a little bit quicker than the pair last time, was Gavin Bailiff in the number 7. 3 of them closing in as we try to take a look back. Here's what happened between Musgrave and, oh wow, Billy Musgrave as he went into the corner looked like the left front tire. Look at the tire and his steering input here. It's like the front locks up and then he's just going straight. Nothing Justin White could do at all.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. They're out of the 2, and I believe also at round number 1, if not maybe here this weekend as well, the 2 of them under the same 10.
Well, it's a heartbreaker for Musgrave for sure. I mean, I know they had brought a bit of new material here this weekend from what they had learned over the last few weeks, but one issue, there was one mechanical issue on the front kingpin and just overall front end geometry assembly on the frame that caught him out at round 1 of the Winter Series and caught out his teammate Theo Kakati while leading in the Vortex Winter Trophy 3rd round 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, correction. And so maybe that was the issue there, but certainly no ill intent at all from Musgrave's half. But as soon as that front locked up, again, that kart went straight and right into the inside rear tire of Justin White, and now has taken 2 of our 5 contenders that we had kind of penciled in coming into this out of the running. Great start for Cooper Becklin, by the way. He's up to 4th. Noah Zarski's up to 5th through that chaos. We've got our eyes right here. This is a 3-way fight continuing to loom. Jay Irwin right now seems to be struggling to kind of adjust his marks or his line to get a run at Morgado in a place where he can really capitalize on it. Since closing in the gap, the yo-yo effect, if you will, between the two, and the differences in style has kept him at bay, and it's allowed Gavin Bailiff to reel them both in.
Yeah, Bailiff's right there in third, and again, whenever you look back to Sunday of the opening weekend, Bailiff was really good here in dry conditions, and he's always been good, right? You kind of look back to the opening round of the Pro Tour. It's been a good run for Gavin, but David Land sitting by with Billy, it sounds like.
Yeah, Billy Musgrave, kind of bizarre situation right there. What happened?
I just touched the brake and just locked the left front, and yeah, that was it. Just slid right into Justin. So old enough, I shouldn't be doing those little things. Just didn't get the fired up good enough on the out lap. Spun the tires real bad on the start, and then just barely touched the brake, and it just went straight into him. So.
Oh man, driver error for Billy Musgrave. He'll go back and get it repaired. Let's talk to Justin White, who was kind of the innocent bystander in all this. We'll let him get his equipment off first, but that's a tough way. It's a tough way to go out in the pre-final. I know it wasn't Billy's fault, but it wasn't Billy's intention, but it doesn't help you very much, does it?
No, it doesn't help at all. You know, we got a really good launch off the line. Got up to second on the start, and was looking a little bit on Morgado. You know, trying to get an over-under on him in the double right, and then so I went a little wide, and then I just got hit from the rear. But, you know, I know it wasn't intentional, but, you know, it sucks.
How do you recover this in the final?
We have the pace. I know we do. You know, especially in the rain and in the dry, I know we're good. But, you know, I had such a deficit to the people behind and some damage on the kart that, honestly, you know, making up 10-second gap for one position ain't that great. So I'd rather save the tire a little and then really kill him in the final.
Justin White and Billy Musgrave, two unfortunate stories, but it does mean that we're going to have some fast guys starting at the back when we get to the final.
Indeed, two drivers to keep an eye on as they try to work their way up to these three potentially who are starting to kind of even back out again. It looked like at first Morgado wasn't good in this pre-final, Caleb. He has since turned the wick back up and begun to stretch the gap a little bit between himself and Irwin and Gavin Bailiff.
And again, just here in that rain kind of looming in the area as well. Light raindrops here falling on site at Speedsportz Racing Park for these drivers on the track now. And again, that's definitely something that could mix up this entire race, this entire pre-final as we're getting ready to close it out. So here's a look at it. It's currently the rain, small cells kind of just there above the Houston area right in Conroe, but that big cell that we're expecting to see later on today down in Waco, Texas, just about 3 hours from here. So it's definitely getting closer. Battle up front hasn't here so far, and it is going to get a little bit closer there in turn 14. But this is also, right, whenever you start thinking about your equipment here a little bit more. Speaking of Jay Irwin throughout the weekend, you know, when you talk about X30, those drivers have reported a lot of front tire wear at this racetrack. For Jay Irwin, he was talking a lot about the lateral load and going through the S's where you're almost burning up the rears a lot more in the shifter package. So maintaining that and managing that is I think, going to be key for these drivers here in the pre-final, especially as we're getting close to the end, right?
The weight difference really makes a huge factor there, right? The minimum weight for the shifter class is approximately 30 pounds higher than what the Pro X30 division is. So you've got all that added weight on the go-kart, and a lot of it's on the rear end. You have a little more weight on the front tires with the front brakes on either side, but you've got such a heavier package on the back end of the go-kart, not to mention for you know, any driver that's not near that minimum weight requirement on their own, having lead pucks bolted to the back of the seat. So you got a lot of rear weight, and again, 30 extra pounds, call it maybe 20 of it more on the back side of the car. And right here, this S's section, that's where you're going to feel that the most.
Yeah, especially and to kind of turn the page on it as well, right? With Jay speaking to him is you know, you're going sideways in the corner at the same time you're accelerating, so the tires just kind of spit in there and degrading, if you will, through the S's. But as we're getting close to the end here, Jay Irwin looks like he's had maybe a little bit upper hand here towards the end. The fastest lap goes to Mateus Morgado, but Jay just right there didn't really have an opportunity, didn't make a lunge, if you will. But I'm sure it's not going to be the same story later on today in the main event.
Again, he might be keeping in mind how the start went for him. That outside groove was huge for Justin White and Morgado. Morgado will use it for the pre-final win in Pro Shifter. And Jay Irwin will start alongside him in the main. Gavin Bailiff third, Cooper Becklin fourth, Noah Zarsk going to round off your top five ahead of Lucas de Longchamp. And then here, a little fight with Vincent Cassard, Ashton Hankel, John Melchiori, and Diego Ardiles, your top 10 as the checkers draw in the end of the pre-finals altogether. Mateus Morgado victorious over Jay Irwin and Gavin Bailiff, withstanding the pressure early and then again just eking out that gap as the race goes on later. But a great launch up the field for Cooper Becklin. We'll have to wait and see if he can find more pace if we stay dry or if he can put some wet prowess together. He was able to get the better of the rest of the field, but lap time wise, the top three anywhere from 3/10 a lap to nearly a half-second a lap quicker than the man in fourth and on back. Should make things a little bit easy for Musgrave and White to get through the pack from where they'll be starting at the tail end in 14th and 15th, but they're going to need what we didn't see, and that's some battling up at the front of the field to open the door for them. But all the number 5, all velocity Sodi, Mateus Morgado, in his first race weekend in Superkarts USA competition, and in fact, in every weekend in 2026, the Black and Orange machine has won the race session it's been involved in.
And Mateus Morgado, it's a good start to his 2026 for sure. It's a little later than some other. Oh, there we go. Look at this. Professional as Mateus Morgado gets the proper headgear on. Welcome back. Good to see you. This is a great start. I know there was some chaos there on the start. Kind of walk me through your race.
Yeah, I didn't see anything that happened in the start. If happened was behind me. But it was a good race. I think we have a lot of pace for the long runs. Was just managing the tires, even though we might have rain for the final. But final is a long one, so the tires really matter. And we have a good material, so we'll give it a good show.
The conditions have been so up and down today, possibly going to be rain by the time you guys go back out there. I mean, how confident are you in the wet weather package of this Sodi?
It's great. It's great in the wet. It's great in the dry. I think it's the best material right now in the business. So they've been showing great results in Europe and everywhere they go. So we should be showing good results here as well.
There you go, Mateus Morgado. You know he's going to be a contender later on today.
Main events up next here, folks, as we get set. K Junior down on the grid. But Pro Shifter all set for theirs. In fact, all 8 mains are going through the last bit of check-throughs by the race control team. K Junior had theirs much earlier in the day. They're ready to go down on the grid momentarily for round number 3.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico? Non-GMO? Gluten-free? Kosher? Magnesium? B12? B6?
Yeah, it's good.
B5? Biotin? And 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Welcome back here as KA100 Junior presented by Trinity Karting Group getting ready to kick off first. Send it down to David Land.
Yeah, just wanted to give you guys a quick conditions update. Obviously, the circuit right now dry, but we mentioned it just at the end of the Pro Shifter race there. We're beginning to feel some sprinkles, some heavier and heavier drops are going on. We took a look at the radar in the lunch break there, and it's looking like some of the heavier rain is going to hit us around 3:30 p.m. local time. And if you look at the schedule, that's right about the time that X30 Pro will be on the circuit. So I expect that the rain and the droplets are going to be a story throughout these finals, but certainly by the time we get to X30 Pro.
Nearly 40 deep in KA100 Junior presented by TKG Bureau Art USA. They're already close to ready, so we'll quickly show you the leaderboard. It's Travis Pettit on the front row and Nico Orbezo alongside. Golseth and Katowski, Fernandez and Murphy, your first 3 rows here, Caleb.
You go back to Arthur Barr, Mason Berry, Gabriel Balog, and Alex Chandler. Your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters, Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Clayton Stiles on row number 6.
Row 7, Santi Orioli and Easton Cox. Row 8, Eli Steinbruck and Lucas Dreibel. Row 9, Emiliano Bolanos, Chris Goulet, Lawrence Perriman, and Kai Park back on row number 10. And as the final few starters continue to file their way into the tram lines, here's a look from 21st on to 30th. And the final few starters as well. Back to James Cushman. Here we go, green flag in the air. We're racing in KA Junior, and there's contact at the back. Easton Cox, 2 or 3 as well. 1 turn fully backwards. 4 casualties before we even get down to the first hairpin as they try to work their way through, and there's more back in turn 7. About 5 of them, still more contact continuing. Chaos reigning here in KA Junior as they get underway. The front half of the field looks like they got away scot-free though as they go to the buckle.
Yeah, best of it all was Travis Pettit up front, able to pull away from the field already, about 2 to 3 car lengths away from Nico Orbezo, who is now slotted in the line into second. But here we go to start lap number 2. Nathan Golseth's right there in third. Katowski, Fernandez, your top 5 as of now, and these early stages critical. We talked about how easy it is to pull away from the pole position. And kind of being patient, working together, pushing each other forward is critical for second and third in these main events. Long main events, double the length of the pre-finals. 20 laps underway here.
Yeah, it's a good amount of time here in these mains for the race to kind of shake out. We've seen so many drivers be able to make some magic happen late from starting deep in the pack because the front pack looks like this, battling all throughout. Nico Orbezo taking a turn at the lead here now, and Travis Pettit going to answer right back. Orbezo will cross him up. Didn't get the best run, but he'll get some help. Here comes Golseth to push him across the line and keep the lead. And the 2 Texans now go to first and second. Pettit back to third, and here comes Katowski and Murphy, 5 deep up front.
And more on their way. Barb not too far back. Balog, Berry, Kemper Jr. on the edge of the top 10, and you see them just go in a frame as well right behind them. Steinbruck, Stiles. As we're shuffling, they're looking to shuffle Pettit even a little further back as they're side-by-side. Katowski just hit the rear bumper of Nathan Golseth. Got Golseth a little out of shape, opened up his gap to Orbezo. As they're side-by-side, there goes Balog on Barb. Mason Berry's right there as well, looking to make up a couple spots. He's not going to get it as Balog goes by on Benja Fernandez into the buckle.
Gabriel Balog, one of many that was moving up a little bit in the pre-final. He's up 1. A couple of drivers further back are up a few more, like Eli Steinbruck. Look at this, gaggle here in the boot. Mason Berry tripped up all kinds of ways, losing a lot of time as they roll down the front stretch again. 3 laps complete, 17 to go. Tyrone Kemper Jr., not a great qualifying effort. Smooth in the pre-final. The driver who provisionally was ahead and then ultimately ended up after a race penalty reversal, P2 at the second main event of the season. He's in the championship fight. He needs a good run in this main to keep himself in that conversation going to tomorrow.
Again, Murphy gets himself by Nico Katowski. There was Kemper Jr. on Mason Berry to get himself up to 8th. And these are your 2 leaders, Nico Orbezo and Nathan Golseth. They worked really well together in the first 2 laps as well in the pre-final to make up some headway. And now you're seeing it here once again. Patience out of Golseth and patience out of Orbezo, not really feeling the pressure or a driver he's all too familiar with. And they raced together and against each other for 5 rounds last year here in the state of Texas, and are now leading this national field here in K100 Junior with Pettit, who again was the leader. They did exactly kind of what they needed to do, really, to kind of knock him off the pedestal that he was coming off, right? Winning both of the pre-finals in both of the junior categories.
And now Tristan Murphy fast time with a big lap right there at a 55.377. So big lap here for Tristan as he closes up and tries to bring the RPM machine further and further up the leaderboard. Here's Golseth, Orbezo together. A pair of them in 3rd and 4th. Honestly, pairs at 2 and 3 until you go way back and find kind of this middle section here.
Yeah, that mid-pack just kind of very quiet, and we always talk about these races, especially with how long these main events are, right? They're kind of split into thirds, if you will, right? The first third, the first 5, maybe 6 laps, if you will. It's just battling an all-out brawl to kind of make up as many positions as you can. Then you get to the next 10 laps, right? Up until lap 15, that's where really the planning stage comes about, and really you start to place yourself in a better position. It's kind of quieter, it's kind of a little bit more patient, it's more tactical, and then those last 5 laps, it's very similar to the first 5 laps. You're just making positions and battling for whatever you can get and whatever you can take here. So, and again, you're looking at it here out of Golseth. To look over the shoulder, sees that Murphy's closing in, sees that Katowski's right there, and this is where, if you're Nathan Golseth, you're starting to think, right, where do I want to be in these last 5 laps? Do I want to be leading? Do I want to be up at the front? Do I want to be in control of this race, or do I want to be maybe the first one to get past with a driver who has forward momentum like Tristan Murphy with the fastest lap of the race, and like Katowski, who's, again, looking for another victory here in 2026 in the junior ranks.
Benja Fernandez covering low a little bit. Feels a bit early to kind of be protecting when you're only 2 seconds back from the lead. But ultimately, the leaders aren't really giving them any hope right now that they're going to be able to catch them. Nathan Golseth and Nico Orbezo working together beautifully. That's where the pack starts to string out. It's when the fastest couple of karts get their heads on straight, put their egos aside, and push away from the field, and everyone else has to go into catch-up mode. You'll make passes here from time to time, like what you see right there. Nico Katowski going by for 3rd, but having to be very careful about it as he does it to not lose any extra ground to these top 2, because you can see Nathan Golseth, he has perfected over the last few laps how close he can ride behind Nico Orbezo to get right onto his rear bumper and push him the moment they get to a straight line and out of any given corner. Unfortunately, again, that pass by Katowski was surgical. It didn't cost them hardly any time across the timing loop. They were still at an even 7/10 away from the bumper of the leader. Less than that, of course, from Golseth. And Katowski, even still, has actually pulled a little gap away from Tristan Murphy, letting the draft pull him along with his own pace closer and closer to your top 2.
And with that gap closing, this is really where the questions kind of start to pop into Katowski's head, right? Do you want to be in second? Do you want to go for the lead just a little bit earlier maybe than expected in those last 5 laps of the race? And it's also a matter of what Golseth does here as well, as Katowski continues to close down this gap. But you saw a lot of the same out of Golseth, especially on that first weekend here, where he was just right there with Travis Pettit almost for the entirety of it. And this is where he's really going to start to answer those questions, right, that we've been posing for him. He's going to put himself clear of Nico Orbezo, and you saw it, right? He was kind of starting to lose time, and you saw it there on that bottom graphic. That gap to Nico Katowski was closing. It was almost 2 to 3 laps about the time where Golseth would really start to fall under fire to Nico Katowski, and by him getting himself to the point of the field, puts himself 1 spot better, puts himself in control of this main event. And now for Katowski, with 3 car lengths in between himself and the second place driver in Orbezo, it's for him to get himself well into the fight and well into the conversation for the lead here as we get closer and closer to the end.
Truthfully, we're closer to the end, but we're equally close right now to the start. It's one of those races in K Junior that has actually felt like it's drug on a little bit here, Caleb, because it hasn't been too chaotic in the early going. I mean, yes, Don't get me wrong, we had crashes off the start and a lot of battling in the first 2 laps or so, but the last 7 laps have all been pretty tame. And that's lended us here to the halfway mark this time by from Aaron Likens, still with 10 more laps of racing to go. So the hope should not be gone yet from that second group, that trio of Gabriel Balog, Benja Fernandez, and original pole sitter Travis Pettit, who unfortunately here in these conditions, drying out further, the track being as fast as it's been all week, with Katowski now making a move up in the front. Pettit's pace just has not matched what we saw to him in the pre-final, nor what we saw to him in qualifying, or even what we saw last month. It's not bad by any means, but Hurricane Trav was a true hurricane level impact on the field, how good he was. And here, he's the best he can do at the moment is ride and hang in there behind the likes of Balog and Fernandez and hope for chaos up front. Maybe Nico Katowski will bring it that way with a move here. New leader, the 892 takes over.
And with that pass, looking to defend here into turn 7, and he does that. As we exit turn number 8, Orbezo as well wanted to go by and get himself back into the second spot. That just didn't happen for him. But on the top 4, bumper to bumper, nose to tail, all of them. And like you mentioned there, Xander, with Balog's group starting to close in, Fernandez, Pettit at the back of it in 7th. This battle could easily turn into 7, maybe even 10 with Kemper Jr., Mason Berry working together in 8th and 9th. They haven't made passes in between the two of them. Just trying to kind of work their way up to this front group here. And with Nico Katowski, we're about to see, right? Is he going to play defense on this backstretch, or is he going to run his own line? And he's just doing just that, just patient. Not feeling the fire, not feeling under pressure here. And Golseth not making that move just yet. Wanting to wait, play the waiting game, if you will.
Yeah, no need to be in a hurry to get to the lead here. How many crossovers and final lap, final corner, or final 2 corner passes have we seen positions change and the wind change hands? Nathan Golseth, no stranger to many of the battles that we've witnessed over the years here at Speedsportz Racing Park. And he has really been the strength as to why it has stayed here at a 4-car pack, because Gabriel Balog, lap to lap, is trying to match and honestly doing a pretty good job of matching the leaders here and there. Now last lap with Nico Katowski, the fast time holder, holding the lead, he finally lost a little bit of pace to him. And it's only a matter of time here before they opt to make a change. You see Pettit's already gone past Benja Fernandez for the 6th spot further back, so he might be looking to go by Balog and try his luck leading that 3-car train. And behind them, Tyrone Kemper Jr.'s group. That's about 4 deep. Kemper Jr., Mason Berry, Santi Orioli, and Arthur Barb. 5 seconds from the lead, but only 1.3 seconds back from Fernandez. So 3 packs, 4, then 3, then 4 again through your top 11. Trading blows on the lap charts. But as smart as especially Nathan Golseth played it, but ultimately the whole top 4 have, they have not seen anyone else get close to being a factor here as we get now to 7 laps to go.
And again, for a lot of these drivers, Nathan Golseth looking for another win on the year after getting one over at round number 1 here in the X30 Junior class. Katowski doubled up in Orlando as well to start the Florida Winter Tour. Orbezo got a win on the racetrack, didn't stick. And Tristan Murphy had to wait a month until finally getting confirmation that he was a race winner in 2026. But for all these drivers, just looking to make it stick here on the racetrack. It's been clean. It's been respectful between these top 4, with the driver who's always been in the conversation, Travis Pettit, almost out of the conversation, if you will, here, with about 5 laps to go, 6 laps to go this next time around. As we're getting closer and closer to the end here, Xander, 6 laps is all that separates these 4 drivers from victory.
6 laps, that's it. Nico Katowski at the site of his first national podium just shy of a year ago, 11 months ago, was where he was able to rebound from some harsh luck, some harsh opening weekends in the junior ranks at the Winter Series, but at the Pro Tour, able to stand on the box. Last month he was a major factor here. He has been strong this year, just like his younger brother who has headlined the Micro Swift class, and now big brother trying to bring home a win. Nathan Golseth similar story. Last year gets his first national podium at the end of the spring run and through the summer, and began to really seem to have a heightened level of confidence. His first regional win only came a year and a half ago at Dallas Karting Complex in a race where he, again, controlled the pace to the end. And right now, he is equally, I would say, in control of this main event, as is Nico Katowski. Now, again, they have been the spotlight drivers for the moment. That isn't to, again, overshadow those that are having some phenomenal drives through the pack. 16 spots up, all the way back in 16th and equally back in 17th, way down the leaderboard, nearly 15 seconds away from the top competitors. Tucker Trebe and Rodolfo Lavin Jr. have cracked the top 20 from way back. 16 spots up for Tucker, 14 up for Rodolfo Lavin Jr. They've got a little ways now at the point that they're at, both of them kind of by themselves from the likes of Clayton Stiles and Eli Steinbruck, who are running a pair on their own. Alex Chandler runs at the back of that group led by Tyrone Kemper Jr. there, 8 through 12, so 5 deep in that pack, but all just kind of even groups around the circuit. And again, lap to lap, we were kind of keeping a tab on what the leaders were doing versus what that second group was doing. Well, you can see the delta has gone from the 3-second window to the 4-second window. Since Nico Katowski's taken over as the lead, nobody's gone better than him lap time-wise overall. His best lap holding strong at a 55.038. And beyond him, this trio right here, Balog, Fernandez, and Pettit, at the best, they've been able to kind of put some 55.2s and 55.3s, but for the most part, they're bleeding a tenth or two to the leaders. They're just holding enough pace right now that that next pack of 5 or 6 won't get there. In fact, that group already battling. For a while, it was Kemper Jr. leading the fray. It's now Santi Orioli in the black and orange Sodi that's taken over. Mason Berry in line. Then the 872 of Arthur Barb. And then Alex Chandler on the Iron Rock machine, who started inside the top 10 and slipped back a little ways, trying to gain back some. But Orioli up 5 spots, so a solid run in the works for him as we keep tabs on that. And when we talk about the championship as well, which again we won't really have a really good read on until much later on in the weekend, when we get to tomorrow and we start to look at how the drops could factor. But truthfully, in K100 Junior, it looked like coming into today, Travis Pettit was just going to continue that momentum he had in the pre-final, Caleb, and he was going to really bolster the points lead. But now we're starting to see all of a sudden some major changes here in what could be ultimately an all-out even battle between the likes of himself and probably about 4 others when the drops, when they get counted into the points as well, because of course Nico Katowski, not a great start to the championship, but starting to run really, really well. Nathan Golseth having a really consistent string of runs at the moment. In fact, right now, without the drop, he leads the provisional standings over Pettit. And both of them with a high drop going into tomorrow to fall back on if they should so need it. But Tyrone Kemper Jr., one bad race. The drop standings have him really close in the overall fight. So this battle right here for the race win, this could be a deciding point in the championship chase of the Skusa Winter Series. A lap and a half to go. Nico Katowski, Nathan Golseth, Nico Orbezo, and Tristan Murphy. Orbezo, the site of his first career junior major win just 2 weeks ago, side by side to the inside of Golseth. He's there and passed, and Golseth falls to third.
And Golseth just moving to the outside, open the door for Nico Orbezo to get himself through for second as Katowski leads them all to the bottom. White flag flies this time by for Nico Katowski, Nico Orbezo, Nathan Golseth, and Tristan Murphy as Orbezo looks to the high side, looking to cross up Katowski through the S's. His backstretch, this is really where we're gonna see it here. Orbezo needs a good run on the exit. He's got it. Katowski goes to the bottom.
Nico covering low. Orbezo as well. Both Nicos going at it on the bottom. Golseth's gonna send it deep to the outside in turn 6. It should get him back to second. It does. Over to 7. Tristan Murphy following along back and forth, looking for any kind of opportunity. Golseth's moving around the outside. Of course, that's a dirtier part of the racetrack than the inside, so he's now rebounding. He's got a run at Katowski, setting the crossover up. They're gonna race wheel to wheel out of the buckle.
And here we go, another crossover maybe for Golseth, who looks on the inside, not gonna be there. Now into the boot, Murphy looking to go. Katowski with a good exit. We're gonna go side by side. Katowski inches ahead.
Nico Katowski, winner at round 3 in KA Junior. A huge win at the site of his first podium and beyond. The rest of the battle's shaken out through the top 10. It is Balog who hangs on over Travis Pettit and Benja Fernandez. Santi Orioli, solid charge up the leaderboard to get a top 10 run here on the day. Arthur Barb, Tyrone Kemper Jr. makes up with a decent ending to his day there. And that is huge when you look at where that could put him in the overall point standings. Big stuff for Tyrone Kemper Jr. because him, along with Travis Pettit, along with Nathan Golseth and Tristan Murphy, are all going to be well in the running for the championship, along with our race winner, Nico Katowski. Huge statement performance here in this one. He had the speed. He tracked him down there from what was at a point almost a full second. And after getting to the lead, he played that last lap about as perfect as you could, Caleb.
And a very mature drive out of Nico Katowski as well, right? You look back to last year, fighting for podiums, and now this year fighting for race wins, and a difference that a year of development, a year of learning in this class, in this field, can do to you, right? Just learning as much as you can, being a sponge to it all, to the entire TKG tent that's kind of been coaching both of the Katowski brothers. Jack, who's coming up later on today, but Nico, a winner on our platform, finally here in 2026.
So our first main event all wrapped up. KA Junior done, and just like that, KA Senior coming up next. Nico Katowski, victorious at the end of 20 laps. And now the seniors are ready to go at it.
Cool features that Race Studio 3 has that people normally don't know about it. If you look on the bottom left, I have the weather showing my ambient temperature, pressure, humidity, and even the wind direction and wind speed. To be able to get this, you gotta create an account on the AIM website and just log in. If you log in and have internet on, it will pull the weather from the previous year of sessions that you have.
If you want to learn more about data analysis, you can sign up on my website right now and join the online course today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
the juniors definitely delivered. It's time for the Ursuline Racing K8 seniors to go racing here. Alexander Vanchev and Cash Perkins on row number 1 with Donovan Bonilla and Colin Lloyd on row number 2. Racing in his backyard, Aiden Rudolph starting alongside David Ibarra and all Kart CRG. Row number 3 with Chase Gassiet-Lee and Derek Wargo. On row number 4 with Marcelo Tortato and Mateo Rubio Luengo. On row number 5, your top 10 starters here in the main event. You look back to the next couple of rows on row number 6 with Rodrigo Poloya, John Burke, Connor Ferris on the Paralympic machine starting alongside Finnegan Bailiff, Max Weiland, Davis Henry on row number 8 with Edgar Rodriguez and Joseph Moss, losing a couple of spots there in the pre-final to start this one off in 9th. Juan Paramo starting alongside Gavin McCune on row number 10. Your top 20 starters. You look back to Caleb G. Shane Reddy sharing row number 11. Gaffera with a lot of work to do here in this one. Back to Wrigley Keys, Dunlap, Williams, Fink, Rivera, Skinner, who was running up at the front, contending for a race win, is starting down in row number 14 and 28th. Ibrahim Din, Matthew Cagle, rookie as well, down on row number 15, starting 30th, and more as well. 40-plus KA100 seniors have worked their way to Houston, Texas this weekend, and we get ready to go racing in the first main event of the weekend, round 3.
Here we go. KA Senior ready for action, and green flag is out. We're underway. Two by two, nearly 3 wide at points here. You'd think at some point someone's going to get bit, but all of them are through turn 7, through turn 8, and have made it over to turn number 9. Here they go, rolling into the infield for the first time. Alexander Vanchev with the lead. And all behind him, still a huge fray. What a great start for Aiden Rudolph on the CRG up to P3. He'll cover for that spot quickly there in the boot. And it is Vanchev leading the way over the SCR machine and Cash Perkins. Your front row surviving nicely. Then it's Rudolph, Lloyd, and Gassiet-Lee, your top 5 early.
And they're all sacked up. Vanchev, Bonilla, both got away quite well in the 2. Again, drivers under the same tent last year under the Rawson Performance Group, now going head-to-head here in the senior ranks as Mateo Rubio, Colin Lloyd, both out of line looking for moves. Lloyd's got his. Luengo had to work a little harder to get past Chase Gassiet-Lee. He's able to get clear, and now Gassiet-Lee falling under fire to Finnegan Bailiff there for a second. And Bailiff just thought better of it. Got himself back in the line. Ibarra, another one of the rookies, is already up to 8th as Gassiet-Lee going to lead them all to the bottom here.
Chase Gassiet-Lee obviously feeling the pressure of a number of drivers behind him. That was Finnegan Bailiff putting the heat on. David Ibarra looking right there. Cash Perkins, it was Bonilla again. My mistake as you corrected there. Great job, Caleb. And here now, Gassiet-Lee getting fed to the wolves. He tried to hang on as hard as he could. He's lost 3 spots. And Perkins, heads up move, catches the rookie off guard, gets back around him, and move Cash back forward. What a move there as well. Mateo Rubio Luengo getting the surprise on Aiden Rudolph in turn number 4. And the sky continues to darken and loom and threaten as 6th onwards is just stacked up here, Caleb, into turn 7.
Yeah, this is going to be an all-out brawl there as Ibarra goes by on Cash Perkins. A little help there from Gassiet-Lee in the middle of the corner to kind of push him through as Poloya's there. John Burke in that mix as well, but that group is massive, Xander.
Huge, huge group here. David Ibarra still side by side with Perkins, but all the while the leaders are starting to get away. Alexander Vanchev trying to do what the driver standing by with David Land has just done. Nico Katowski, your KA Junior winner. Take it away, Dave.
Yeah, Nico, you held him off there. Just kind of talk about your race win.
Now, it feels so amazing to finally get it done. Yeah, the team, Trinity, helped me with everything. The kart was really good. Engine was really good from 01E. And, yeah, I mean, held on for the last 2 laps. It was pretty smart.
Nico Katowski, he's cool and dry. He's looking to do it tomorrow, but I'm a little bit worried, guys, that we're not going to be cool and dry here in a little bit. You mentioned that weather. It's blowing in.
Yeah, I think you're right, Dave. We are definitely looking like the sky is not going to be friendly to us, and this isn't friendly either. 2 off. Shane Reddy, Connor Ferris, deep into the grass. Reddy was 3 wide on the top side, and the whole pack just kind of shuffled those 2 into the dirt. And the up and down movement on this leaderboard, Caleb, continues. Finnegan Bailiff is up 8. On the other end, there's a few movers, but you got to go way back for anyone to even match that. Mateo Rubio Luengo is up 6. Here's the big one that we've had our eye on. Landon Skinner, 11 spots up now to 17th and still going. And thankfully, there's a fight up front. That is boded well for the driver who really had a shot to win coming into the pre-final before getting turned around in front of the pack. It is Bonilla now your new leader. Lloyd second, Vanchev third, and he's got to deal with a hard-charging Rubio Luengo for that spot as Lloyd gets the lead right as he shoves Bonilla up to the top spot. Colin takes over.
And both Colin Lloyd and Mateo Rubio Luengo just well in sync there under the buckle, right? Both of them making moves, both of them going on the inside, and both of them making their respective moves stick here. So Colin Lloyd, again, a winner back at the opening weekend as well, just a month ago. Now looking to double up here and make a good argument, and probably the best case of everybody else for the championship. Sebastian Garzone, he was one of the drivers that got collected. He's not even on that first page of results, not even in the top 25, as we have another move. Mateo Rubio goes for second and clear on Bonilla. Now Vanchev, that's going to promote him as well up to third, as Bonilla just got kind of, his momentum didn't really benefit him at all out of the exit of turn number 6, as well as turn number 7, where Vanchev was just able to go by. So that being said, this top 5 going to start to close in as Finnegan Bailiff, Aiden Rudolph, that are both 5th and 6th. They just need a little bit more of this, a little bit more passing in between these top 4, so they can get themselves back into the conversation for a race victory here. But the championship, again, we talked about tomorrow being the day where we're really going to know who's there. Colin Lloyd looking to make a good case for himself. The same for a couple of others, right? But for Colin Lloyd, this would be the best case scenario. He was able to hold on to this for the rest of this race.
Yeah, this would be big for him in terms of the overall point standings. As always, again, we'll keep you folks tuned in and show you more of that conversation and what that picture begins to look like as the day goes on and really as tomorrow goes on, because that's where you can start to do the real calculations. Right now, there's so many hypothetical scenarios you can draw up with that one drop round factored in. Again, this is technically just past the halfway mark even in this mini championship of 2 race weekends, 4 total rounds, and your best 3 of the 4 days counting to your overall score total. You can get a bit of an idea coming into the weekend, but you're only 50% of the way there. By the time the checkered flag flies and once tech is done and results are official, then we're only 75%, but at least by that point, you know who has kind of a banker day banker day in, right? And who is going to have to perform because they already had one downbeat performance over the first 3 rounds. But for Colin Lloyd, this is huge. Mateo Rubio Luengo was exceptional last month, so he's going to be there. Alexander Vanchev, he's playing spoiler, right? He didn't run the opening 2 rounds, and there's only a single drop day, not a whole drop weekend, so he won't be, able to do anything in the championship, but potentially take points off the board, which is good news for the other drivers involved in the fight, like Sebastian Garzone, who are buried further back, or even Chase Gassiet-Lee, who aboard that Bennick looks like he's once again found himself in a fray that has pushed in that front bumper. That thing looks really loose as he goes to the boot.
Yeah, those first couple laps, Gassiet-Lee, I really think it might have been turn number 7 where that kind of pushed in. As can't remember exactly who he got into the back of, but it was definitely there. Just closer to the start of this race, where just made front to rear contact there. Gassiet-Lee, nonetheless, this middle stage of the race, as we're getting just to the halfway point, has suited him and suited his Bennick machine quite well, as Paloya looking to get by on veteran teammate, as Derek Wargo up on Paloya. They're stuck together, 2 rookies there, as Rudolph just having to make way as Ibarra goes through, and now looking to get by on his other teammate, and side by side, Paloya now up on Derek Wargo, as Paloya's rear bumper heavily damaged after contact with Derek Wargo there, Xander.
Yeah, well, he evened the score out. Wargo went on his rear bumper, and then he goes up on Wargo's, and unfortunately, both of them end up losing out. Neither one ends up as the benefactor of it. Obviously, Palaya's a little further away now, but the biggest loser out of all that chaos was absolutely Aiden Rudolph. having nowhere to go, having even dropped a tire in the grass. I mean, that was a 4-second burn on the gap to the lead, which now is going to be a whole lot harder to get back, at least even within reach of a podium, because the top 4, they're not trading the position all too much. Even this group's gotten some room, and they're going to get stuck together. Chase Gasliet Lee into the side. And now I think that we're getting reports. Rain is indeed hitting. We have got liquid sunshine. It is a wet race on slick tires right at halfway. Vanchev, your leader, Rubio Luengo, and Lloyd trading second. And I think Donovan Bonilla might be the first casualty because, again, anyone rolled up to the grid with a rain airbox cover. It restricts the airflow. It takes it again from behind versus above. But of course, you have to cover the airbox and run that rain extension on top so you don't get water into the motor. And I don't know if that is what has plagued Donovan Bonilla, but now Speed Concepts Racing at one point coming into this final could have walked away with a trophy with either Cash Perkins or Bonilla. Now Perkins is 5 seconds back, and Bonilla is struggling to hang on. He's back in that group there at the top corner of the screen.
There's Perkins, there's Finnegan Bailiff looking to go on Chase Gasliet and Finnegan with a pushback as well. Everybody's just super busy on those steering wheels. A lot going on in the seat, a lot going on through these drivers' minds, I'm sure, at this stage of the race. Is Wargo again into Donovan Bonilla there with Davis Henry, another one of the rookies, with David Ibarra right there. So 3 rookies looking to go by on the Super Nationals champion back in 2023 here.
Well, this is only going to get trickier and trickier as they're all in different battles. And again, look at the chaos in the bottom corner of the screen. That's the Micro Swift mechanics in karts, getting ready to mount up the MG wet tires. It's far from wet conditions right now. We've only slowed down just about 2 seconds. We know it's about 8 seconds. That's more or less the crossover point. So, again, going to the wets, you're banking on the rain to continue. This cell that we've been predicting would hit around 3 p.m. has arrived early. And unfortunately for the KA seniors, they have been the crossover class now both times today. Remember their pre-final, most were on the wets rolling up. All but about 4 went to the slicks in a matter of 5 minutes. And now, all out on slicks, nobody with a gamble on wets. And it is a slip-slide zone at all 15 corners of this racetrack. And the paint, some of the runoff, the curbing, that's gonna become like ice here in a matter of moments.
And Skinner, this race has been up and down for him. He was up inside of the top 20, fell back outside of it. Again, lost almost 7 spots, and now he's back into 17. There's Cagle, there's Garzone now finally coming into frame. Sebastian Garzone, he's just behind Poloya, so he should find himself inside of the top 20 this time by.
This is the kind of Hail Mary that I think Landon Skinner needs at this point. The downside is the top 3 are mastering the conditions beautifully. Cash Perkins hanging on. Vanchev's actually opened the gap up a little bit back to Colin Lloyd and Mateo Rubio Luengo. And you can see that this group here, 7 seconds away from the lead, fighting as much as they are. I would say probably if the rain would have showed up about 5 laps later in this final, it would have been perfect for Landon Skinner. But the problem is he's buried in the middle of this pack. You can see him there in the blue and white go-kart on the white helmet. There's Garzone as well. Both of them now are having to tiptoe around all the cars nearby them, and every pass is going to get that much tougher. You can see everyone slipping through in the run to the buckle right on the limit. 2 drivers into the grass and dirt. Edgar Rodriguez now to the outside. Rudolph continuing to go backwards. Skinner and Garzone, is that going to put him? I think that might put him into the top 15.
And that'd be a good points drive there out of Garzone. Skinner to the outside, Rudolph there on the inside, Poloya there, 3 wide on the exit. Just everybody looking for whatever bit of grip is out there, and there's not much. As Cagle's there too. The amount of drivers that are just close to each other and having to navigate around one another is something you don't really see all too often in conditions like this, but they're all experiencing the same thing, right? All of them on slick tires, and all of them feeling and experiencing the same thing.
Well, and should we be surprised that it's a couple of Floridians that are seeming to master it the best right now? Oh, Pelayo. Rodrigo again in the CRG, the 982, out in the grass there in turn 6. But as I was saying, Alexander Vanchev, Romanian-American heritage, but he hails from Orlando, Florida. Colin Lloyd from Miami, Florida. Chase Gasliet Lee from Miami, Florida as well. They're used to these pop-up afternoon siesta sun showers, and they are the fastest. Gassiet Lee was purple in the dry. He's running exceptionally well, trying to get away from this group. He's getting helped here as the battling continues. How about John Burke mixing it up? He's up 5, maybe 6 spots now. Up 9 still for Finn Bailiff, hanging on strong. And Mad Max Weiland's up 6 piece on his own, too.
Yeah, up to 8th for Max Weiland there as Perkins, again, just to the high side as Burke looking to go by. And again, John Burke, a driver we don't see too often nowadays, but we have seen him here at Speedsportz Racing Park to start off the year. There's Paramo, local to the track, as well there on the bottom, goes by John Burke. But again, just getting reports that the rain has stopped, but the surface of the racetrack definitely just still very slick, right? With no wet tires mounted on these karts, there's no water that's really being displaced out there, Xander.
Yeah, wouldn't you hate to be a mechanic in the micro swift class right now? Because if we're going off 8 seconds as the delta, we've gotten up to 10 seconds slower on these slick tires. You can see that small cell, right? It's already mostly past us now. There's still gonna be pockets that'll go, and then a big wave still inbound in an hour or so. When that'll arrive, I mean, that would put it right around that Pro X30, X30 Junior window, which would be so exciting to watch their main event have to deal with the weather. Problems there for Garzone. You can see the front bumper definitely pushed in for his Ursula and Tony Kart, having to take on, unfortunately, some battle scars, along with Landon Skinner, as their march through the field has gotten them to 13th and 14th now. Here's a live look in at 2nd and 3rd. That last lap, the top 3 all were able to get down to the 1-minute 1s and 1-minute 2s. With how many go-karts are on the racetrack, all the micros that might have just went to the wets might be going quickly back into the slicks. And also, as an update as well, there was no rain on the back section of the racetrack that entire time. All of it was condensed on just half the racetrack. That's how small that cell was.
Yeah, and you can visibly see the speed starting to pick up once again for these K100 senior drivers, just carrying a little bit more just right into the boot here. But yeah, I mean, you see umbrellas in the background there as well, but this race has just kind of thrown everything at these drivers, right? And it's thrown everything at the mechanics. Being on top of it, being ahead of, you know, whatever conditions lie ahead is important, but you know, I'm glad I'm sitting here watching the action, enjoying it, and not really going through the stresses, going through the pressures of making the right decision, making the right call, you know, being the difference between a win or a top 5 result rather than a day to forget, right? This has been massive, and it's going to be critical as well for the Micro Swift drivers here in senior, though. Garzone, we talk about everything that he's been through here on the Saturday to get himself up 27 spots in this main event. Unreal out of Sebastian Garzone to get up to 14th.
And just as we thought we were out of it, we're back in it again. So the lap times had just the last lap gotten to within a 1.5 seconds, and now we're getting reports saying that the rain is picking back up with 3 laps to go. Pressure on the rookie Alexander Vanchev. He's holding it well. He's up to 5 seconds up the road now from everyone else. Way more from this group. John Burke, all out of shape. What a save in the lime green TB car.
And he had to move his body with it as well, right, left, right, looking to kind of get the rear tires to plant and to stop sliding, and he finally got it to kind of settle down and able to keep it pointed straight as everybody else just still tiptoeing. There's Bailiff, Gassiet Lee, Max Weiland, who's up to 6th now, and the rest of the pack, a couple of drivers going around there as Skinner muscles his way by there on Garzone. So Skinner up to 13th. As we look in with Davis Henry, what a drive for this rookie as well. Davis Henry getting himself into the top 10.
And he's duking it out now with Cash Perkins, another young gun on his sophomore season. And here's Caleb G., Henry's teammate, gonna go back on by him. We're at that latter point in the session. Look at Landon Skinner teeing up the high side. Big run, huge run. He'll get alongside the rookie and chase him to the edge of the track. Won't quite get past him. 2 to go from Aaron Likens at the line. Rubio Luengo and Lloyd have now traded second. It's Rubio Luengo up to P2, Lloyd back to 3rd. Vanchev long gone as Burke and Skinner go wheel to wheel. Out of turn 5, Skinner's gonna hold that spot, and that'll be another one up the leaderboard for him. Sebastian Garzone looks on behind. And here's Bonilla. Oh, big move there into the side of Garzone. And I think he had a little help from Edgar Rodriguez.
And yellow flags waving there.
Parking lot right here, look at this.
Hamza Ambar, looks like Ibrahim Din right there as well. Connor Ferris all the way at the back of it all, down in 20th. I think that might have just, he was probably involved in that incident because he's further back now.
As if we didn't need more curveball, or didn't need any more curveballs, or a single one. And it is, you can see it visibly now, a full-on shower here. Cash Perkins going almost into the grass, trying to battle with Caleb Gaffera coming to the white flag. Gaffera will get that spot. Great battle here, back from 10th. Up ahead, who is that? That is Juan Jose Paramo, all the way into the top 5. He's up 14 spots, by the way. Haven't even mentioned his name hardly at all today. Big run here in the wet conditions. Bailiff 4th. Should be safe there, even with a pushback penalty. It only dropped back just a hair. Paramo, Gassiet Lee, Weiland. An impressive rookie performance on his second major weekend. Wargo, and then here's this group we've been following, Gaffera and company.
And this is all 20 seconds back from race leader Alexander Vanchev. Nobody has been better. Nobody has mastered the conditions better than the rookie.
Just didn't even waver one bit. Saw the rain, adjusted, got dry, adjusted again, rain again, it won't matter. Alexander Vanchev, your winner at round 3 in KA Senior. And to the line, Lloyd puts one over on Mateo Rubio Luengo. A big time swing potentially in the points. Here's a look further back. The fight to the top 10. Skinner, Henry, Berg, Perkins. Last turn, high side. Teeing up a big run for Skinner again. As the rest of the field in the top 10 cross the line, Landon Skinner is gonna get all the way to 10th with a great drive up the leaderboard. Huge performance, 18 spots gained from 28th on the grid, 12 up for Caleb Gaffera, 10 and 14 for Finn Bailiff and Juan Jose Paramo. Just a wild one. I don't even know any other way to describe that, Caleb, but an unpredictable race. I mean, count it, that was 2-3 times the track just went back and forth, nearly a 10-second spring, and at this point, I don't know how many tires have been changed already, but they're going back to those wets for sure, ending at the 1-minute 10s. We're going back to certainly those white MG wet compounds for Micro Swift.
And who knows for how long, right? For everybody else that's kind of standing by, just waiting for the next cell, whether it's going to dry. And I think it might be just wet weather racing from here on out here on Saturday. And again, it's starting to come down. So, yeah, definitely full-on rain and full-on rain racing here, I guess, left on the schedule for the rest of the day here, Xander.
So with KA100 Junior now down, KA Senior, they're probably ready to just pack up as soon as they get to the scale lines, get dry, get home, or get to the hotel and live to fight another day. Tomorrow should be a much more predictable outing here at Speedsportz Racing Park with dry conditions forecasted for Championship Sunday, but the big rain cell that we've been waiting on all day long has finally arrived, and Micro Swift, well, the youngest stars are going to have to go out probably on a track that might even be more treacherous than what they qualified on this morning, or even what they went out for the warm-up session. Nonetheless, KA Senior mastered by one man, one young man in particular. Rookie Alexander Vanchev is victorious, standing with Dave.
Yeah, he's thinking, because he was like, well, why don't we do this under the cover of cover? And I was like, oh, yeah, I guess that's a good idea. Those were incredibly difficult conditions. I mean, it was raining one lap. It was dry the next. How did you manage to get this thing done?
I mean, yeah, it was crazy. Definitely, you can't really tell at all when the rain comes. I can't feel the rain. You know, when Colin first went wide after the long straight, it was a big surprise to me. I didn't expect it to rain, but then immediately went in. I knew that the best place to be in these conditions is in the front, and just tried to check away.
Well, I mean, you certainly checked away. I mean, so once you were in the front, you knew you were in the best spot. What was the focus? Was it just lock in, make sure that you hit your marks? Were you trying to avoid the rubber? I'm assuming you were.
Yeah, I wanted to manage the gap a lot. I just tried different things every lap, and then looked back, saw how the guys were, see if that change was on, and just kept going away, really.
You've got one more to go tomorrow. We imagine the conditions are going to be a little easier than they were today, but can you finish this thing?
Yeah, for sure. I think we have a lot more for tomorrow, and I'm just happy to get the first one, kind of miss the feeling.
There you go, Alexander Vanchev. And I can tell you guys, it's raining cats and dogs right now, but and who knows what's going to happen right now. You know, we expect a larger cell to come through here in a little bit. This one feels pretty large, though, right now.
Yeah, no doubt, Dave. It's certainly wet. The rain tires going on the micros. You can see helmets are on, and they're getting ready to go green down on the grid. And I don't blame you or Alex at all for trying to find some cover to chat really quickly about that. Heck of a performance for Alexander Vanchev. 2 main events in the books. The rain has greeted us here for main event number 3. So that one going to be back onto the wet tires for the first time since the X30 Junior Pre-Final approximately about 6 hours ago. Lots of changes to what conditions were then. And as David mentioned, I mean, this cell, even now you can already start to see the sun kind of lighten things up from behind the clouds. It was small. It is still raining. Don't question that. But it is far from the big bad one that we've been, unfortunately, just waiting on its arrival. It feels like since we came back from the lunch break, if not from earlier in the morning. So what that'll do for the rest of the day, there you see it. Again, this small pocket that's just working its way over us. That big wave coming all the way from or over in Austin and covering all the way to Waco, Texas is here as well. Caleb, talk to us a little bit here to help to describe the viewers exactly where we are on this map here on the bottom right.
Yeah, so Conroe, Texas is just about kind of 20 minutes from here, not too far away. So we're just right under that, like right under Conroe there, just in the Houston area, if you will. And
under like the R and the O there on that?
Correct. Yeah. So we're just right by that little highway that passes through, and we're finding ourselves right in the middle of that lighter cell of rain with a lot more set to come.
Let's go down to pit lane here really quickly as the micros have taken to the racetrack. Dave?
Giving you guys a quick report here down on the pits as a lot of those mechanics scrambled to get ready to hit the track. We saw rains go on, we saw rains come back off, and then on again. But to give you guys an idea of just how bad the weather really is, a lot of these mechanics went a lot more than just strictly rain tires. We saw gear changes, we saw track weight changes, and a lot of those kingpins were out and adding caster to the car. So it's definitely heavy rain here, and they're set up for full rain.
Yeah, thank you very much there to Cameron. And again, talking about those changes and talking about the setup changes there as well. Front caster, right? What does that mean? What does that do to these karts whenever they're changing that front end setup?
Yeah, as we begin to go through the grid, that's where, again, having someone like Cameron Reed, a major main event, getting ready to go. Yes, you're going to go ahead and put the rain tires on. You're probably going to make a track width adjustment in the same vein that you're going to make that caster change to give you some more front end grip, some more front end bite when you turn the wheel, because when the surface gets wet, even with the softer and treaded rain compounds, it is tough to get that go-kart to rotate. So they're going to add a little bit more front bite, make the front more responsive to your hands, and equally try to widen those front tires, narrow the rear, stack on some gearing as well to the ratio on the back, because you know you're going to be going a little bit slower around the racetracks. You're looking to still hit the right peak, and that's probably the hardest decision to make. I mean, the front caster change is pretty standard. You know, when you're going to a wet setup, that you're just going to max things out. You're going to max out the front tires as wide as they'll go. That's why you can see the black stuff behind that front bumper, especially on many of these drivers. See the rear tires starting to creep their way in to the edge of the bumper distance. But the gearing in conditions like this that are somewhere in the middle, how many teeth do you add? How far do you go? How aggressive do you get about trying to give yourself oomph out of the corner to not leave yourself handicapped to the end of the main straight, like right here? Micro Swift in the wet is green.
And already Jack Katowski able to get himself to the lead. Just looked to close the door there on Dusty Strayer. A little bit of contact in between the two with about 4 or 5 drivers slow out of the exit of turn number 7. But up front, so far, so good for Jack Katowski to retake the lead that he lost in the pre-final to Dusty Strayer. The rest of them, Andres Pena there in third, Compatiello not too far back. As the rest of the pack works their way through, there's Tristan Francisco into the boot. looking to go by on a teammate. He's able to make it stick.
So you can see the timer on the left-hand side of the screen, folks. That is because we have switched now, per the Superkarts USA rulebook, with the wet races from lap counts to timed sessions. They're all going to be 17 minutes plus
one lap
on top of that. So as soon as that timer gets to 0, the next time the leader gets back around to the loop, we'll have 1 lap remaining. The white flag will wave, and that'll be it. And eventually, if we do ever get dried back out, they always reserve that option to go back to the standard lap counts, but we're basically in full wet conditions, in full wet format with the race duration, and now the wet has caught out, unfortunately, Alan Zanuck in the 226 and 2 more as well.
Yeah, 2 more of Scott there, one of the ones collected there for the Jay Howard Kart Republic, who was down in 24th, and now I believe going to fall even further down than that. As Tristan Francisco going side by side here with what looks to be Bo Wyatt there on the 251. So Francisco able to get by on Compatiello a lap ago. We're going to get by now on Bo this time around. That's not going to stick us. Santana on Compatiello on the outside, sends it in deep, and he's able to get ahead. So that's another move there out of Santana to get through for 6th. And the battle up front in between Jack Katowski, Dusty Strayer, 1.184. What separates our 2 leaders as we look back at a couple of the other youngsters. Trey Sanders right there, who's down in 12th. Rodolfo Garza, 13th, to Ferrante, who's 14th. So these young drivers just kind of, they've seen it all. If they've been a part of every single race that we've had here at Speedsportz Racing Park, they've seen about just every condition known to racing, really. Seen cold, seen monsoon weather, seen intermediate, and now seen a full damp racetrack here this weekend.
Big move to the inside for Tristan Francisco as he tries to get past Max Santana. You talk about how much the field can change with the different conditions. I mean, these are 2 drivers that were 2nd and 3rd in qualifying in wet conditions, and were honestly close to that in the dry earlier on today as well, of being the next best to Jack Katowski. But now, off this start and after another lap underway, Dusty Strayer still remains 2nd, and Andres Marcelo Pena 3rd. But Max Santana's on the move with a nice pass there on the 251 of Bo Wyatt. And the lap times, albeit fast lap is owned by the race leader, next best further down the board is gonna have to go to 5th, well, to 4th, to Santana. So we're kind of seeing him taking advantage of the conditions where he was the next best in from the morning and quickly picking apart this pack. And now Tristan Francisco's trying to do the same to Bo Wyatt, just as Santana did. But first, he's got to deal with that Nitro Kart, the 213 of Liam Compatiello. Also of note in this Micro Swift field, Shep Sullivan, along with Romeo Ferrante de Amarel, they both are trying to climb their way back up the board. Sullivan had an issue post the pre-final for not having a zip tie, I believe, on the battery, or an issue with it that put him to the rear. And equally, Romeo Ferrante, we saw a spin for the 205 horse salon machine. Both drivers are already up almost 10 spots apiece. Sullivan's up a handful, and Ferrante is up 10. Big moves in just 3, not even 3 laps truly, 2.5, and now 3.5, although technically 4 laps in the books. And again, folks, just joining us now, wet conditions, a small cell broke through during the K Senior Main just before this. Skusa officials have made the rule book change, or gone to the rule of time sessions plus a lap. And yet, Caleb, we are already tracking down to that 8-second crossover window here in the micros. We're a little ways from it, don't get me wrong, but a 1:09 for your race leader is getting close to that point where, again, if you're X30 Junior on the grid, do you try to take a gamble with the slick tires? Because you got a long time, you're still waiting for the track to try and dry up.
You just never know, right? Because you really don't know how long these conditions are going to last. You don't know how long we're going to be sitting here without any rain looming in the area, right? The pop-up shower, or pop-up rain that we saw throughout the KA Senior Main event, that wasn't expected. We really didn't expect that at all. We were expecting a big storm to hit us kind of later on in the day, but you don't really know, right? If you're the KA Juniors, if you were tuning for these Micro Swift drivers, you don't really know what to expect. So it's kind of sitting there waiting with nothing on the cart before putting it down. of what you're going to do, what decision you're going to make. If it's that halfway point, if it's, better to go on the wets, it's really difficult to tell, especially still with 11 minutes before you're up. But if you're going to make a decision, you're going to have to make it in about 5 minutes time, right? Because you're going to have to decide what you're going to do, and you don't really know. But this track, with these micro Swift drivers, smaller karts, a lot narrower, it's going to take a lot more time for that groove to kind of start to form with these younger kiddos going at it.
Door to door there in that battle. Equally the same here as Tristan Francisco continues to try to work on Bo Wyatt. That's a nice crossover and completed for the RPM Nitro kart. So move him back up to the 5th position. And for the Micro Swift Championship, of course, Jack Katowski well in the driver's seat, but the drops are going to keep things interesting going to tomorrow with how good of a run he's had thus far. I mean, Jack has been picture perfect. The only blemish, and again, it's not even truly a blemish on anything in particular. It's just we don't know who will end up with the fast time of the session. Right now, he's got it. And then equally qualifying on, I believe, one of the 2 main events thus far, he didn't have the best. So that's what's got him only 10 points away on any given day, away from a perfect score. And at this point, again, it would be a clinch in the championship. But it's not going to be over, or at least not mathematically locked up, until we get to the checkered flag and he stays right up there at the top of the pylon. If he does, by my math here, with the massive lead he has in the points, he could be the first Skusa Winter Series mathematical champion. Big contact in turn 6. That looked like it was about to get ugly. Right in front of everyone, the 222 machine.
Bronco Garza there.
Oh, what a scary, scary place to be, Caleb, sitting in front of a massive scrum of micros all coming at you on a low grip racetrack.
And he just kind of spun as they were getting into the corners. Like there was another driver just kind of stuck in the middle of the racetrack there, and Garza just locked up the brakes, spun around right into a fellow competitor. Looks like everybody is okay because they were all able to continue, but definitely a scary incident nonetheless as we look back in with a couple of the younger drivers in this field. Wiley Lee, Tristan Francisco into the S's, and they sit just 5th and 6th respectively there. The RPM ahead of the Bennick, and then a couple of teammates further back, Bo Wyatt, Compatiello right there, that sits 7th and 8th. And up front, 3.5 seconds. The gap between Katowski and Max Santana, the driver out of Mexico, getting himself with another podium here this weekend at the Winter Series. Strayer right there as well, looking to get himself back on the podium as well, with Pena and Francisco 4th and 5th. But with 8 minutes to go, seems like nobody really having an answer here for Katowski. And again, like you mentioned, right, the point situation in this class critical if anybody else wants to challenge for the first championship available on the season.
We're right at halfway, so let's continue to set the table for you here. Romeo Ferrante de Amaral is up 12 spots. He's cracked the top 10. We followed a bit at Tristan Francisco trying to work his way up the board just as Max Santana has. And Max Santana on the Bennick, Caleb, last time by 2/10 faster than your race leader, Jack Katowski. Now the conditions are ever changing with the rain, then the lighter skies drying things back out. We mentioned again talking with Cameron's report that was phenomenal down on the grid. She's doing that, of course, balancing as well the camera operating duties with David Land interviewing all the superstars throughout the weekend. But for her to be able to let us know all of the time was really used to the perfect degree for many mechanics, and they were making more changes than just bolting tires on. That's where this game of chess, what we're about to see play out in terms of lap times back and forth, is really going to show itself, because the driver obviously is still having to navigate the grip, continue to work on their game, but you're also, as a mechanic, trying to give them the best piece to fight with. And if you've got the time to be able to make that change, to give them a little more front turn with a caster change, to be able to bring the track width in on the rear to increase some stability, open it up in the front, or again, equally giving them some more gear or overall grip by air pressure even as well for the wet tires. If you think that it's going to be a half and half or intermediate track, you risk blowing them up too much. If you think it's going to be a real wet and wild one, you're going to go almost double on the PSI from what you may run on the slick tires. All of these variables, trying to hit that combination right when there's kind of no set standard. You're not 100% wet, you're not 100% dry, you're doing everything as fast as possible. You're hoping as well the bolts don't fall off the cart. but we're seeing it play out in real time right now, along with the drivers continuing to have to adapt. That lap back the other way, Jack Katowski putting 3/10 back up on Max Santana, but at 3.5 seconds in a dry race, head-to-head by themselves, 6 minutes plus a lap to go, call it maybe 8 laps, right, in the dry. This is only going to be about 5 laps in the wet. You think this is over. This is done. Jack Katowski's got it, but we've seen bigger gaps than that come down in a matter of moments with changing conditions, and now, again, we're seeing it in real time. Heavy, heavy rain hitting the track now for the micros.
And this is really, you know, kind of going back to your point on the gear, right? For those drivers, for those teams that did decide to stack up more teeth, this is really where you're going to see them start to pick up that little bit of more pace, right? If you have, you know, I've heard of swings up to about 6 teeth, 3 teeth, maybe the difference. So, you know, putting teeth, meaning, you know, adding a bigger gear, so 6 more, you know, teeth, if you will, is just a whole lot more here. So that's the difference, and a teeth or two could be a huge difference maker here for a lot of these drivers. And, you know, for Katowski with that gap, starting to close back down 3.2 with Santana taking a chunk. This race is still very well alive with 5 minutes to go. And you look at the lap times, a 1:10.9 compared to the 1:10.6 of Max Santana. So for the Bennick, still hope and still a lot of time for him to make up to try and get himself the first win of 2026, and to my knowledge, his first win here stateside.
Yeah, it could be huge for Max Santana. He's going to need a lot. Again, he's going to need potentially a mistake from the race leader, Jack Katowski, who has made little to no mistakes throughout this run so far in the Winter Series. I mean, talk about the ultimate test of a champion. Chips stacked truly against Jack in a much different way than all other sessions and rounds of this title fight have been. A changing racetrack, corner by corner, lap by lap, drivers potentially going off. He may even have to deal with lap traffic for a driver that's towards the back of the grid and maybe just doesn't go into the scale line quick enough when the flags fly, because you can see down to 25th, Vettel Baker's quite a ways away from the lead, and there's a couple more behind him, JJ DeShong, Alan Zanuck, Liam Malofton. So with the rain falling, testament as well to the rest of the field too. I mean, they have all still raced it out. You can see the aggression still on full tilt here for Andres Marcelo Pena and Tristan Francisco fighting for the 5th spot.
Yeah, Pena didn't want to let that spot go there as Francisco had to work for it. He's through for 5th. But yeah, that was, again, good move there out of Francisco, and you're seeing it here, right? You're seeing it over the curbs, just getting that little bit more glossy with more and more kind of water continuing to kind of just stay on the racetrack. It's very, very damp and a lot worse than what we saw earlier on today. Probably the worst that we've seen so far this weekend. Definitely not in the past month, but yeah, this track completely changed. The complete 180 to what we saw this morning is now another spot for Tristan Francisco to get himself through for 4th. And we said it right, those difference in gears, however much you stacked on throughout that little break, looks like Francisco definitely coming to life here with just over 2.5 minutes to go.
Wheel to wheel, hanging on around the outside and rim riding it to the edge of the curbing there is Tristan, and he'll make that pass complete finally over the 218 of Wiley Lee. Talk about a youngster getting a wealth of experience here. Wiley Lee, just 7 years old, and he's hanging on strong, still fighting for the podium. He wants it. Big pass down the inside in turn 7, slides in front of Tristan. Door to door into turn 8, he'll have to go to the inside again and wash out, and Tristan will cross him up and get the spot just back away out of 9, but they're still racing door to door into the buckle now. The fight for the final spot on the podium. This is incredible stuff from the youngest superstars on the Skusa Winter Series structure.
And Wiley Lee there just kind of made way for Tristan Francisco. Look to reset. How about turn 13? Looking on the inside now for Lee as Francisco just watches out a little wide, and here's that crossover maybe as he hits the puddle in turn 14. Lee doesn't have the traction on the exit. In comparison to Francisco, just able to kind of push off of that corner and able to build a little bit of gap, but that little mistake in a turn 2 gonna give still a little glimpse of hope to the 218 of Wiley Lee there. And up front, we saw the gap that was just closing for Katowski and Santana. That's kind of reopened back to 3.2 in between Katowski and Max Santana. The Bennick still very good up front And here's a look back as Lee able to go back by on Tristan Francisco, who's going to respond into the double rights into turn number 8. And Lee looking to go right back up and over the curbs. We're side by side on the way to the buckle, and Lee back for 4th.
Oh, this is just great stuff. Wiley Lee, Tristan Francisco, Dusty Strayer, well up the road from this fight here for 4th. My mistake, of course. Sorry to the Strayer family. What a day they've had with that spectacular win in the pre-final, and now well ahead of the fight for the podium. But in the battle for 4th, coming to the line, this should be 2 laps to go. Even though they're a little ways back from the leader, I don't think Jack Katowski will make it back to the stripe in time to be able to get another lap out of it. So this will be a 16-lapper from what we can tell, which is ultimately, not too far off the originally scheduled distance. But the spray is certainly there, and we're definitely going to be on the wet tires when the X30 Juniors roll on up.
Yeah, that's the only thing certain here later on today, as there goes Pena once again on Francisco. And again, Pena was just passed a while ago, about 2 laps ago, by Tristan Francisco, who's now getting kind of pushed into Botero, who's also not too far back on the Orslund machine. But up front, with time expiring here, should be the white flag in the air for Jack Katowski. Older brother Nico was able to do it in the junior class and the KAs, and he's looking to get another one for the Katowski family here in Micro Swift.
Yeah, this is just a big time statement. Wet or dry, Jack Katowski all by himself, and he's been that way really since he got the green flag down at turn number 6. Final time down the backstretch. Houston has been very good to these boys, and very good overall has the performance been at any given racetrack, series, tire compound, and engine package for Jack Katowski in 2026. And with half a lap remaining, he is tracking to be the first provisional champ, the first driver to clinch a title amongst the 8 divisions here at the Skusa Winter Series. It'd be his first career in the Micro Swift class. And he got a huge win, a huge pair of wins to kick off the 2026 season just a month ago. And now behind him, Max Santana, all he can do is watch. Still been a phenomenal drive for the 219. Driver from Mexico City, Mexico. And Dusty Strayer as well with the pre-final win today. He was the only one to play spoiler to keep Jack from a perfect sweep, but it won't matter because Jack Katowski wins round 3 and clinches the Micro Swift Championship in the Skusa Winter Series. Max Santana, Dusty Strayer, your top 3, a podium, and some hardware to reward Dusty for that heroic drive in the pre-final. And Wiley Lee, youngest of the bunch, wins out in that fight for P4.
I spoke to Jack's dad earlier on in the weekend, asked him what it meant, right, to see both of his boys go out there and race and compete for race wins week in, week out. And he said there's no better feeling in the world to watch these boys and to spend time with them as well. And I'm sure there's going to be no better feeling than to see both of his boys on the top step of the podium later on today. Mom watching on from home in New York. Mom, both of your kids are winners here on Saturday.
Yeah, just enough time Jack had during that KA senior race to celebrate with Nico, and then Nico had to get back ready for his X30 Junior car that awaits him here shortly. But before he probably put the last bit of his gloves on, his helmet on, he gets to cheer his younger brother dominate, lead every lap, all 16 of them, get the fast lap bonus as well, and close out a picture-perfect first 3 rounds of 4 in the Skusa Winter Series. And tomorrow, well, it's not a throwaway, but it is a fun day in store for Jack Katowski. He can do whatever he wants, essentially, with 3 near-perfect scores over the first 3 rounds. And when your best 3 of 4 count, again, it won't matter. The gap too big, further back. And we have our first clinch of the championships. It might be our only one with how close everything else is, looking at the way the points have stacked up thus far. But for Jack Katowski, a great run, a great performance, and another win, and a clinch of the title.
Jack Katowski has done such a great job. As we talked about, perfect scores. Young man, you've won a championship, not just a race. How do you feel about that?
I'm so happy. It's like amazing because I've never won a championship in my whole life. It's like a really great feeling.
And that's certainly true. Young Jack Katowski is a champion. His first championship, probably first of many, if I had a guess. Back up to you guys.
And indeed, right back to it. X30 Junior on the racetrack now, and 33 of them getting set to do battle here at Speedsportz Racing Park. I mentioned again Jack Katowski watching Nico get that win in K Junior. Then having Nico get to cheer him on for that win in Micro, but Nico wasn't able to congratulate him in the scales because he's got work to do here in X30 Junior. Starting on the outside of the second row alongside Eli Steinbruck behind a pair of OTKs. Ashton Woon will lead your field to green here for this main event alongside Tristan Murphy for the first two.
You go back there as well with Nathan Golseth, Mason Berry on row number 3, Travis Pettit and Marco Samet on row number 4, Royce Vega and Josh Bergman. Your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters with, you can see as well, Marshall's already taking jackets off. That rain halting here for the X30 Junior main event, and they're all on wet tires here as well. Grayson Wolcott, Mateo Calderon on row number 6.
Row 7, Jude Thurmalaswamy starts alongside Braden Wagner. Then it's Arthur Barb and Parker Ives. Both Wagner, Ives, and Barb having spots from the opposite ends of the grid to meet right in the middle there in the early teens. Then it's Aston Wyatt and Paxton Romero on row number 9.
Asher Pavon and Enzo Di Janeiro on row number 10. To round up your top 20 starters here in the X30 Junior main event, William Veeder, Maxwell Mach on row 11, to Lucas Bertagna, Clayton Stiles on row number 12.
Row 13 sees Iker Moreno on the inside and Isaac Payne on the outside. It's Ricardo Montilla and Pasha Ali on row 14. Alexander Savage and Esteban Roach Jr., the beginning of the drivers with some woes in the pre-final. No different than Rodrigo Montilla and Leo De Silva and Valentino Santillan. Keep an eye on those two contenders to work their way from 32nd and 33rd. Unfortunately, Liam Nachawati couldn't join us for this weekend's action, but that still leaves us 33 superstars in X30 Junior ready to bring the action down to turn 6, and we're green. Oh, and it is a log jam in the middle of turn 6. Thurmalaswamy, Walcott trying to ID more of them. 2 more collected over on the outside of turn 7 as well. Here's a look at Leo De Silva. He's going to pick up around 10 spots already. Maxwell Macha, Enzo Di Janeiro, and the Paralins there trapped behind also. And Nico Katowski, Nate Golseth, 4th and 5th. They started around there. They've still gotten there, but I think it's the mid-teens where the shakeup really begins. Here's Mason Berry, Travis Pettit. Berry a little wide through turn 13 into 14 for the boot for the first time. And probably more standing water than even when they were back on track this morning. The rain has stopped for now. That hasn't made it any less treacherous. There is a huge amount of spray for the drivers in the middle of the field on back as the first lap draws to a close and we get that timer started. Ashton Woon leads. Back to this scrum here coming out of turn 5, all trying to find a safe place to settle in and then start marching up that leaderboard. Who's going to duck out first down to turn 6? I don't know if any of them can. Pettit's going to try it. No grip down there.
He just kind of got bogged down in the middle of the corner as he was trying to get by on Mason Berry. That's allowed Marco Samet just get himself closer, and now Pettit finally able to find a lane to the bottom, and he's able to get clear. So Pettit, about 2 corners what he had to wait to get by on Mason Berry. So Pettit now going to go to the low side. Marco Samet going to follow him. And Berry, without much of a line adjustment, didn't follow Pettit there to the bottom of the racetrack in the buckle. That's going to bring everybody else just that little bit closer to the GWR machine. As now Katowski going by there on Steinbruck. So Nico up in the 3rd spot.
Nico Katowski, a 3rd. It would still be huge for him, and yet it would still only pale in the comparison that the family's put on already with 2 of the 3 wins so far. Can they get 3 out of the 4 on tap in the first half of main events on the day? Ashton Woon, That gap back to Murphy opened up quite a bit, but now we're going to start to see where the rubber meets the road just a little ways as the leader again is flying blind. Everyone behind him gets to experiment a bit, just barely deviate from what they see the car in front do and potentially find some additional speed. Already Travis Pettit's gotten the better of Nate Golseth, so move him into the top 5. And Hurricane Travis looking next at Eli Steinbruck for 4th. Here's Josh Bergman there in the 777. The MPG Kart Republic, pair of MPG machines. He and William Vitor trying to move up the field. Vitor is up 11 spots, by the way. Huge move forward for him. And now Nico Katowski up to 2nd with a move past Tristan Murphy. And unfortunately lost a little bit having to get by, but only 3/10, so he can start to lock his targets onto the race leader, Ashton Woon, who I don't think is out of the woods by any means quite yet, albeit owning the fast lap of the session.
Yeah, definitely not clear for Ashton Woon. It's going to be a lot of work as well. But Nico Katowski, right, he's going to be right behind Woon. He's going to visibly see that gap, right? He's going to be able to see, right, what's working, what's not working, where he needs to improve, where Woon is just that little bit better. So for Katowski, if you talk about it, right, the advantage is in his favor. As advantage here as well for Steinbruck, who's able to get by on Tristan Murphy, and for Pettit as well, who's now up into the 5th spot, looking to close back in. Travis Pettit qualified on the pole, and you talk about sweeping. He's going to have to work if he wants a win here on the Saturday. Had to wait till Sunday to get one at round number 1, and might have to wait a little longer to make a pass as he just sent it through the grass into turn number 13. He was closing in on Steinbruck and just trying to get out of the way. Close call there for Pettit for sure.
Tristan Murphy just ahead of the pair of them now, and indeed a big moment that could have sidelined and derailed Travis Pettit's march up the leaderboard. The best he could do was just knock it on the top 5 in that K Junior main. You know he wants to be able to get a little more out of this X31, but it is so tough right now with the line that they're all choosing to run. Tiptoeing to the inside. You have to really send it like right there with Eli Steinbruck, but again, you run the risk of that happening, an instant crossover and an answer from the driver behind you who's able to go to the grippier side of the racetrack the long way around. This is the only way Steinbruck will get the pass completed by Travis Pettit following, and now Pettit's got to deal with Murphy on the run to turn 13. And so Steinbruck gets through, but Travis, he doesn't have anyone with him that could potentially follow either.
And again, Xander, let's take a quick look back here to the pre-final as well, because Travis Pettit did cross the line ahead of everybody else, was the winner at the end of it, but when you look back at post-race penalties, the 729 was assessed to manipulating the start penalty that added 10 seconds to his total finishing time. So I guess taking a look at that and taking a look at what that meant, what do you think that the Skusa officials kind of deemed unjust there that the 729 did at the start of the race that would have given them that 10-second penalty?
Well, ultimately, by manipulating the start, right, they're talking about having, they didn't like that Travis was bringing them to green that slow. He had him at a crawl right in that pre-final, down to the point where, again, it was maybe a consistent pace of 5 miles an hour, but not consistent enough from where he would have started that backstretch to what he trickled the field down to. The rule is once you have the formation cone hit, the leader needs to hold a constant pace. And that needs to be a reasonable one. So at that point, you can see it visually in the comparison to the rest of the classes we saw go green. Probably 10 to 15 miles an hour was their pace speed. Travis had him down at a walking pace almost, and you run the risk of a lot of equipment damage at that point, and it becomes really hard to predict for the cars behind, whether they're dragging the brake, trying not to run to the driver in front of them, but having to hold some throttle and burning the clutches out or whatnot. So they're just saying, look, you were going a bit too slow, and either that or combined with a bit too inconsistent of where you were from that point at the top of the screen down to the blue cones in the start zone. So manipulating the start there. And it was a known tactic as well for many years, especially more of the non-onboard starter clutch-driven classes that have since been phased out by a lot of the onboard starter divisions like K100 and X30. But if you were the pole man in a class and you had a really good talent of keeping the motor just above the stall rate or not stalling yours out, but you could slow the speed, slow the revs down, have some of the drivers behind run the risk of it as well, or at minimum loading up the carburetor full of fuel and bogging when they launched off the line, it's a huge advantage, obviously. You can take out some of your competitors before the race goes green. So the officials are mostly filled with former racers. They're well aware of all the games the drivers and teams and coaches may want to try and play, and I think in that case, when you compare and contrast the other starts, it's a fair argument to get delivered a penalty. It's a harsh penalty, though, again. And my word of advice to any driver or any family, anyone watching along is, look, you know, you can agree or disagree with what race control may do or may not do that affects your race, whether it's giving a penalty to you, giving a penalty to someone that you think wrongs you or wronged the field. But at the end of the day, what you're going to have happen is the choice to give them that 50-50 chance of affecting your race or not. And so if you play well inside what they define as the guidelines of that sandbox, you never run that risk. Travis wanted to take a run and doing a little bit of a slower start. Fortunately got burned by it. Some other organizations, that might have been okay. And that's not a knock on any organization or at Skusa either. It's just, as a driver coach, that's always my advice to them.
Just don't leave it in the hands of somebody else, basically.
Yeah, keep the race in your control, right? It's no different than a pushback penalty. Yes, you can protest and appeal it, but you're putting still the decision of whether or not you get that appeal overturned in the hands of someone else. Just don't run into them, and the bumper doesn't go in. You don't have to worry about it. It's always that simple, right?
Simpler said than done, for sure. That's something. I mean, myself and yourself, right? Racers ourselves. It's a lot easier that time. I'm sure David Cole can attest to that as well. If you look back to the Grand Nationals about 3 years ago, but. Yeah, nonetheless, very good point there for Travis Pettit. And he's had to work for it, and he's done a good job of it, right? Getting himself back in a fourth and keeping those championship hopes alive. When you look back to that first weekend, Travis Pettit had to wait until the end of it all to finally take that victory. He won on Saturday on the racetrack, a penalty at the end of it all kind of put him further down on the podium, and then you look at Sunday where he really had to work. He really had to kind of chip away at it and work for a race victory. Didn't come easy, maybe as easy as he would have expected, and put himself in that championship conversation this weekend. You can argue, right, that this is a championship drive. Getting yourself in the points, getting yourself on that podium is what separates every position. Every single point is what makes a difference at the end of a championship, especially a quick one, right? Only 4 rounds. We talked about margin of error being very, very minimal here for a lot of these drivers, and a driver who's done a good job, Leo Da Silva, right? You think back to, I believe it was a DNF, if not earlier on.
He is up 24 spots and counting. Dead last. Again, he rolled off complete tail end of the field here. He has charged his way in the top 10. We're just at the halfway mark, so still plenty of racing action to go. Now, granted, this is the last bit, the hardest bit to try and lop off, and that's the fastest cars on the racetrack, the drivers who have already had plenty of laps kind of in single file formation to experiment, to work on their line and work on their craft to get further and further away. But I'd argue he's at least got 2 more spots well within reach. Nathan Golseth and Mason Berry. And then it's just going to come down to any mistakes or any massive leaps in pace that he can find over the pack, because lap time wise, he's almost about up to where he should be when you look at the rankings. He's around the same speed as what Travis Pettit and Eli Steinbruck have been doing. They just have been able to kind of run their own race and have minimal passes. He's had to pass 24 go-karts, and that right there is the difference of 6 seconds. Where they are 4.5 back, he's 10 back. 6 minutes plus a lap to go still leaves him time to potentially get up to them if they fight enough. They've, of course, got company looming in the background with Tristan Murphy. And we've been talking this whole time about everyone further away from the lead, and that's because Nico Katowski and Ashton Woon, they have been putting the pressure on each other lap time-wise. It has held strong, 1.8 seconds. I mean, they were within half a tenth last time by. Visually, it looks like Katowski might be closing a little bit, and if he can just get close enough to where he can start to really see what Ashton Woon is doing, line-wise, braking marker-wise, and start to get a bit more aggressive with it, and lean on maybe the draft down the main straights to carry him along. If he gets down to that 9/10 buffer, we'll see that gap evaporate just as quick as they would at full song in the dry conditions. So I'm really interested to see what that could look like. As for now, though, the action currently unfolding versus those that are the actions that we're waiting to see is right here between Pettit and Steinbruck, and that was a pretty decent shot there. Travis got into the back of Eli. I hope that didn't knock the bumper in on him. You could see it looked like to me he was winding up for a send on the inside of the boot. Steinbruck had covered it off. He wasn't ready for that.
It's just also, you know, the way this track flows, especially the boot in the rain, kind of you end up washing out wide in turn 13, enter narrow into turn 14. So again, Pettit just getting right into the back there, taking the exact same line that Steinbrook was able to take. Can't really swing out wide there without putting yourself right on the edge of the conditions and of the grip, if you will. But Pettit definitely giving it all here with a gap that sits about 3 car lengths and maybe even less than that, as he still looks for the podium here. And that's really what he's going to need over Ashton Woon here. Nico Katowski going to need to at least get himself in the podium. And again, like you said earlier, right, doesn't want to leave the championship conversation, doesn't want to leave the first championship of the year, the first one for grabs, in the hands of a mistake out of Woon or Katowski, really.
Now, I said it looked like they were going even. The last 2 laps, Nico Katowski has massively closed the gap in. 4/10 last lap, 4/10 the lap before that. He is tracking right towards Ashton Woon. And by what we can tell, 3 laps or less, he's going to get there. You can see now he's starting to close in. It looks like even his front bumper is at least low and dragging just a hair in the right-hand corners with the way it seems to be shaped. Woon doesn't have that whatsoever. He's led the whole way, hasn't had any company up front, but Nico Katowski inching his way towards the lead, and he should get there right around the time the white flag would wave. We've got a battle inbound, it appears, for the race win. And I didn't think it would be a reality. It just sounded like a cool thing to say, Caleb, that the Katowski family could take 3 of the 4 main events to start round 3, but it is a realistic possibility now. It is getting more and more real by the lap as Travis Pettit sends it finally with a big move on Steinbrook, but still it's not done, and unfortunately he can't stick it. Steinbrook hangs on to 3rd. It keeps Tristan Murphy's podium hopes alive as those two battle it out. But Ashton Woon, on his 2nd year in the junior ranks, no different than Nico Katowski. He's got the number 3 plate on. Highest seeded driver returning to the class for 2026. Looking for a win. It would be huge for him. At the same point, a double win on the day would be phenomenal for Nico Katowski. And you can only partly argue, really, that the added seat time helped him, because it was a very different racetrack when he pulled that off just about an hour ago in KA Junior.
Yeah, definitely not going to be relative at all for Nico Katowski here, but again, you see him just aggressive over the curbs, very aggressive on the entry, and it's also paying off for him on the exit here. So, and you see that, right? That gap's at a lot bigger than that a lap ago, whenever Katowski was still chasing down Ashton Woon. Last time it was at 7/10 in between the 2 leaders, and it's going to be at just about half a second this time, maybe even less than that.
2 laps ago, we said it might take him 3 laps. So working lap 3 on the gap estimator, and it is about on the money right now. Ashton Woon has company. Nico Katowski down to 3/10 away at the start-finish line. 3 car lengths back down the backstretch. Behind him, Eli Steinbrook and Travis Pettit. A race of their own for 3rd with Tristan Murphy looking on. And again, Leo Da Silva, I thought he might be able to get 2 more. He has since done that. Unbelievable drive for the Canadian, up 26 spots. Equally, Valentino Santian, who started back there with him. I said keep an eye on him too. He's up 21. He's up to 12th. He's got room to climb for a few more. Couple karts within reach, including Maxwell Macha's Parolin. And Maxwell was way back on that opening lap. But there's Dad looking on. What a day this could be. Nico Katowski, a first double up win in reach. Ashton Woon trying to hang on. He's led every lap to this point. Katowski right to the bumper. This time by, it'll be basically 2 laps to go as the timer's less than a minute. And Ashton Woon, Nico Katowski, the fight is on as they go to the S's. Single file, barely a car length between them as they tiptoe over to turn 4.
And they're headed to the biggest opportunity on the racetrack for a pass for the lead for Nico Katowski. Just needs a good exit out of 5. Looks like he got it. Woon, as he's working his way to turn number 6. Is it going to be here for Katowski? Not there, didn't have it. But into turn number 7, Katowski with a good exit now, looking on the inside of Ashton Woon. Katowski's fully alongside, and he's fully in the lead of the race.
New leader, Nico Katowski, headed for the white flag as the timer now hits 0. No time left, 1 lap when they get back to the line. And again, Nico Katowski, we've been closing in on this angle, a great angle. down here in the buckle. That front bumper certainly is a bit loose, so whatever we see, whatever we call across the line, mind you, it's provisional, and again, they do have the ability to appeal if indeed that bumper is pushed in. But it won't take away from this unreal drive, and I think Ashton Woon may have a problem here, Caleb. Really slow out of the boot that time, and he could be at risk of losing second to Travis Pettit before the end of this race because he just gave up a ton. And I don't know what went wrong, but for a driver that was down in the 1 minute 6 second bracket comfortably, something is starting to fade on that black and white machine. A 108.4 last time by.
And I think he just dropped a tire there as they exited the double rights in the infield. Just went a little wide, looked like he dropped the tire. But again, it doesn't look good here on the last lap. Pettit definitely getting closer. Not sure if it's going to be enough for him, but for Nico Katowski up front, talk about working for a race win. He definitely had to work for this one here, Xander.
At one point, multiple seconds back from the lead. There was no battle pack up front. He willed his way to the lead. At points in the race, it didn't look possible. He and Woon were even. It was only the last few laps he started making inroads. And now, nearly 2 seconds out in front, Nico Katowski is going to get another first. It is his first career double win day. He dominates KA and he wins at X30.
What a day for the Katowskis. What a day for Jack and Nico. Minutes apart. You see the emotion out of Dad. What a drive out of Nico Katowski. What a drive out of Jack as well just a race ago. The Katowskis are flawless on Saturday.
Oh, what a run. 3 out of 4 main events, all 3, only one opportunity in each, and one of the two brothers on track. A back-to-back run of them all. Nico Katowski, we spoke to him earlier, and he dominates right after chatting with us, right after watching his little brother get the win. Incredible charge. Ashton Woon, a valiant effort, led the majority, truly the dominant one there, but Nico Katowski, a charge to the front, and he was not to be denied today in either junior category. Pettit, Steinbrook, Murphy, your top 5. The rest of your field as they cross the line, unofficially, of course, on your screen right here, with a number of valiant efforts like Leo Da Silva up 26 spots, Valentino Santien up a bunch as well, and only a handful of DNFs there, 31st through 33rd. Halfway through main events here from Speedsportz Racing Park. Pro X30 coming your way next, and who knows what the conditions will await them when they hit the racetrack.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop. 2026 Cup Kart South Series, February 20th through 22nd at Finish Line Karting, March 20th through 22nd at Daytona International Speedway, April 24th through 26th at Music City Karting, and May 29th through 31st at Bushnell Motorsports Park.
Chrome Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
engines fired, and Kart CRG USA Pro X30 heads out onto the racetrack for the first main event, for their first main event of the weekend. And they're all led to the green flag by the 3:04. The Brazilian Diego Ramos was able to get it done. And he's going to start alongside Oliver Hodgson on row number 1. Gus Lawrence and Alexander Vanchev locking out of row number 2 for the Rawson Performance Group. Blake Nash and Paulie Massimino on row number 3.
Row number 4, Buddy J, Jesus Vasquez Jr. on the inside. Keegan Kaminsky for an all Norberg Academy GFC row 4, and then it's Davin Roberts alongside Sean Butcher, who we didn't get to see much of on screen because he was one of many drivers that got shuffled down the board with a crash at the start of the pre-final, as was a little bit Donovan Bonilla on the inside of row 6, and he's joined by BJR's James Overbeck.
You go back as well to Sergey Kermaselli, Marcelo Tortado on row number 7, Gil Silveira and Davis Henry on row number 8, Hector Turriaga and Ardone on row number 9.
Row 10, Jacob Kolar didn't get to make it out for qualifying. In fact, he's going to have sticker wets here for this session. Keep an eye on him from 19th on the grid. And the final few starters, some big names needing some big-time plays. Aiden Ingrata, most notably, turned around and destroyed off the start. Blake Nash was originally handed a penalty. It was since overturned. That's what's got him still starting pretty. However, Ingrata, Mad Max Weiland, Finnegan Bailiff, all drivers that easily have speed to get into the top 10, starting from well outside the top 20. So here we go. Diego Ramos, Oliver Hodgson, your front row, just as they were in the pre-final this morning. Wet tires on, and here we go. We're racing in Pro X30.
A couple of drivers through the grass early on, but Diego Ramos holding on to the lead of the race. As Oliver Hodgson slots back in a second, everybody else looking for a place to go, looking to make up more positions at the start of it all. And Hodgson already looking for the lead here as he's right on the rear bumper of Diego Ramos as he exits the buckle.
Yeah, he is pressuring the Brazilian early. He does not want to let Diego get an easy opening couple of laps here like he did in the pre-final and then spend the rest of the race trying to track him back down. Mind you, when we talked about Diego's exceptional performance in the wet at Newcastle last year during that Pro Tour, that wet and wild Summer Nationals weekend where they were on dry tires in conditions that would have been sketchy on wet tires, the driver chasing Diego and a good chunk of the laps over those 2 sessions we talk about was Oliver Hodgson. He knows how good the Brazilian is in the wet conditions. He cannot bank on his own ability here to just track someone back down. And again, of the top contenders, the only driver with extra experience in this stuff is Alexander Vanchev from his KA senior win. He's now with that move up to 3rd, battling back and forth with his teammate Gus Lawrence just a little ways. And 5th is looking like just a powder keg right now. Blake Nash in 6th. Up ahead of him is Sean Butcher, who was able to get the better of the pair through turns 8 and 9. Then it's Massimino and Vasquez going at it into the buckle. Late send there by Donovan Bonilla. He'll get by Paulie as well.
Yeah, Paulie lost 4 spots there. Up in 5th, started 5th at the start of that lap and just kind of falling backwards. And that's exactly what one move does, as Davin Roberts looked to go there as well in 14. And Paulie crosses him up, but again, it just shows you how close they were from 5th on back, where Butcher went, Nash followed, Vasquez, then Bonilla, and Massimino just no momentum right in that lap to kind of make anything up, to stop the bleeding, really.
Yeah, Paulie Massimino now finally gets a moment to catch his breath here. As behind, there's a little gap to Davin Roberts. And look at Aiden Ingrata, by the way, folks. That purple and white REM machine is already up to 12th. What a phenomenal start for the Canadian. He's on the back of this group here. It is Nash to Vasquez, who's under pressure from Bonilla. He's going to give him a little elbow grease and work his way past the Californian. And Dono gets another one. That'll be 4 up for him. But Aiden Ingrata has already passed 14 go-karts in 2 laps. Truthfully, a lap and a half. And he's working the back of the next one here. Already gone by Marcelo Tortado, I believe. So he's now up to the back of Davin Roberts and Paulie Massimino, who are probably going to be blown away that Ingrata's gotten there already. Look at this. Aiden is moving. That is up for the 10th spot now.
Yeah, what a send in a turn 14 there for Ingrata. Looking back at that pass for Donovan Bonilla, has to be careful. He did go up and over the curb there, Xander, but if it was 4 tires, that could be something the race officials are going to be having a look at there as he was working his way by on Jesus Vasquez Jr. As you look up front, Diego Ramos, Oliver Hodgson, still no movement, but Vanchev starting to close in as Bonilla looking for another one on Blake Nash. They're side by side as they work their way to turn number 7, and Nash holds on.
Oliver Hodgson continues to pressure Diego Ramos again. Even he's got to be careful trying to take some alternate lines, but not to go too far up and over the inside runoff. Threatened with a track limits penalty. I don't think we've seen one handed out in a race session yet, but this one's going to get racy here as the session bleeds onward. Hodgson trying to catch him by surprise. Turn 13, and he's got it done. Covering low into 14. Ramos will open his hands a bit to keep the momentum up, but we've got a new leader. Oliver Hodgson, round 1 winner, now leads at the end of lap number 4. Ramos back to second, and again, Alexander Vanchev closes in. Arguably the fastest kart on both days. Truthfully, the only driver to upstage him in pace was Blake Nash's spectacular run up the leaderboard and up the grid from the mid-teens at the round 2 final. Other than that, I think a lot of stopwatches coming into this week were probably pinned on the 396, and here in the wet conditions, the Orlando, Florida driver has excelled as well. And he's driving up to the rear bumper of 2 of the best in the world at what they do, and especially in conditions like these.
You talk about drivers as well who race for a living, right? And Diego Ramos and Oliver Hodgson, and this rookie starting to challenge them as he's going side by side. And speaking of Vanchev as well, at the opening weekend here, he said this class has been a lot different, right? He's not racing against friends, he's racing against competitors here. As now in a turn 13, Ramos didn't fight it all too much, as Vanchev let him know that he was there multiple times throughout that lap. So Alexander now through for second and looking to chase down Oliver Hodgson. And you gotta think, right, this rookie driving like a veteran in these conditions and looking to chase down one of the best in the world, one of the most renowned drivers in these conditions here in North America for the last decade, if you will, in Oliver Hodgson. This has been a great drive and a great race for Alexander Vanchev, where you know, I talked about it earlier on in the pre-final, right? What did you learn from that first weekend? What can you take into the second weekend? And it looks like he's learned a whole lot, right? Patience, and as well applying it now, which is the biggest thing of learning anything.
And on the other half, Aiden Ingrata, this is the point in a race where you have to kind of calm yourself down, just like we're mentioning with patience or Vanchev, but in a totally different way, right? You had to be on the gas, aggressive, going for every gap and every opportunity, and now pace is going to really start to matter in terms of if the 310 can go any better on the day. He's now gotten the better of Donovan Bonilla, and it's about 3 seconds until you get to Gus Lawrence, who just doesn't quite seem to have what he needs right now. His teammate Sean Butcher's already gone past him, and the 307, who is still in the championship fight, no doubt, with a top 5 looming, as Ingrata, the biggest mover, hands down in this session, trying to hunt him. 2.5 seconds, pushing 3 between the pair for 5th and 6th on the racetrack, so with a lot of life left in this main. And again, Alexander Vanchev, 3/10 away from Hodgson. He could get there at any given moment. He just reset the fast time, mind you, 105.85, and there he is. He's gotten it. He's gotten past him. New leader, Alexander Vanchev, past Hodgson, past Ramos. Could the rookie continue the double up streak set by Nico Katowski and get not just his first K senior win, but his first win in Pro X30 on the same day?
And I'm trying to think, right, when was the last time a rookie in the Pro X30 class was able to get a win over the veterans, right, in the Pro X30 field? And I don't know if you have to look back maybe to Jeremy Fletcher, maybe to Connor Zilish even.
Yeah, I was going to say Fletcher would probably be the one you'd have to go back. A huge win at the Skusa Pro Tour, I believe in New Orleans years ago, a couple of years ago in Jeremy Fletcher's rookie year. That would have been 2022, I think, and then 2021, of course, the year before that. Connor Zilish's sensational rise. So his company is a guy who's racing tomorrow, but not here at Daytona, making his NASCAR Cup Series debut, and another driver who is the reigning Mazda MX-5 Cup Series champion, following in the same footsteps that Connor did. It bodes well, for sure, for the promise of this talented young man leading the way. But now, again, he was able to kind of hold his line, hold his secrets to his chest while he was chasing the top two. At this point, they're able to see his guts a little bit. They're able to see what he was doing different, where he may have been a little bit stronger. If they've got a better setup on that machine than the likes of what Hodgson and Ramos have for theirs, then it won't matter. But for Alexander Vanchev, two drivers with a wealth of experience behind him. Oliver Hodgson, mind you, has been racing in senior for multiple years longer than Alexander Vanchev has been alive. That is the difference. 32 years young for Oliver Hodgson, 15 years old for young Alexander Vanchev out front.
As we continue to keep an eye on Aiden Ingrata, who's now continuing to close in on Gus Lawrence. You look at the lap times in between the two, a 106.4 compared to the 106.9 there of Gus Lawrence in 3 laps. According to our calculations, it's what it's going to take the Canadian to catch up to the driver from the United Kingdom here as he continues to push that line to dance with track limits there on the exit of turn number 9 there, Xander. You see him just keeping 2 tires on the asphalt.
And for Aiden Ingrata, it's not just Lawrence that seems to be within reach, but potentially even Sean Butcher as well, who is having a solid debut weekend. Driving for RPG, he's a driver who, if any X30 starts were made at all, they've far been from the limelight. Almost all of his accolades, almost every single go-kart he's driven has been a Rotax-powered machine for the duration of his karting career. So in talking to him earlier this week about the differences of what things have been like, he's been to the States a couple of times before, driver coaching and wrenching for a handful of his prospects from back home, most notably last year with a few trips. But this is a different package from his normality, not to mention different racetrack, new to him. Everyone else has plenty of laps on, and you can see there is something amiss on Butcher. Oh, man. Right as we were getting ready to put him in the spotlight here, something is certainly wrong on the 357, and Ingrata is ready to go, and yeah, Sean knows it as well.
Yeah, heartbreak there for Sean Butcher on what's his first main event start here in the States. Just gonna have to pull in here, and it looks like it kind of refired there, but yeah, something terribly wrong there with the 357 for the Rollison Performance Group. He's able to keep going, but yeah, something wrong for sure there.
When you get water around all the parts and moving pieces on these machines, it doesn't take a whole lot to throw them out of whack. It could have been just one miscue, or even still so many factors that could be causing that massive loss of power for Sean Butcher. So the history books, the results pages won't really tell his whole story of how good he was doing. Passing and driving away a little bit from Gus Lawrence, just a bit off the pace of his rookie teammate, who's grown up here and definitely knows his way around this place well. Ingrata with a big time send there. That was aggressive. No doubt, that was a Hail Mary throw in turn number 8, and now Lawrence is aware of his presence and is going to begin to cover the inside a little bit closer. Donovan Mania also tracking towards Lawrence, who at this point has probably given up hope of a podium and is just trying to salvage a point stay. But Ingrata does not want to give up, and he's got time still to pick his pocket. 5 minutes plus a lap still remain. Vanchev starting to open up the throttle up front. Put 3 more tenths on Oliver Hodgson. Put a half second on Diego Ramos that time. The PSL Bureau Art, the factory kart, they just don't have the last bit that it feels like that RPG Cosmic does for Vanchev, and specifically for Alexander's presence and prowess here in the rain. Because again, his teammate Lawrence isn't at the pace of 2nd or 3rd, and he's still under fire here as Ingrata works him through 6, through 7. Setting up for that crossover into 8. This time far from a Hail Mary, he'll throw the slider again. Oh, but that was a bit aggressive over the curbing. He had been dancing with it like you said, Caleb. I think that time might be a bit over the limit, but again, it's all about, do you want to, how far do you want to push the envelope and give the officials a reason to potentially give you a penalty for that? Aiden Ingrata, I think he's got the adrenaline flowing at this point, though. His focus is just going as fast as possible. And at the moment, That speed has driven him up the leaderboard 22 spots. The brunt of those on the first lap and a half.
Yeah, that's so far a good recovery drive for Aiden Ingrata on the Saturday here this weekend and in the main event as well to get it done. You got to wait, right? Definitely dancing that line like you said, but if you can extend enough, he might just be safe nonetheless. But Vanchev up front has been able to extend his gap, and teammate Sean Butcher of the United Kingdom joining us for his first start stateside with a DNF. He's standing by with Dave.
Hey, Sean, what happened to you there? I know you were having such a great run. Maybe a tire?
Yeah, from the flat. We started really strong, and then it started to go, and then that was it really, unfortunately.
Outside of that, how'd you enjoy your first experience here?
It's been a bit up and down, but just obviously crashed in the pre-final, but still showing strong pace. Yeah, hopefully tomorrow's a better day.
I think it will be. I think we'll hear a lot more from him stateside. What do you boys think?
So the multi-time Team UK Rotax Grand Finals member, it was actually, I believe, him and Macaulay Bishop that were the two Brits that drove away at his last start prior to this weekend, I have to imagine. Outside of some testing here and there just a little over a month and a half ago in Bahrain. Now, it's definitely a bittersweet moment for him. Speed was there, the performance was there, and he's gonna at least have another shot tomorrow with a full run of the racing day. He was already, of course, absent from round one, so coming into this weekend just trying to turn some heads and maybe get himself some opportunities to come back for more. But ultimately for Sean Butcher, that's all he'll have. One more shot tomorrow. Alexander Vanchev, in the topsy-turvy way that he had his true introduction to this class at rounds 1 and 2, he said, again, Vegas is Vegas. Really count January as my pro debut just because of how much you can learn and how more realistic it'll be of an experience and environment to compete in compared to the rest of this year. And he had speed then. He got a lot of lessons learned, I'm sure, and a lot of takeaways, and he is putting them on full display. And you never quite know how strong a junior standout is when they move up and race against drivers that all in their own right have been junior standouts. Here's another rookie putting some pressure on two now veterans of the sport, Paulie Massimino and Jesus Vasquez Jr. Max Weiland there in the red, going to work, trying to move himself up more. He's already up double-digit spots as well. I mentioned him starting back with Ingrata. He has picked up 14, and let's see if he can get another one as he tries to follow Buddy J through in turn 6 on Paulie, and he does.
Yeah, a little help there from Max Weiland in turn number 6 to fully get clear. Paulie Massimino, as now Paulie looking to cross up the rookie there. They're going to go side by side, and Paulie just 2 tires up on the red paint, able to keep it clear and able to keep it clean to get a move done there on the rookie. And especially one of the biggest things that we always talk about, and one of the biggest things that the senior drivers talk about whenever you are in this Pro X30 class or even the Pro Shifter, right? It's a lot about respect, right? Earning your respect with the veterans of the sport, with the drivers who have been in this class, not coming in here wanting to cause too much noise, et cetera, right? So on and so forth. But if this doesn't earn the respect out of everybody at home and the respect out of the drivers on the racetrack for Alexander Vanchev on 2 seconds, on some of the best in the world to do it, I don't know what will, because Vanchev, a mature drive, a respectful drive, has definitely put the entire Pro X30 field on notice here this weekend.
It surely has. This is that kind of coming out party for him, truly, where everyone is going to be well aware of the talent if they weren't already. Most knew that the speed was going to be good with his opening performance. Mind you, he led laps in that wild and crazy Pro X30 main event in Las Vegas on his first true weekend. He started in the top 10, got to make it across the stage, started 3rd, and came back here last month. Had the fast lap honors, qualified inside the top 10 both days, ran inside the top 10 both days, and on one of the main events got spun backwards, went to the rear, drove back up through the field, got into the top 5 before it was done. And all of a sudden, oh no, tire from someone just flew across the track. Talk about throwing one last unnerving moment at the kid leading down the back straightaway. You saw his head bobble. Scary, wild moment there. That was off the 379 of Tiziano Rosso Orcel. That tire is somewhere off in the forest. There he is. There it is right there along the barrier. Here comes your leader, though. Alexander Vanchev to the buckle. And you can't say anything more than congratulations and well done, young man. 2.2 seconds on the vets, Oliver Hodgson and Diego Ramos. Another 7 back to Ingrata, 10 back from Ramos to the rest of the field. There is no question who dominated round 3 in senior. It's Alexander Vanchev, career win #1 in Pro X30. Hodgson second, Ramos third, and a clean sweep of both senior divisions for Orlando, Florida's Alexander Vanchev. We have certainly found ourselves a new rookie sensation in the pro ranks here, and it is early in 2026 to be saying that, but what a performance. Fast lap to boot as well for young Alexander Vanchev. Hodgson will continue as probably the odds-on favorite going into the rest of the championship, but again, the drops will keep things interesting. Ingrata's drive up to 4th. Provisionally still keeps him in the hunt. Gus Lawrence a 5th, Ramos a 3rd. Most of your contenders will be there, but certainly there's going to be a new face when we look to tomorrow. So many drivers are going to have a serious shot at this championship battle. When you take a look at the standings again, Oliver Hodgson, the most consistent of the bunch, but still Alexander Vanchev. Great performance, great day. He caps it off with another win.
And what a way to make a statement as well for the 396, right? Getting it done, and I'm sure a lot of his friends that are probably still in the junior ranks going to give him his congratulations and their respective tip of the caps to Vanchev on winning the Kart CRG USA Pro X30 main event here on the Saturday, round #3, and making a case for a championship run here on his first one available here in the Winter Series. Still, we'll see how it all shapes up tomorrow, but again, you didn't see much of a smile on his face after KA Senior. You're definitely seeing it now here, Xander.
Yeah, day done now, job finished. And a little bit of a look into what the point scenarios will be. Alexander Vanchev's win, and dominant one at that here in this Pro X30 main event, catapults him up to 2nd in the non-drop and drop standings equally. It will also keep him in the conversation for tomorrow, because Oliver Hodgson's string of consistency is going to still be a tall order to best. 260 points is his lowest score among the 3 rounds. Here's what it looks like pre-drop standings right now. 820 overall, 70 back to Alexander Vanchev, 90 back to Gus Lawrence, Blake Nash 168 back, and Aiden Ingrata 178 back in 5th. However, the drop standings tell a bit of a different story here of who is truly still eligible for the fight. When you take into account that Oliver Hodgson only needs to be 60 points clear for the championship to be clinched, Alexander Vanchev and Gus Lawrence remain as the only 2 drivers realistically within the championship fight to Sunday. Blake Nash 74 back. If Hodgson had a bad Sunday, he would fall on his drop result, and he would only give up 60 points. Even a perfect day for Blake Nash wouldn't be enough. So 3 drivers going into the fight tomorrow, and the first of them now 2nd in the points and a first-time Pro X30 winner is Alexander Vanchev.
Alexander Vanchev, I mean, we were just talking a couple of minutes ago, but this time it's different. It's your first X30 win. That's pretty, Pro X30 win. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it was a crazy race. It was definitely hard to manage the gap with drivers of the caliber of Oliver and Diego. But yeah, just took it easy, had to manage the gap, and I was able to pull away a little bit.
You have an opportunity to win the championship tomorrow. I'm sure you're aware of that. What do you have to do?
Yeah, I just heard that being announced. Yeah, that's my goal for sure. I'm going to push as much as I can tomorrow and see if I'm destined for it.
There we go. Maybe destiny is calling. Let's see if we can go grab Oliver Hodgson here, who's 2nd on the road in championship contender. Ollie, kind of walk me through that race, because Vanchev, I mean, that was a fantastic drive from him. Did you have anything for him?
No, he drove fantastic. I think our opportunity to change that race, we were very quick out the gate, but I didn't navigate my way around Diego quite quick enough. And then, you know, the small margins, he did a very good job of, he was the quickest car. And there's just a few little areas on the track, so I don't know if we get any more rain to have another go at it. But, yeah, he drove better than me in that race. tried to keep him honest for as long as I could, looking like we're in that kind of range where if he made a mistake, we could capitalize, but overall happy, and yeah, look forward to tomorrow.
Well, yeah, you've been the pinnacle of consistency in this championship. What do you have to do to seal it tomorrow?
I think, honestly, I'm like most keen to just try go win the race tomorrow. I keep it simple, and if we're the right person over the 4 rounds, it will be in our hands, so just look to win the race tomorrow.
There you go. Well, that's the easiest way to win a championship is win.
Indeed. To kind of put a cap in it here as the KA Masters come out onto the racetrack, with Gus Lawrence being exactly 60 markers behind Oliver Hodgson, he, again, would only be able to mathematically tie him. It would require 2 pieces, right? First, of course, Hodgson did not improve upon his 260-point score, which we won't know until we get to the main event with how the points are divvied up. But Gus Lawrence is going to need a perfect day. He's going to need the pole in qualifying, the pre-final win, the main event win, and the 10-lap bonus. Vanchev doesn't necessarily need either of those 2 points scored, or 2 batches of 10 points apiece, but if he doesn't get them, he would need the pre-final win and the main event win, and he would win on the tiebreaker head-to-head with Hodgson if he won that main event tomorrow 2-1. So in either case, it's still going to be a must-win scenario, whether you're Alexander Vanchev or Gus Lawrence. The only difference would be that if Vanchev could get fast time honors and the pre-final win and the pole, getting both of those 20 points bonuses, well, then that would mean he could finish second. But you don't know when you're on the racetrack if you got the fast lap or not. So truthfully, the mindset, as you heard from all the drivers there, kind of a shrug of, look, at this point, it's only going to be a matter of really if we can get the job done to win the race. So we're going to keep that focus the same. It's a similar kind of tale here in K100 Masters, specifically because of how consistent Brian Boley has been. Pre-final win from the pole in qualifying. He starts alongside Miguel Mir here for the main event, and alongside him will be, or behind them, Mario Barrios, his teammate, and his other teammate, Esteban Roche Sr. with a great drive up the board.
Janae Din and Carlos Calderon on row number 3, with Trevor McAllister and Todd Shambo on row 4. David Pregante and Adamar Caligaro, your top 5 rows here in the KA Masters main event. You look back, last couple, it's a Peipenbrock, Montopoli, Gershner, Wu, Falcone, Elizondo, and Daniel Howie. 9 rows, 17 drivers total in this KA100 Masters main event presented by AMI USA West.
Here we go, main event number 5 of 8 for round 3 is green. Brian Boley has the field, and we'll take him into turn number 6. And a bit of contact as they wash out through turn 7, but mostly good. Look at that, 4 wide for the Masters, further back in the field going to turn 8. And kudos to them all for surviving it. All 17 are clearing away up front. And look at this, some moves in the middle of the top 10. That's McAllister under pressure, one of the RPG machines. I believe Esteban Roche Sr. going at it, and a new leader, Mario Barrios, on the gas early, taking over from Brian Boley.
Yeah, Barrios with a good move into the buckle to take over the lead of the race as Pregante's around in front of the field in turn 14, the AR Academy driver, but the orange flag coming out for one driver, and that could be potentially to Janae Din, who's currently sitting 4th, and we'll keep an eye on it here, but somebody in the top 5 with a meatball flag, and you got to think at who might that be as everybody else working through. It's Mir in 3rd, Janae Din 4th, and I think it might be due to that, to his hoodie just kind of flapping in the wind there, Xander, and that's the only thing that I can really pinpoint it down to.
Yeah, it's not like he's got too long of a hair for sure. Janae Din, unfortunately, a heartbreaking end early. Exit stage left at the end of lap number 1. And we key back in on your fight for the lead. Mario Barrios and Brian Boley. As the sun begins to shine now, starting to dry this place back up ever so slightly. What will we be in store for with our final couple of main events? Sorry, main event number 6, I should correct myself here, is on track. It's Mini Swift on the grid. Pro shifter drivers probably keeping those Avinco Reds hot and ready to go in case they need to go to them. And you can see the Mini Swift mechanics, lots of go-karts still up on the kart stands. And that big wall of rain that we have been kind of waiting to get our way hasn't really made that much progress so far, Caleb.
Yeah, it hasn't really kind of moved much. It's currently down just about where I reside over in Bryan, Texas. which is an hour and a half from here as we're battling for the lead. Brian Boley and Mario Barrios side by side through turn number 6. So again, the big cell that we're really waiting on went from about 3 hours away just an hour ago to an hour and a half, just over to where I reside. So now it's getting a lot closer here, and you see that wind that's just been pushing it down. I think we just might be able to fit everything in before it really starts to come down. But as we work our way through here, Barrios and Boley, they've gone back and forth. And again, you talk about Boley being one of the younger drivers, the youngest in this Masters field, was able to get the better of Mario Barrios all weekend at rounds 1 and 2 of the Skusa Winter Series. And now Barrios showing what he can do in the rain, in the mixed conditions, in the wet, where he's been able to extend his gap over Brian Boley, who tried it in turn number 6, wasn't there, nothing came into fruition for him. And Barrios now puts it at 0.7 of a second here between himself and his teammate.
What a turn in events here. This is a must-perform kind of scenario for Mario Barrios. We saw the issues that it seemed like he kind of had, that all of a sudden a little bit of contact and then just going backwards in the fight for second and third in that pre-final. He has made quick work of getting to the lead and now starting to build that margin over Brian Boley, who is trying to do everything he can to find extra speed where his teammate is not. And behind him here, great battle unfolding between Trevor McAllister and Miguel Mir. T-Max got himself another spot. That's up to 3rd and 4 net overall from his starting position to 7th on the grid. But with the sun starting to hit the racetrack, that's going to really bring the surface temp up, and that could quickly turn this from a full wet session to a near dry one towards the end of it. We'll have to keep an eye on the lap times as well. Back further, Esteban Roche Sr., Scott Falcone going at it. And that back group of the top 10, that's also Carlos Calderon, Mateo's father, and Danny Howie, who has picked up a spot, it looks like, over the course of the last lap. And indeed, Danny's now up into the 7th position.
Yeah, good move there out of Danny Howie to get himself to 7th in his 419 Hi-Fi performance machine. And he's definitely loving this as we look at Roche and Falcone just kind of going back and forth, and both of them looking to trade the 5th spot here. Falcone, you got to think, right, what a drive so far out of Scott Falcone to get himself up here and up at the front of this field after starting way back. He's up 10 spots. The same can really be said for Daniel Howie, up 10. So 2 making good headway. Falcone, sadly there though, got bogged down on the exit, and that's going to give a little something here. Daniel Howie in the 419 looking to work his way through on a fellow OTK, is now side by side Falcone. Just a big enough gap to fit his Orslon racing machine through in the buckle, through on Roche, and what a move out of Falcone to get himself up to 5th.
Yeah, he was working on him for the whole lap, and a lap and a half truly from when we kind of keyed in on the battle, and finally able to get the move done. And now Roche can only barely keep focus on the car in front, because he's now going to have to deal with Danny Howie, who is equally moving. Look at them crisscrossing behind Falcone here in the S's. And into turn 4, he'll cross him up again and seal it. Danny Howie's got another spot, move him to 6th. Roche Sr. back to 7th. Falcone in the top 5. Oh, maybe it's not done yet. Esteban's got an answer back for Danny into turn number 6 here with a move to the inside. And we'll crisscross and go back and forth again through the Switchback City hairpins.
And again, you see it, right? Just kind of living up to the name there. Daniel Howie was able to get back alongside Roche there on the exit of turn number 7, and Senior was able to make it stick in his 410 Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic for the 6th spot, and a little wide there, too deep into the corner, and a crossover once again. And I'm sure that was just a nerve-wracking moment there. Went a little too deep. Howie saw the gap and just got crossed up there on the exit, with Calderon now starting to close in 8th. You see him just right on cue, looking to make a move there on Wu, it looked like. Him and Wu for the Norbert Karting Academy were just going back and forth for 8th and 9th. And Calderon was able to get through on the exit of turn number 14. You look back up to the front, Howie, narrow line. Roche on the outside. He's going to lose the position as we get onto the back straightaway. And Calderon drops a tire. Gershner as well drops one. Here goes Roche looking now into turn number 6 on the inside of Daniel Howie. These two have gone back and forth so many times throughout the last 2 to 3 laps here, Xander, and now pushing and shoving here for Howie in the 410 as Howie looks to go again here into the double rights. This is what a display out of these 2 drivers here to kind of give us a show for the 6th spot.
So as they roll out of the buckle to the line this time, still on timed sessions, right? We're just at approximately halfway in, halfway home. And Howie again with a move to the inside of Esteban Roche. Door to door as they go through the dog leg, coming to the finish line. Still fighting. And again, for Danny, he's watching Scott Falcone drive further and further away. I think he had a shot at maybe getting to him or following his upward progress through the pack. He's going to set up for another crossover again. This time, hugs the bottom through 5. Little bit sideways on the exit again. Esteban Sr.'s going to have a run at him. Danny trying to point the helmet, ask for some help, and I think Esteban's finally going to give way and say, all right, you've been fighting enough. I'll give you a shot to follow here, but he definitely made him earn it. Made him work for that spot. For sure.
I guess Howie never asked, right? Never asked for a push.
Yeah.
Throughout it, and so, you know, Roche probably thinking to himself, all right, I guess we're racing, but you want to push? I mean, I'll give it to you. And you saw him just kind of didn't fight it too much as he got to the backstretch. Probably it was about to be 4 laps in a row where the 2 of them were just going back and forth for position, and see what the 2 of them can do as they have 8 minutes. Still a long way to go in this race to try and get to Falcone. And again, that little mistake out of Roche Sr. Is definitely going to slow him down a little bit, but we'll see what he can do here. Still a lot of time, like I mentioned. Just under 8 minutes plus 1 lap. And up front, the gap, Mario Barrios. You talk about making a case for himself and fighting for a championship here once again in K100 Masters. After missing the majority of 2025, you look back to Orlando as well, Xander, when the Masters class wasn't really a thing. Suffered an injury, and now on his return finally for what should be a full year for him in 2026 of racing action, puts himself in the lead of it by 2.6 seconds over his teammate in Brian Boley.
Yeah, it was in Mario Barrios fashion a topsy-turvy opening couple of rounds here in KA Master, but without a doubt, he is putting his stamp on round number 3's main event and putting a stop to the Brian Boley domination that had continued through qualifying from last month's results. And that's what's got us kind of this far back in the field. This is the fight for 10th on the racetrack between Kyle Piepenbrock and Tom Gerstner. Piepenbrock there in the orange and yellow Arcade Motorsports colors. Gerstner on the Magic Kart with Macron Motorsports support this week. Tom is doing a heck of a job hanging on to that spot. Todd Shambo looks on a little further back in the BJR machine in 12th. That's David Brigande, Paul Montopoli, Adamar Caligaro. 2 drivers again that got together in the pre-final and just don't quite have the speed to run up through the grid here, it appears, in this main, because we're past halfway. If there was speed, it would have already shown, and they would have been making up some ground. But instead, Carlos Calderon holding comfortably in 9th, and now we've got a looming fight for 2nd. Brian Boley has been hunted down by Trevor McAllister, closing in as the race comes to a close.
And they say Lorraine definitely the great equalizer. When you look at it here for all these drivers, right? You look at Tom Gerstner, the oldest driver, I believe, in this field, puts himself within a top 10 finish tentatively, with Piepenbrock still chasing down a fellow Arcade Motorsports machine with McAllister right there, who double podiumed at the end of rounds 1 and 2. And now looking to get himself up to 2nd here as he's continuing to chase down Brian Boley, who just hasn't had an answer for teammate Mario Barrios, who's been flawless in the rain. And it shows you, right? Boley's good in the dry, better than everybody else. When we talk about the great equalizer in the rain, McAllister's brought right back into it, and he should be right there in about 2 laps time to challenge for the 2nd spot. Check back in here this time. Work our way into the buckle, a car length. All that separates the 446 and the 425 with just under 5 minutes ago plus 1 lap here. McAllister still gaining. And again, you saw it there. It should be in about a lap and a half where McAllister is able to go on Brian Boley. He was able to keep it consistent. What are the lap times at? Boley, a 109.2 compared to the 109.1 of McAllister. So the track definitely improving here, Xander, as well. They've improved by a good bit, almost half a second in the last 5 minutes. I think the amount of time that they've been able to gain, almost a second, it looks like. So this track definitely drying, and that's going to be one of the biggest questions, right, when you get to shifter, when you get to mini Swift as well. I'm not sure if we're going to be dry enough for the mini Swift class, but maybe shifter, and you got to think. We saw what we saw back in the morning, right? Very humid air, and the air temperature around here as well, and the temperature as well here this weekend. It took quite a while for this track to finally go to slicks. I'm not sure if we're going to have enough to see maybe any more slick racing here this weekend.
I don't know. I wouldn't be so sure. I mean, there's still a little spray. And granted, again, this is far from a hefty-sized grid of go-karts. Only 15 still running as the battle continues to loom here for P2. But I think I wouldn't write off slick tires for anyone in pro shifter, right? Or equally, the scuffs theory, right, of going to a pseudo-intermediate tire that's already kind of broken in from the full wet compound. Ashton Henkel, he had saved his wets in qualifying so he could have them for the pre-final. Ultimately didn't need them as we were on dries. But the crossover point, it feels eerily similar visually as well to what that KA Junior Pre-Final looked like right now here in this KA Master Main. So with 30 mini Swifts taken to the racetrack, more than likely on wets, but I have to imagine they're starting to hybridize that setup. They pull some teeth back off, anticipating a little more speed. Take some added grip in the setup changes back out of it, and go to more of a dry setup with wet tires, where you don't have anything different on the track width or front end geometry, just a little change in the gear ratio, and that's about it for those cars on the grid. I mean, you can see here, still probably a majority wet setup on these KA Masters cars. And now, T-Mac putting his to use with a slide job there on Brian Boley. Let's see if he can keep the momentum up coming out of the last turn, out of the boot. He does. Enough to get good drive off. It's not over yet either, right? With how fast Trevor McAllister has been up until catching and having to make some moves on Brian Boley, he has been tracking good enough to get to the leader. Last time by with a pass. 6/10 faster than the race leader Mario Barrios. And that would put him right about on Barrios' heels at the checkered flag. If he can gain even more on this lap and the next one, we could have a serious fight for the race win at the 11th hour. A buzzer beater run for Trevor McAllister. So keep an eye on that gap, folks. 2.4 seconds, a minute 45 plus a lap to go for Mr. Arcane Motorsports himself to continue to solidify that he knows what he's talking about in coaching the likes of his young drivers, many of whom we've already seen take to the racetrack today and are probably watching along as Team Boss goes out there and tries to show them how it's done. And Brian Boley, what can he learn as well from following McAllister now? And could he pick up the pieces if he can hang close enough to him from whatever could spill out of a battle for the lead in the race win? It's all going to come down to really this lap and the next one of what he can do. 2.4 seconds. Only a tenth there, 2.3, which is a huge swing from the lap before. And while he had a bit of the toe off Boley, Mario Barrios, part of the reason that gap didn't come down, he just went down nearly as fast as he's gone all race. He was at a 109 high 4 last time. He was down to a 109.1, so picked up 3.5 tenths as he tries to hunt for more grip and doing it at the right time here. Prime time moments. Boley sends it in deep and washes out a little bit here in turn 6.
Yeah, washes out wide there, like you said, in turn 6, so that's going to slow him down. We saw a little bit more, sending it in too deep. For Trevor McAllister, a 4-lifer in the sport here, again, originally from California, and again, you got to think about the amount of experience that Trevor McAllister has, right? He's been a big advocate as well for vintage racing throughout the years. I believe still runs over at North Texas Carters over there in some vintage stuff throughout the years, but this is for him. We don't see him often. We saw him in a couple of starts last year, and he's looking to kind of start his first full year of racing action here in 2026 in quite some time here this year. So for McAllister, it would start off with a bang here on his a month on from that first weekend to get a win This would be huge for T-Mac here if he's able to pull it off. But again, 2.4, that gap opened back up, and going to need a lot of work here with the final lap now underway.
You never quite know, again, in the mixed conditions. Anything could still happen. Barrios could trip up and make a mistake, but knowing that this is the final lap, haven't seen the white flag. He can put it on cruise control. McAllister still has to push a little bit to keep Brian Boley at bay. A kudos as well goes out to the Orsilon machines and Miguel Mir and Scott Falcone, as they have done a phenomenal job to put both cars inside the top 5. Danny Howie chasing Falcone. The last few laps he's been a little bit faster. Last time by they started to even a little, so the gap didn't come down all too much. Mario Barrios though, out of the boot. Forget January. February has been exceptional for the RPG driver. Spinner behind. 1 to go, and one of his teammates, Esteban Roche. Oh man, he was in the fight with Carlos Calderon. Almost slipped up there and called him his son Mateo. Carlos Calderon, Kyle Piepenbrock, Esteban Roche. That was a pretty decent sized group there that must have just come together in the last couple of laps. You can see the delta between 8th all the way back to 12th last time by the loop. They'll update this time, and we'll see how far back, unfortunately, the 410 is going to slide.
And what a roller coaster has the last year been for Mario Barrios. Waited so long to kind of get back to a moment like this, to get back to victory lane after sitting on the sidelines for almost half of 2025 and looking to start off another year, a full year this year in 2026. Leads this field by over 2.5 seconds here, Xander.
Yeah, he didn't have to come back. He's had plenty of years of racing. He could have hung it up after a very scary incident. I don't think anyone would have blamed him. And yet, the wily vet, the South American who spends a lot of time here in Miami and loves racing in the States, is fired up. Mario Barrios dominates the K-Master main for round 3. Trevor McAllister second, Brian Boley third. Fourth will go to Miguel Mir, and the fight is still on way back for that 9th spot. Other than that, all single file, all behind the 4-2-6. And he's going to give us some slide in here on the back straightaway to celebrate and take it all in. I'm sure he is pumped up about that performance. And here's how they provisionally stacked up when they got to the line. Barrios, McAllister, Boley, Mir, Scott Falcone, your top 5. Danny Howie, great charge up the board for himself and Falcone, both up 10 and 11 spots apiece for the tail end. Yuji Wu, Carlos Calderon, Tom Gerstner, Paul Montopoli, your top 10. And that wraps up KA Masters, presented by IAMA USA West. 6 main events wrapped, signed, sealed, and delivered here from Houston. 2 more remain on the day. Mini Swift getting set to go green down on the grid. We're ready for it. Parasino chassis jig, Mini Swift drivers are geared up, and they've got one more session ahead here for round 3 from Texas.
Motorsport is reinventing itself, and our mission is to accelerate this transformation so that it becomes even more efficient, cleaner, more spectacular, and more sustainable. Welcome to the next generation of motorsport. TotalEnergies and Peugeot co-developed the 9X8, an eco-responsible hybrid electric hypercar capable of outstanding performances.
Two main events remain for the on-track activity for round number 3. Here's your starting grid for Parisino Chassis Jig Mini Swift. Marcelo Flores for Paralyn USA is leading your field to green. The Mexico native starts alongside RPM Nitro Karts Jake Manalio. Mason Brody, his teammate, back on the inside of row 2. And then it's Cooper Lorenzo Lopez for CRG on the outside.
Timo Ahmad and Liam Francisco on row number 3. Ahmad there for the Kiddix USA team. Aiden Go and Hudson Howard on row number 4 with Liam Astalis and Yusuf Adi to round up your top 5 and your top 10 starters.
Row number 6 on the inside, Flynn Fallon for Velocity Racing Sodi. On the outside, Nico Salazar. Row 7 to Leonardo Tavares and Caden Cladera. A whole lot of black and orange right on the early part of the teams.
Connor Lipka and Nathan Ramirez are on row number 8 with Mason Lasek and Tyler Blackwood on row number 9. Grayson Drazik and Lucas Tarango, your top 10, your top 20 starters here in this main event.
Marshall Steve starts alongside Dutch Westbrook, who's got a tall order ahead. So does Brody Stoffel, starting deep in the back of the field as well. Bautista Bassi on row number 12. Ty Morowich and Sam Hornish on row 13.
Axel Tibbs and Grayson Knifick on row number 14 with Samuel Chavarri, podium finisher in the Mini Swift division back at the Super Nationals. Starts at the tail end of the field. The Mini Swift class has been one of the most exciting, one of the most palpable, if you will, throughout the weekend and throughout Skusa competition throughout the years. What will they give us here on Saturday?
72 degrees Fahrenheit, 22 Celsius. The track temp right there, even with it. And the wind, keep an eye on that. It could definitely play a factor in a draft-based class like this. Mini Swift, green and away down to turn number 6. Big-time problems for what looked to be the black and yellow nitro card of Liam Francisco in the middle, and it's going to lead down the pack to 3 or 4 getting stuck together. Tyler Blackwood, one of them. 2 others trying to scurry away and a spin in front of the field. Liam Astalis, scary moment here. Huge contact. Samuel Chavarri in the 106 gets airborne as well.
Wow, good thing to see Chavarri able to hold on to it and stay upright, but the 106 destroyed to start this race off, and Astalis just around in front of the field on the way to the buckle. The good thing to see everybody all right, but the battle further back for second, starting to kick off with Manalio leading Brody, as well as Lorenzo Lopez right there in 4th, and up front Marcelo Flores away from the field early as Lorenzo Lopez gets into the rear of Brody, who gets into Manalio, shoves him up the racetrack, and slots him down to 4th. As Aiden Go brought right back into the mix, as he's now into 5th, and Manalio looking to go right back on Cooper Lorenzo Lopez.
Wheel to wheel there for P3. Cooper Lorenzo back to the inside and passed fully over to turn 8. No answer yet from Manalio, and again lurking on is the 198 of Aiden Go. Check the bottom corner of your screen. Scary moment here. Liam Astalis spun in front of everyone. Equally spinning Ty Morowich, and it just makes a 3/4 car width window with Samuel Chavarri at first glance looking like he might have made it past this incident here, and it's an awkward way for Astalis. He was already spinning as he came into frame through the kink into the buckle, and while they battle up in the top corner, big time moment here, and a heartbreaker as well, getting into a fellow Birol Art machine on the way through. It looked to be Hornish, I think. That was the other one that got collected. Marshall Steves involved, Morowich, Grayson Knifick, Liam Astalis, Tyler Blackwood, Caden Cladera. A number of them either fully taken out or sent to the back of the grid from that big moment early on. Still on wet tires. The track is drying though, and I'm sure pro shifter mechanics are eagerly awaiting what final decision they want to make, because you can see most of the standing water is gone. There's not all too much spray, but at the same point, the surface is still very dark. The sky is still very much overcast, and a wide variety of approaches to the hairpin section from turn 6 through to turn number 9 still, as Marcelo Flores commands the field, albeit getting hunted down by young Mason Brody in the 109.
Yeah, Mason Brody definitely keeping Marcelo Flores on notice there in the turn number 6. Brody just took a narrower line there on the entry. The exit didn't benefit him all that much, but again, he's just right there and just kind of keeping Marcelo Flores nervous, right? Keeping him on the edge of his seat, knowing that he's on his way and going to challenge for the lead as soon as he gets there. This time, by look at the lap times, and that was a good one out of Mason Brody. Set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:10.681 compared to the 1:11 of Marcelo Flores. So 0.4 of a second, the difference in between these two drivers. And on the exit, Mason Brody right there and closing with the draft on the backstretch to Cooper Lorenzo. There goes Brody now looking on the inside of turn number 6. A deep send. He tried it a lap ago. He's going to get it now. Not easy as Flores still there side by side.
Marcelo does not want to give that up at all, but he'll have to. Mason Brody, your new leader as they exit turn number 9. Flores still right there and only a second back, if that now, to Cooper Lorenzo Lopez and Aiden Go. How about it as well for Aiden here, the driver who had his heart broken in front of the world at the Supernats last year in that Micro Swift main event. What a race that one was. And yet now here, early on in his Main Swift career, had to drive through the pack at the beginning of that pre-final, put himself in a great spot to fight here for this main. He's up 3 in 4th, well within reach of your leaders, especially if they stay as aggressive as they look to be half a lap ago. Let's see what Marcelo Flores opts for as they roll to the S's. For the first time, he's not in command. It is Mason Brody ready to pick up the headline that he was truly the standout star, the breakout star from rounds 1 and 2.
Yeah, just look back to a month ago, right? Round number 2 crosses up Hudson Howard and Jake Manalio to take the win on the racetrack. A post-race penalty took that away from him. And ever since, whenever we were here for Rotax, just kind of knocking on the door, getting himself in the conversation, getting himself in the mix for even a championship and even a couple of race wins. And this weekend, one of the better shots that he has, right? At a track that he's grown all too familiar with it across all in many different conditions here in the last month and a half. Mason Brody looking to pull away from Marcelo Flores here for a race win. 11 minutes still to go for young Mason Brody out of California, as here goes the rest of the group with Nico Salazar, Jake Manalio going side by side and making contact, as Liam Francisco's right there, and Dutch Westbrook starting at the tail end of this field with bad luck in the last month. We didn't talk about him much, right? One of the most decorated Micro Swift drivers moving up, the Super Nationals winner, I think, after penalties, sported that helmet here to start off the pre-final, and bad luck. We didn't even talk about Dutch Westbrook at the opening weekend. Bad luck plagued him, and now finally getting himself in the conversation and into the top 10 here.
Yeah, 12 spots up the board is nothing to scoff about, but he's far from finished with still more than half the race remaining, and fights like this ahead of him that'll make it even easier to try and improve on that hard Charger score. This is Go versus Lopez through turns 8 and 9. Aiden quite can't get the drive off to stay alongside him, so he tucks back in, goes back to work. But yeah, Dutch Westbrook, the most notable moment that stands out for me, he had a great starting spot for one of the 2 main events, was spun backwards before he even got into the brake zone truly at turn 6. There he is, top corner of the screen, going to work in that middle scrum of the top 10 on the blue and orange Bennett colors. And again, just up the road from him is this, the fight here for P3. Go makes the move, won it already. He already had his hand in the air trying to ask for some help, and Lopez was already in process of crossing him up. And here comes Hudson Howard now, a driver in the mix of the fight in both main events last month, closing in on another podium or better finish potentially. He is right there, even as close as we watched them both. A great move for Aiden Go, but it has brought Howard to the rear bumper of Lopez, 3 deep in the fight for third now.
Yeah, Lorenzo Lopez now, he's going to wait. Hudson Howard is not. He's looking to get clear on Lorenzo and Aiden Go at the same time. In a turn number 6, Hudson Howard makes the move stick, and he's up to third as Lopez now looking on the high side. Does he have a good enough run here on the exit? Go tried it. Not going to work out for him. Not going to work out for Lopez either, as they now race their way into the buckle here.
That couldn't have worked out better for Hudson Howard on the JHTD MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. Now up and into P3. He's shown some really good pace over the course of this main. In fact, he has the best lap that is only beaten at the moment by the race leader Mason Brody, who is starting to pull away a little bit from Marcelo Flores. 2.5 seconds back was this group last time. after all that back and forth, I'm sure they lost a little bit, but Hudson Howard, 2.5 seconds now just to get to Flores. He's got the pace. He could very well do it, but I don't know if anyone's going to have anything for Mason Brody. He just set a heater, a 1 minute 10.19. That's nearly half a second clear of everybody on the circuit right now.
Yeah, that's a great drive so far out of Mason Brody, and I'm sure Frankie Mossman going to be nervous on the fence line watching his young driver try and continue to extend this gap as we look back in with 8 and go. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez that continue to fight. Here it's now for the 4th spot as Hudson Howard got by both of them just a couple laps ago and made it stick a lap ago exactly. So this is, again, a great drive out of Brody and for Marcelo Flores as well, right? You talk about a driver who's really in his first full year in the class, moved up early last year. This kid woke up before his parents, was down at breakfast with us by himself this morning, Xander. And again, putting himself, he was ready to go from the morning. And I asked him, where are your parents? He was like, oh, they're still in bed. I'm down here eating breakfast before we leave. And again, you see it ready to fire off and fired off on all cylinders here on weekend number 2 with a new team.
So big time plays for Marcelo Flores, and right now still hanging on strong. That last lap boded well for him to keep his 2nd spot to the end. Further back, Brody Stoffel in the 129 Nitro Kart leads this fray. Look at that, the 111 machine, Kimo Ahmad. Talked about him quite a bit in the pre-final. He's just one of many contenders in this big group, trailing Dutch Westbrook, who, by the way, he was up 12. He's now up 15, just like, again, same home state for him. And Brody Stoffel, 15 spots up. Now 16 is, there's a problem ahead. That's Nico Salazar, who was slowing in wide out of turn number 7. Westbrook is by, and now Salazar has to deal with Stoffel. Brody Stoffel and Dutch Westbrook carving up this mini-swift field. And this will be Brody's 16th pass. If he sticks it, this will be tight. That was a long way back to send it there in the buckle. It doesn't work.
Yeah, Stoffel's growing up racing here, local to the Houston area. Has, again, learned everything he's known right here at Speedsportz Racing Park. We've seen him come up through the ranks in Kid Kart, now in Mini Swift. Watched him in his micro career. Got his first national win here. Now looking to get himself well into the top 10 further, maybe even within a shot at the top 5 maybe with 6 minutes to go as we look back in. Salazar still falls under fire here, the 107. Definitely going to be pressured as they hit the backstretch, and even before that, Stoffel was able to get
this final. He's now wheeled with Lucas Tarango, and another Nitro Kart there. The black and yellow with Liam Francisco's in the fight. Audi with a big-time slider there. Salazar trying to counter, got right up and on the limit of the track limits on turn 9. And unfortunately, it's going to leave him vulnerable. He'll have to cover the low side in the buckle here because lurking on are the likes of Tarango and Francisco. Then it's Ahmad, along with another RPM machine, Jake Manolio, trying to rebound. Trying to claw his way back, forward and into the top 10. Flynn Fallon is there. Nathan Ramirez isn't too far back as well as Audi goes wide and Salazar gets 1 spot back at least to recover. So moves Salazar back comfortably to 8th and a comfortable gap for Brody Stoffel. And for Dutch Westbrook, what's the time frame more or less of him to get to Cooper Lorenzo Lopez? I think it's probably gonna tell us around 2 or 3 laps to crack the top 10 for the 133 machine. He was half a second better than him last time by. He and Brody Stoffel now with clear racetrack, no pressure. They can keep charging both easily. And Liam Francisco, they're all over each other battling. Yusuf Adi as well in the front of it. So Salazar, Francisco trying to give Tarango the opportunity to go at the 107. Can't quite get there.
Yeah, these drivers just kind of really all over the place here, right? They're all stacked up looking for any little bit that they can find. Is Francisco there. Talk about him and Tarango going back and forth, and that gap was open. I saw it was in about a lap's time, and that closed right on down as Salazar got pushed right back into him. So here goes Tarango now, deep into the brakes, looking to cross up Salazar. Good exit out of the 167 to get clear, and Salazar drops a tire. That's going to give Francisco a peek on the inside of turn number 1, but he gets back in line.
Something happened that lap. We thought it was going to be a lap or 2 before Westbrook got there, but Cooper Lopez fell off a cliff. He's already faded to 6th, and now he's going to have to deal with Brody Stoffel. This is the fight at the edge of the top 5 right here. Westbrook is by. Stoffel now is the next one to apply some pressure. He'll look inside. a bit of a crossover to answer back over to turn 7, but I think here it should have entertainment there in the fight around the bubble for 10th.
You're keeping an eye here on these two. One of the biggest things that maybe could be the problem here, Xander, that gap closed down significantly on the backstretch in between Brody Stoffel and Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, and it opens up to that straightaway as well. I gotta think maybe a taller gear for Cooper Lorenzo in this race compared to Brody Stoffel. Why you're seeing that difference, and why you're seeing, you know, with the track drying now, the big difference in speed in between that CRG and in between the RPM, and as well as the Bennett, right, that were just that little bit better and able to close down quite significantly. So definitely more speed and more time to find out there as Stoffel now got alongside Dutch Westbrook there for a second, and he's going to look for another move. Got it done in turn 6 a lap ago. Can he do it this time as well here on Dutch Westbrook? Might have to wait a little bit longer than he did to go on Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. But we're getting close to the end here. 2.5 minutes to go as Mason Brody still 1.2 in the fastest lap of the race there for Brody Stoffel last time around, and having to make a move in the process.
Yeah, I mean, I got to think that if I'm on the grid for Pro Shifter right now, if I'm watching this, I know the grid was mostly empty for the majority of this race, that they're still trying to gauge what to do, because it is so risky. The track lights are on because, again, it's been so overcast and we're not far from sunset. There's a problem there. The 145 machine, one of the Norberg Academy GFCs, that is none other than Alex Tibbs with a spin. Is running 22nd at the time, 2 minutes plus a lap to go. But as we keep an eye on both Lopez now slipping behind Tarango, fading to 8th, Tarango up to 7th. These two marching their way towards the back of Hudson Howard and Aiden Go, and even fighting amongst themselves a little bit, because Brody's even had a little leg up on Dutch for pace. They've watched each other, followed each other through the pack. A little crossover from Dutch keeps the spots back to even, but yeah, for the final class of the day, the surface is far from dry. There's hardly any light spots, but there's also no spray at all, and the lap times have all but stabilized on these wet tires. The best we're seeing is the high 109 from Tarango last lap, so it's a roll in the dice type of situation that awaits a number of contenders. And again, you got two drivers starting at the rear with not necessarily a whole lot to lose. Billy Musgrave, if he doesn't set the world on fire with a main event win from the back in the Pro Shifter main, he's out of the title hunt. And Justin White was already on the outside edge of the championship coming into this weekend, getting involved in the incident with Musgrave locking the front tires up at the start of the pre-final. He too has fresh sticker of Incos with just a couple of laps on him, because they qualified in the wet, and neither driver ran more than, I think, maybe 3 laps for Justin, and obviously out right off the rip for Billy Musgrave, compared to the likes of Morgado, Irwin, and Bailiff, who ran that full pre-final. So do you use them? You can't use them tomorrow.
I gotta tell you, I really think this racetrack looks pretty dry. Brody Stoffel there on the exit of double rights, kind of taking the normal racing line, and he didn't lose time at all to Dutch Westbrook. There is a couple of damp spots on the racetrack here, specifically in the double rights. Just still very damp on the outside. The narrow kind of inside line is drier. I wouldn't say dry. I don't think that's the right word to use yet, but it's a gamble, and you got to think for these shifter drivers, right? What do you do, right? You got nothing to lose if you're starting at the back, or maybe you do. You got everything to lose, maybe. That being said, Mason Brody, his gap has closed down quite a bit to Marcelo Flores, who's just been a 10th better lap by lap for almost the last 3 laps to close in to the Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro Kart here, Xander. And you got to think, what a turnaround. What a difference a month and a half makes, to where he crossed the line in first, got it taken away, now looking to make it stick over a fellow youngster in this field in Marcelo Flores.
Yeah, for Mason Brody, this is going to be something that will ultimately be a huge, huge boost if he can bring it home. The heartbreak he must have felt, that it wasn't even a penalty for that spectacular move he pulled to get the win. It was a very, very minor infraction on the kart in tech. It certainly, with the way that race played out, didn't look like he had any extra edge over the pack. But now, wet, dry, intermediate, call it whatever you want. You're just going to have to also call it a Mason Brody Saturday, because the 109, with a hefty gap out back, scores his first career win in Speedsportz.
What a drive out of Mason Brody, gets the win on Saturday, and Marcelo Flores just catching right up to him.
Little love tap there. I'm sure Marcelo wanted the win. I think at the same point, Mason was just fully taken in the moment there. And one happy young man, Mason Brody. He is one of the, I'll say that, one of the goofiest goobers that the RPM crew definitely has of their current class of mini Swifts. But he is now, once again, on the top of the results page provisionally, as he was at the end at weekend number 1. Huge, huge statement for Mason Brody, and equally for Marcelo Flores. Both of them with 6 seconds onward. Back to Hudson Howard in third. Aiden Go ends up fourth, just barely out of reach from the amazing drives from the back of the grid for Dutch Westbrook and Brody Stoffel. Fast lap of the race went to Lucas Durango. He equally had a great charge, up 13 spots on his own in the Ruthless Karting RPM Nitro entry. But now, one class remains. PSL Karting Pro Shifter, Jay Irwin, Mateus Morgado, Gavin Bailiff rolling from the front, Musgrave and White from the rear. We're ready for it. We return.
Attention Superkarts USA drivers. Be sure to order your complete photo package from On Track Promotions. All drivers receive a minimum of 40 photos from throughout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with instant access from our automated delivery system. Visit otp.ca right now to get instant access to your photos.
Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of round 3 of the Skusa Winter Tour. One race to go. It's Pro Shifter, and the talk is tires. You might notice it's not raining right now. The track is still damp. So most of these competitors, well, they didn't have much of a choice. They've chosen to go with the closest thing to an intermediate tire that we have, which is a scuffed wet. Now, there's one exception to that. And you might remember the story we told earlier today of Ashton Hinkle going out on slick tires in qualifying. Well, he's got a fresh set of wets. And, you know, if a miracle were to happen, a cloudburst, he would be in the best position. But no one has gambled on the slick tires. It's all this, essentially, outside of one exception, it's all scuffed wets. This should be fascinating.
And even still, there's a lot of room to play in just that statement alone, because what air pressure are you going out at? You got a wide range from the full standard wet setup down to this kind of dry-ish circuit. And you saw the radar in the bottom right corner of your screen while Dave was talking as well. We are still awaiting that massive wall of rain that has been lurking to the west of us all afternoon. And at the same point, some small pop-up cells like we experienced around 2:30 p.m. local time in the early batch of main events that put everything back onto wet tires again and put us on time distance plus a lap races. That could pop up at any given moment. So no doubt the safer starting point, especially for the initial launch, right? How many shifter races have been decided or the stage truly set by the launch off the starting line and going to the inside of the racetrack. It was not ideal for Billy Musgrave in the launch of the pre-final. And at that point, they were on dry tires, but Mateus Morgado and Justin White from the second row on the outside, both able to leapfrog, arguably one of the best starters in the business. So Irwin stalked his prey all pre-final long, Caleb, but he didn't make the pass. It puts him on that drier, maybe warmer, maybe cleaner side of the racetrack when they eventually get over to the backstretch.
Yeah, this is definitely, I would say, favored in hands of the number 6 that's getting ready to start on the outside. And again, we've seen those two go at it as teammates. And again, that barrier of respect is there because, again, you're going back to the same tent with a fellow teammate. But this year and today, that's not the case. Jay Irwin, now the lead, the face, if you will, of PSL Racing, Burrell Art. a place that Mateus Morgado held for about 2 years, almost 3, whenever he was back in the Pro X30 division here at United States Pro Kart Series back in 2023. So all to play for here. Again, it must be said, a much older Jay Irwin now, much more respected driver as well. And a driver who's coming in with a lot of confidence as well.
Yeah, I spoke to him earlier in the week. He says this is year 3.5. The kid made his debut at the Supernats, came up 2 spots shy, transferred in the LCQ then finished 10th the next year, and came back in the last 2 years. Well, his story, we've well covered it, and it certainly speaks for it itself. All of those single digits as well for the 5 of Morgado, the 6 for Irwin. Those are the top 10 in the final standings of what Billy Musgrave and many called the most stacked Pro Tour grid in Pro Shifters history over the last 15 years of that series offering the division. And it's the 2 of them on the front row, Gavin Bailiff and Cooper Becklin back on row 2. Noah Zarsk and Lucas DeLongchamp on row number 3.
Yeah, those 2 drivers looking for their first career podiums in the Pro Shifter ranks. Ashton Henkel, only driver on a sticker set of MG wet tires, starting alongside sophomore in the field, the number 60 of John Paul McCory, with Diego Ardiles and Vincent Cassard on row number 5.
Row number 6 as we start to work our way to the back half of the grid. 15 in total. Nicholas Boulay on the inside, Eduardo Ramirez on the outside. Charles Gauthier on the inside of row 7. And then the only 2 victims of contact came on the first lap, 3rd corner from the pre-final. Justin White, the innocent bystander, and Musgrave, a small mistake, a rare mistake from the 1 plate. The reigning Pro Tour champ has him starting tail end Charlie on the field. And 17 minutes plus a lap are what stands between us and finding out, can either one of those 2 drivers, who were absolutely a threat in the points and a threat for the race win, charge up the field and get to your top 3? Can anyone else join the likes of Morgado, Irwin, and Bailiff, as they were leaps and bounds above everyone in the pre-final? Or will they decide it amongst themselves? Pro Shifter, round 3 from Houston is green. It's a monster start from Irwin, but he gets muscled out of the lead. Mateus Morgado now to the point, and Bailiff pressuring on there. Irwin absolutely had the whole shot, Caleb, in the run to turn 6, and very quickly as he tried to put the power down, Morgado was right on his heels, and maybe a little elbow grease along the way, has got the 5 plate back at the front. Behind him, mad scrum for 4th, Becklin, Zarsk, Cassard, Melchiori. A flurry of BRL Arts and CRGs all pressuring Cooper Becklin, and in the mix somewhere, there they are, Billy Musgrave and Justin White trying to find their way through the field.
And already a good start for the number 1 plate, making up a good number of spots. He's right behind Diego Ardiles, looking in a turn number 1. And again, Billy Musgrave looking hungry already to get himself well inside of the top 10, now up to 9. So a good first couple corners for Billy Musgrave to get this one started.
Musgrave now going to work, closing in on the pair of CRGs ahead of him. And a big send there, the 26 of Vincent Cassard. Contact, Noah Zarsk off and into the grass. The 57 around out of 5th. And Musgrave will get another one along with White by default as he gets past Melchiori, and now here comes Justin to do the same. A 1-2 punch as they quickly work their way up the field. Mateus Morgado, great start since getting the lead back from Irwin, starting to pull away as we get ready to take a look here for a moment of what maybe happened to Noah Zarsk at the end of the back straightaway. Here's Musgrave on the heels of Vincent Cassard, the veteran, covering the low side, but nothing he can do to another veteran of the sport as well. And Musgrave, here's a look at the start of the race, banging tires, debating that race lead between Morgado and Jay Irwin. And again, watch it going into the corner as well. Irwin trying to hang on. Morgado, a little bit extra love to get that spot back away.
Yeah, definitely aggressive there out of Morgado, but that's the difference, right, of winning a race, and that could very well be the difference here today for this main event in the Pro Shifter category for Mateus Morgado and for Jay Irwin of what it takes to go out there and win. And Mateus coming out of the gates hot, a 101.946 as DeLongchamp looking to go there on Cooper Becklin with Billy Musgrave right there as well, side by side with Cooper, who's going to make way for the Pro Tour champion.
A lot of respect shown there by Cooper Becklin, and now Musgrave with a great launch, grabs the clutch and does a full-on start there with how slow DeLongchamp had parked it on the buckle. So now Billy is through the field. Justin is not terribly far behind. There you see him just flurry through the shot as well, but the damage done. Musgrave's about, mark it, 3 seconds, back from Gavin Bailiff. So pretty hefty deficit to run up to anyone. And Mateus Morgado putting a whomping on him. I mean, it wasn't like Gavin Bailiff was the only one to use the chrome horn a little bit and get a pass done. And the other half of that bump or that move, that aggression, is to make sure that you've got the speed to run away or hope that you do. And right now, Mateus Morgado certainly does, opening up the gap back to Irwin and Bailiff. Billy Musgrave's charge up to 4th. Valiant, but he needed more of a fight up front to give him any kind of a shot to get there. The only good news again, Morgado, absent from rounds 1 and 2, totally out of the championship conversation whatsoever. He's just gathering more data and putting the rest of the field on notice that he's ready to take that one plate back for Velocity Racing Sodi, because he wasn't sure if he was going to be able to mount a full championship together. He was waiting quite a bit for all of his commitments to finalize. It was partly why even his commitment stateside altogether with Velocity Racing Sodi had to be announced just around this time a month ago. But he's for certain now he's going to get a full shot at the Skusa Pro Tour and a number of events along with that throughout the year. And that's exciting for us based on what we're seeing now, because the speed he's shown this weekend, he'll be certainly a contender, and he's definitely woken up, I'd have to imagine, the Beryl Art boys between Bailiff and Irwin, at least in the wet conditions at the moment. Irwin has picked up his pace a little, but it's too little too late without a huge improvement over the next middle portion of this race to eat into that 2-second margin. We've got our focus here. Justin White working the back of Lucas DeLongchamp. That's the last kind of the midfield for the 32 to get by, and Lucas is not making it easy on him.
And it's taken Justin White a little bit longer to get through as quick as Billy Musgrave did, but again, the driver with the number 1 plate, like, he got a little bit more respect, I think, than Justin White is getting at the moment, right? He's really having to work for it here. It almost seems like the seas were parted for Billy, and that's really not the case here for Justin. In turn number 1, though, just enough of a gap for him to get his Maranello through.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really follow someone through a pass when they clear a path by making one for themselves so much in these wet conditions. So every pass that Billy lost time, then Justin would equally lose more time when he'd have to make that same move to get around the driver. And yeah, he could have gotten a bit luckier with the points in the racetrack that he would catch and have an opportunity to pass someone, but certainly it wasn't by any means a matter of him doing, I think, anything wrong. It's just how much time you naturally lose making a single pass. And that'll be the question here, because Billy Musgrave just went purple, folks. In fact, he was half a second faster than Morgado and nearly a full second faster than Gavin Bailiff. He is moving right now. I don't want to say this is over. I kind of thought it was, and I think you probably did too a bit, Caleb, with the gap that Morgado's starting to put on the Beryl Art boys. Billy Musgrave, he could be tracking towards the unthinkable if the pace continues. Now, Morgado's starting to figure some stuff out as well. He just set his own best, but Musgrave was still 3/10 faster. It's all going to come down to how quickly he can make work of the likes of Bailiff and Irwin if he gets to them, because I think he'll get to both long before this race comes to a close. We're still yet to get to halfway, and the 1 plate has had no issue even surrendering a 6-second gap to the cars in front. And again, going back to qualifying, wet conditions, Billy had everybody covered with just 1 lap at it. Here he goes. Ton of grip. No issue. Pass made in the same spot where, unfortunately, Bailiff was able to get the better of him last month for that main event win. Billy wants it, and he's up to 3rd.
Yeah, it's a good move there out of Billy Musgrave to get himself up to 3rd. And again, you saw him kind of wave as well to Gavin Bailiff. Just a little thank you. Gavin didn't fight it all too much. Took a look over the shoulder at the straightaway. Knew that the number 1 was on his way. And definitely picking up some time here. Let's see what Musgrave looks like this time across the line. Didn't lose much time.
Didn't lose hardly any time with a full pass made. So he matched Morgado with having to make a move to pass offline. It's still going to be huge. I mean, we're talking 10 laps plus or minus are left at this point. They're all tracking right around the 1-minute 1 to 1 minute flat mark. So when you think about that, 10 laps, maybe 11 left. Needing massive speed out of that factory kart to do the unthinkable, to go from last to first. Hero in qualifying to 0 with a mistake and crashing out of the pre-final, taking, unfortunately, Justin White with him. Could he have a hero drive here in the main event to make up for it and have one of the wildest most roller coaster level days that we have seen yet across all 8 divisions in the Winter Series? Musgrave is closing up to Irwin like it's nothing right now as he works his way to the boot. Look at this, the focus in his eyes and how smooth that factory kart is rolling through some of the high-speed sections.
And you see him there just dancing on the white line right on the edge of the racetrack here. Just pushing with everything he's got to close down the gap to Jay Irwin, and he's right there. About 5 car lengths, maybe even less, as we work our way onto the backstretch. 1 lap, all that Billy Musgrave's gonna need to get by on the number 6, and he's, again, continuing to go just that little bit better. It was almost a second better the last time around. A 101.0 for Musgrave and a 101.9 for Jay Irwin. Morgado, the only one that's just as fast as the number 1. So here we go. With 8.5 minutes to go, Billy Musgrave into the buckle. Is he there? He is, just can't get himself alongside the number 6. And now pushing on that rear bumper of the Burrell Art.
I'm sure Billy's got to be having a blast right now as you know, the race lined up on the grid. You see everyone in front of you. You don't think you're going to get up to the box. You don't think you're going to get to second. He does there. Oh. Great move. Parked the bus, rotated it perfectly, and then got the instant launch he needed with just enough grip to clear Jay out of the boot. But yeah, I mean, we're a bit disheartened for sure because we would have loved to see the pace advantage he's had over the field equally be the advantage up and over Morgado, but that has not been the case. He has had a little bit of an edge, far from it though, to make up, passing 14 or 13 karts in the process. Most of them true full passes on merit. Only a handful of spots he gained on the first lap. Check this one out. Irwin sees him coming, and while he tried to grab it and hang on to the spot to the best of his ability, Billy gets the better of him and he gets the spot away.
Yeah, Billy just a little faster, right, to kind of pull that lever up, put it into gear, and get himself with a much better exit in comparison to Jay Irwin there. He's not going to fall back to 3rd, and this is, again, when you start to ask the question of championship for a driver like Billy Musgrave, who, again, didn't get a win at rounds 1 and 2. That went to the Burrells of Irwin and Bailiff. This could put him well into the conversation here, Xander. If he's able to even get in a podium with, again, Mateus Morgado not in the conversation after missing the opening weekend, this could be good for his, I guess, championship hopes, championship tally, if you will.
Indeed, because with Musgrave's DNF in round 1, he already has a drop that's going to hurt him for sure. However, again, a solid performance in round 2 is going to keep this thing possible to go the distance. As they run now, with Musgrave up to 2nd, having the fast lap honors to boot as well, having the 10-point bonus. A P2 today, of course, it's not a perfect score, and the pre-final hurts for sure. It still doesn't really do a whole lot for him, even with this valiant effort, because that round 1 incident hurt. This would have been probably a drop on a more consistent run. But to go for the back, up to 2nd, 244 points. Mind you, again, 320 being the max score that you can do. And Irwin also, of course, not having the most ideal run on the 2nd round, but still a 290 and a 300. He's tracking right now for a 260. So what does that mean? Well, 60 points back is the net you throw, that if he has a worse Sunday, someone has to be within that amount of points and then put together basically a perfect day or close enough to it to close the margin. Unfortunately for Billy, that pre-final kind of sealed it. He needed more points than that to be able to get within 60. As they run right now, he's still 76 back if you took a drop round into the conversation. And Gavin Bailiff, as they run with the drop, is the only driver that could dethrone the New Zealander from the Skusa Winter Series title, which, by the way, has stayed in the hands of PSL Karting for potentially 4 years between the likes of Marian Kremers and Mateus Morgado, but I'll have to double check on it for certain.
I definitely have to keep an eye on it here, and as well just keeping an eye on that gap further back. It's only 1.4 in between Gavin Bailiff, a 2.5 seconds, and Jay Irwin there. 8 laps is what Billy Musgrave needs, and if you're looking at the time here with 5 minutes to go, Musgrave has been a lot quicker. 4/10 quicker for about 2 laps running, and 8 laps, it just kind of marks it, right, that he runs out of time in this main event, Xander. And you got to think, imagine if we were in the Pro Tour with 20% longer mains, that would be enough to give us a pretty much 2-lap sprint to the end here in between two of the best. Two of the most recent Pro Tour champions, one the reigning and the I guess, if you will, the previous year's champion in 2024.
That's right, the 2024 and 2025 Pro Tour champs. In a game of inches right now, Musgrave was 4/10 better the lap before. That lap by for Billy, it slowed off a bit. And still gaining valuable intel for the Pro Tour because, well, like you said, if the race was a little bit longer, if that pace was going to be good enough to go all the way, as I'm sure Billy would love to get a shot at Mateus, to get up there and to fight with him. Again, Morgado had no idea because he was able to still get away with a decent enough launch from the outside lane and hold the lead comfortably, where he maybe just heard a little bit of skidding and contact behind him between the likes of White and Musgrave in that pre-final. He had no idea what all went down. Probably had to go back and check the footage or ask the drivers around him what happened behind him, because he has been out front all day. Not a single go-kart has passed the number 5 Velocity Racing Sodi in 2026 in a race condition. He dominated the only other outing they've had together. That was at their home base in Orlando for the opening stop of the Florida Winter Tour. And that was more so, again, a lot of chassis and engine dyno work to try and do what they can to make him comfortable on the new package. He only had Las Vegas, really. I don't even know if he was able to make it to Orlando whatsoever to get even fitted and to see if what the go-kart would feel like just to sit in it, much less to put laps into train. And he hadn't had much yet coming into this year either. So only their 3rd true weekend together, their 2nd one with some stiff competition at that. And it is a perfect record for the number 5 at the moment. But that doesn't mean it's a perfect record in terms of lap times. Musgrave answering back the call by almost 6/10 the last lap. It still is possible. Again, Morgado is consistently holding at the high 1-minute bracket. It's just a matter of Billy can string together these blistering laps that he is running. That last lap was the best he's run all race, a 1:39. But we're coming to the line to probably 3 laps to go. He needs essentially a second a lap. It's going to come right down to almost that. I mean, that was big. That right there was 7/10. 2.5 away. He needs 2 more phenomenal laps. The 33-year-old, the 6-time Super Nats champ, is not done. He is not given up, and he is putting on a show for us here to keep this fight alive. And when you talk about the championship, right, could you imagine a Pro Tour finale weekend that would come down to a win to keep the championship hopes alive for the next round? That's what it's going to take. He needs another 16 points just to get within reach of Jay Irwin to play spoiler on the title fight tomorrow. And he'd still need a perfect day at that. He needed the pole, he needed the fast time. He'd need it all. Right now, 76 back, again with 60 being in the window, is too far. If he gets up to the lead though, different story. Minute 20 to go. So 3 laps remaining. It was 2.5 seconds. What's it now? 1.7. It is not over at all, Caleb.
This is unreal out of Billy Musgrave here, driving like command possessed and scheduled for 3 laps. If that's true, it should be a last lap battle in between Billy Musgrave and Mateus Morgado if Musgrave continues at this rate. Morgado, not that good of an exit out of turn number 7. Musgrave looks good and continuing to close here out of the double rights. This is just unreal out of Billy here. He is flying a 1:60 compared to the 1:01 of Mateus Morgado. Musgrave just giving it everything he's got, and you see him sparks flying up and over the curves, just kind of extending it here. And it should be 2 laps to go here, Xander, as he closes it down even more this time.
He just needs to get close enough to force Mateus to feel the pressure, and I'm sure Morgado, with a look over his shoulder last time down the back straightaway, realized the impending doom and gloom of the fact that he had been by himself, all on his own, far and away from the rest of the field for 95% of this main event. And now at the very end, Musgrave has closed the gap, has closed in, and there are 2 laps to go at this point. Morgado, his lead evaporating. Musgrave visually seeing the gap closing, digging with everything he's got. The timer's at 0. The white flag will fly this time by the loop. It'll be 19 laps in total, and here he is. He's 2 car lengths away. Morgado's starting to cover the low side. It's going to be a last lap, head-to-head fight headed our way in Pro Shifter. Billy Musgrave trying to do the unthinkable. From last to first in intermediate wet conditions, he is there.
And I can't even believe this is a possibility at the moment. White flag flies this time by, and Billy Musgrave with a real shot at a race win and maybe even a championship here in the Winter Series just has to get by the number 5 into the double rights. Mateus narrow, Musgrave a little wide as they run and rocket down the back straightaway to turn number 6.
Oh, and he got the huge run he needed. He'll force Mateus to protect. He'll go to the outside. Morgado will try to keep it nice and tidy here through the hairpins. This is where Billy's going to have to get creative. Is this a preview of what's in store in Tucson or tomorrow? Right now, it's still phenomenal as Musgrave's out of shape and way wide through turns 8 and 9, but he keeps it pinned. Still alive into the buckle for the final time.
Here we go, Musgrave looking, gets alongside Mateus Morgado. Can he cross up the OK World Champion as they work their way into the boot now? Musgrave with one more opportunity.
2024's champ versus 2025 to the final turn. Morgado low, Musgrave to the high side, runs out of grip, and Morgado survives. Mateus wins in Houston for round 3 and fends off an incredible charge from Billy Musgrave. Can you believe it? And Mateus, a prayer and a clap of applause to Billy saying, dude, I cannot believe that you almost went from last to first. What a drive for Billy Musgrave, giving us some excitement here at the end of the day. Congratulations to Mateus Morgado and Velocity Racing Sodi. Victorious, and still they have yet to be passed on the racetrack in 2026 together. What a stat line and what a way to end the day.
I still cannot believe that was a possibility. We were just saying it, right? Musgrave was out of time, and somehow he found it. Somehow he made more time.
6+ seconds back from Morgado when he got through the majority of the pack. And on raw pace alone, that's what it's all about right there. A huge sign of respect between the 2 most recent Pro Tour Pro Shifter champs. Having some fun in the preseason. They may not be all smiles when the real business comes down to it in March. But boy, are we in store for a heck of a 2026 year. Congratulations indeed to Mateus Morgado on that win, that performance. And some valuable data and intel for sure as another checkered flag is headed his way.
Mateus Morgado pulls off the helmet and gets the congratulations of the crew. I mean, that was about as exciting. I bet you didn't expect it was going to be quite that exciting. You had such a lead, and then came Billy Musgrave. Tell me about that battle on the last couple of laps.
Yeah, I saw he was coming already a few laps. I knew he would be there. I didn't have the speed after mid-race, so I expected. But he got there in the last lap. I was wishing the race was done before, but I mean, had to play my cards in the last lap, and we got the win.
You mentioned the pace kind of fell off mid-race. What was the issue?
For me, wrong tire pressure by my side. Maybe we could have done some stuff different, but that's good. Anyways, what is important is the victory on the checker flag.
Congratulations on that. We'll see him tomorrow in much drier conditions. Let's try to find second place Billy Musgrave, and here he is. I mean, what an unbelievable battle. Okay, Billy, well, if you're going to make a mistake, I suppose make up for it in that way. You didn't quite get the win, but I mean, that's about as close as anybody thought you were going to get.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that redeemed myself a little bit there. I was so pissed off at myself after that heat race. So yeah, I was driving with a little bit of anger and aggression. I think sometimes I need that to fire myself up a little bit. But no, the go-kart was absolutely incredible. Engine just absolutely on another level. I mean, we're just, other than myself in that heat race, I think we're executing at about 100%. So, man, to close that gap down on a guy like Mateus, I mean, for me that I'm, let's just say, not known for my rain driving skills, yeah, no, I couldn't be happier.
Well, let me ask you, did you have a little bit of a tire advantage there?
Yeah, I mean, my strategy paid off definitely for this morning. I mean, I've had a feeling this is what the afternoon was going to end up like. So yeah, I mean, just getting that one lap in quali and pulling it in and saving the tire, and then even out there, I mean, those first couple laps trying to navigate around the the field. I felt like there was a lot more pace in the car, but I was really trying to like temper my my mood right there, because I knew I just had to make these tires last almost 20 laps. So man, I was searching everywhere for any pocket of water I could find, and yeah, I think that just paid off in the long game.
Kind of describe those last 2 laps, your attempts at Mateus Morgado. I mean, was there anything you could have done differently?
I mean, maybe. I mean, I just got there, I think, 1 lap too late. I made a couple mistakes when I got past Irwin, and then I started really hunting. I was like, man, I think I can do this. And I just overbroke myself a couple times coming off the straightaway, missed that curb on the apex. I mean, lost a couple tenths here, a couple tenths there in that mid to end stint. And yeah, if I could have caught him 1 lap earlier, I think I could have made something happen. But as it was, I caught him, with basically 3/4 of a lap to go. So, I mean, I wasn't going to do nothing silly. That was just a phenomenal performance, and especially for Carlos to go 1-2 on the day. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's good. I think it just shows what we're capable of.
Billy Musgrave, I mean, that was one of the best performances we've seen in quite a long time, and I suspect we'll see those highlights for quite a while as well. Let's talk to Jay Irwin, because Jay, that second place by Musgrave puts you in a very favorable position for the championship tomorrow. Tell me about your day-to-day, though, first.
Yeah, we were quality was what it was, but in the pre-final we were really good. Yeah, and that one made a couple of mistakes. I think if we could do that one again, knowing what I know now, it could be much better. But yeah, it wasn't bad.
Well, it's and we talked about the championship. You have you have kind of that 60-point window on Billy. What does that change? Does that change anything mindset tomorrow-wise with much better conditions?
No, as always, we just have to go and try and do our best and see how it plays out.
And talk to me about the dry conditions. I know how difficult today was, but getting back to hopefully normal conditions, how much different are you expecting this kart to be tomorrow?
No, I mean, today when the sessions will be switching, dry has been, the same as it's always been. So I think we'll just have to see tomorrow,
There we go. And so Jay Irwin finishes 3rd today, but he's looking for a championship tomorrow.
Indeed he is, Dave, as you saw there on the bottom corner of the screen, with drops factored in, assuming, again, they'd have to fall back on them. That's where you can start to paint your scenarios. We already talked earlier in the day, our only official clinch that we could tell, or unofficially, I guess, with our own scoring, was Jack Katowski in Micro Swift. Perfect runs through the first 3 rounds. Irwin's consistency gives him a pretty easy spot to fight from coming into tomorrow. He has only 60 points shy of a perfect score as his lowest score, 260. The max you get on a day, 320. 10 from qualifying on the pole, 10 from the fastest lap award, 200 from the main, and 100 from the pre-final. So with that in mind, if he falls back on it, you need to be within that 60 mark window, and you got to be perfect on the day. Musgrave exits the day 76 back provisionally. Gavin Bailiff now becomes the only driver to dethrone, or potentially be able to dethrone, Jay Irwin. He would need to pull off the win as he did on Sunday a month ago, but he would also need a good amount of points with that. He would basically need to win the pre-final and the final. That would only tie him. Then he'd win on a tiebreaker at that point. If he gets the pole in qualifying and the fast lap in the final, as long as Irwin doesn't end up as the winner, they would tie on points again. But the tiebreaker going that way to the New Zealander. So that's kind of what you've got here coming into tomorrow. 60 markers, anything beyond that, they're out of reach with how good the number 6 plate has been, and it would be a huge statement back in the right direction for a driver from down under that had so many opportunities last year to get a big-time Pro Tour win, nearly steal the championship away from that 5-way dogfight going into Newcastle, and equally nearly end up on the podium or the race win in Las Vegas. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. He's got the 6 plate. He's aiming for the 1 plate, as are the rest of the drivers as they aim up for the Skusa Pro Tour. And equally today, on its own for the Skusa Winter Series Championship and main events, quite a few moments and quite a few moments of airtime for the field. No doubt the wet conditions going back and forth at one point multiple times in the same race threw a wrench at drivers, and even here, this was the moment in that pre-final between Musgrave and Justin White that set everything ablaze for that charge from the back And in the main events, with them getting underway, the usual bits of argy-bargy aggressiveness, an incredible save here from John Burke, and, well, Alexander Vanchev, Nico Katowski, pair of dubs for the pair of them. What a performance for them, and Jack Katowski as well. 3 winners in our first 5 mains.
Yeah, and a heartfelt moment as well there with Dad getting the win, and I'm sure Mom going to be smiling watching on from home as, again, older brother, older son, Nico Katowski was able to get it done in X30 Junior as well.
Doubled up on the day, and then here is where Alexander Vanchev was able to double up as well. First, Diego Ramos paying respect to him, letting him go in turn 13, and then making that slick move on Oliver Hodgson for the lead, and walking away from there. Your final few mains as well. Mario Barrios victorious in K Master. Mason Brody bringing the crowd to their feet on the fence line with a great performance in Mini Swift, and a great run and a good battle at the end between Morgado and Billy Musgrave. Stay with us, folks. Post-race coverage continues with the Perico Pit Box and post-day podiums. If not, we'll see you tomorrow bright and early at 8 a.m. with on-track activity.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson threw on Turney. Turney in the dirt.